Okay, so David, again, we have quorum.
Yes, we do.
We know we have at least one of our presenters, and thankfully it's the first presenter, so that's good. I see commissioners coming on screen. That's good. So with that, very good. So noting that the time is 3:05 and with apologies for a slightly delayed start, I'll call this meeting to order. Welcome, fellow commissioners. Everybody can hear okay, including virtual? Good. And welcome members of the public, both in person and joining us virtually, for joining all of us for this special meeting and draft map public hearing of the County of San Diego's Independent Redistricting Commission. Let me now turn to the IRC clerk, David Hall, to provide information about today's meeting. David.
Thank you, Chair Boehm. At this time, I'd like to invite any members of the public who wish to speak to the IRC during today's meeting to please review the instructions posted on the redistricting website at drawyourcommunity.com. We ask that individuals who wish to speak to the IRC complete a form in advance for planning purposes. Individuals participating virtually or by phone are asked to submit an online request, and all individuals requesting to speak in person can complete a physical speaker slip. Staff has speaker slips available. All timely requests to speak from the public made at today's meeting, either in person or virtually, will be honored regardless of whether you have submitted an advanced request. Agendas, minutes, and supporting materials for the Commission's meetings are posted on the redistricting website, including instructions to request translation. Meeting agendas are translated into Spanish, Vietnamese, Chinese, Tagalog, Arabic, Japanese, Korean, and Laotian as required by law. The log of correspondence received, including comments that have been submitted through the Community Builder tool, has been updated and provided to the Commissioners and is posted on the IRC website. Correspondence received is posted on the website with today's meeting materials, and the Commission's log of ex parte communications has been updated on the IRC website. I'll also note for the record that we have received 344 e-comments, 50 emails, 14 letters, and 2 phone communications for a total of 410 communications that were distributed to the Commission and posted online. Thank you, Chair Boehm.
Thank you, David. And for the benefit of commissioners in the room, I'm told bandwidth is once again at a premium. So I want to let members of the public know, if you don't see our smiling faces in a personal view from our laptop, you should still be able to see us just fine on the big screen. And of course, those of you who are in person have the pleasure of seeing all of us in person, which, except in one case, is actually a very pleasant thing to have. So apologies for my presence. Thank you, David, for that. And the next item on the agenda is the roll call. David, could you please call the roll?
Thank you. Before I call the roll, I'd like to note for the record that the commissioners are participating both in person and via teleconference. As such, all votes will be handled by a roll call vote. I'll ask commissioners to say here or present when called upon. Chair Boehm.
Here.
Vice Chair Caterina. Vice Chair Garcia.
Here.
Commissioner Brown.
Here.
Commissioner Chen. Here. Commissioner Diaz.
Here.
Commissioner Dostal.
Here.
Commissioner Hanson.
Here.
Commissioner Inman. Commissioner Krugliak.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Larson.
Here.
Commissioner Pons.
Here.
Commissioner Russ.
Here.
Commissioner Serban.
Present.
With 12 commissioners present, we do have a quorum. Thank you, Chair Boehm.
Thank you, David. The next item is approval of the minutes from the IRC special meeting of November 19th, 2021. We'll begin by hearing any public comment on these minutes. David, are there any requests from the public to speak on this item?
We did not receive any requests in advance of today's meeting, but if any member of the public would like to address the commission on the approval of the minutes from the November 19th meeting, you're welcome to do so. If you're here personally, you may just approach the microphone. If you're participating remotely, please raise a virtual hand at this time. Not seeing any movement in the chamber and no virtual hands. That concludes public comment on this matter, Chair Boehm.
Thank you, David. As this is an action item that requires a motion before any discussion, let me ask if there's a motion for approval of the minutes from November 19, 2021, as included with the agenda materials.
So move.
Motion from Commissioner Larson, second. Commissioner Brown, thank you. Any discussion? Commissioner
Chair.
Diaz?
Thank you for recognizing me. I had a quick question about which motion actually moved forward because I see it repeated on, and forgive me, I wasn't present at the meeting, but it's not clear, I guess, when on pages, I believe 4 or 6, which one moved forward.
I'm afraid I didn't hear all of that in detail, but I think I heard which ones you were talking about. Barbara or staff, can you clarify? I don't have the minutes in front of me, other than to know the minutes are the motions are actually accurately reflected. That's what it is. I apologize after all that technical work. Thank you. So Commissioner Diaz, I know the motions are properly posted on the website because I've been drawing on them for some work. I admit, though, I don't have the minutes in front of me and probably just read right by that. So Barbara or staff? Barbara?
Yes, Chair, I'm bringing up the minutes right now. If Commissioner Diaz could clarify her question.
Just clarify which, I see a bunch of motions that had failed for lack of votes on pages 5 and 6 of the minutes, the printed minutes I received. So I'm just trying to clarify which one actually moved forward.
Yeah. And Commissioner Diaz, Commissioner Serban, thanks to him, had a hard copy in front of him. It's a little unclear, I admit, and I think on page 6, we need another indication of the result of the motion for map 14. So where in the middle of the page, it lists absent Diaz-Dostal. There should be a listing of motion, right? It's this one? Yeah, of motion failed or passed. And I believe that's the passed one, correct? Correct. Yeah, so that should be motion passed with 9 affirmative votes, or I think it might have been more than 9.
So Chair Boehm, at the beginning of the motions, the way the motions are styled, at the beginning of the motion on page 4, rather than on the failed motions, they say a motion was made by and so forth. On the passed motion, it says action on motion of Commissioner Caterina, seconded by Commissioner Inman. The commission moved forward draft maps 13A and 14 with the following specific tasks. Mm-hmm. So it is at the beginning of the motion.
I see. All right. So Commissioner Diaz, if you look on page 5, there's, if I'm understanding the clerk correctly, where it has action on motion of Commissioner Caterina, seconded by Commissioner Inman, the commission moved forward draft map 13A and 14 with the following specifics. That's what passed. And then the motions that did not move forward were the ones specifically mentioned as motion failed due to. So the motion that I was reading that ends on the middle of page 6 with absent Diaz-Dostal, that is the continuation of the motion that moved forward on page 5. Then there's a new motion right below that. A motion was made by Commissioner Pond, seconded by Commissioner Serban. That's the motion that failed due to the lack of 9 affirmative votes a couple lines down. So the motion on page 5 passed with the commission move forward the maps, and the vote is recorded after for map 14, number 4. Go down to page 6, please. There you go, right there. So do you see where it says move Coronado into District 1? That is the end of the motion that was approved that began on page 5. And then the vote record for that motion, correct, David?
Yes.
Is that vote underneath that ends with absent Diaz-Dostal. Then there's a new motion made by Commissioner Pons, and that's the motion that's listed as failing at the bottom of the page.
Admittedly, it's a little confusing, and I think adding some spaces between each of the motions and the failed motions would be helpful. So we can do that and as a administrative correction.
Okay, so as always, we'll reserve for technical corrections as needed. Commissioner Serban, thanks again. Commissioner Diaz, does that address the issue for you? Good. Any other, thank you staff for bringing that up. Any other discussion about the minutes from November 19th? Seeing none, David, would you please call the roll for a vote?
Thank you. Commissioner Russ,
Aye.
Commissioner Hanson,
Aye.
Co-Vice Chair Garcia,
Aye.
Commissioner Inman, Commissioner Larson,
Aye.
Chair Bame,
Aye.
Commissioner Diaz,
Aye.
Commissioner Serban,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Krugliak,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Dostal,
Abstain.
Commissioner Pons,
Aye.
Chair Bame with Commissioner Dostal abstaining. All other commissioners who are present voting aye, that motion passes.
Thank you, commissioners. The next item is the discussion and possible approval of a resolution authorizing continuation or continuance of teleconference public meetings. This item follows the governor's approval of AB 361 earlier this year, which allows for a simplified method for virtual participation by commissioners at IRC meetings. We're considering this item now before our current resolution expires on December 10th. David, are there any requests from the public to speak on this agenda item?
Not in advance of today's meeting, but if any member of the public would like to address the commission on the resolution authorizing continuance of teleconference meetings, you're welcome to do so. Those present, please approach the microphone. Those participating remotely, please raise a virtual hand. Not seeing any movement in the chamber and not seeing any virtual hands, that concludes public comment. Chair Bame.
Thank you, David. Do we have a motion then, commissioners, for approval of the resolution of the County of San Diego Independent Redistricting Commission authorizing continuance of teleconference public meetings pursuant to Government Code Section 54953 as included with the agenda materials?
So moved.
Commissioner Serban, second. Commissioner Brown, thank you again. Any discussion from the commission with the understanding that the chair will take deep offense for any comments on his technical lack of capability?
You're so funny.
Seeing none, thank you, commissioners. David, would you please call the roll for a vote?
Thank you. Commissioner Dostal,
Aye.
Commissioner Larson,
Aye.
Co-Vice Chair Katarina, Commissioner Pons,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Inman, Chair Bame,
Aye.
Commissioner Hanson,
Aye.
Commissioner Serban,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Krugliak,
Aye.
Commissioner Garcia,
Aye.
Commissioner Russ,
Aye.
Commissioner Diaz.
Aye.
Chair Bame, that motion passes with all commissioners who are present voting aye.
Very good. Thank you, commissioners. At this point, let me just note more informally than anything else about what's coming up next. We have the two presentations, one by Dr. Gross and one by Mr. Adelson, that will include time for commissioners' comments and questions. And of course, for comments from the public. We'll also have an update on the statutorily required draft final report, which I anticipate being relatively short. We still have a very firm stop of 5 o'clock for, in order, or time certain, I should say, of 5 o'clock for the draft map public hearing. So my intention is to make sure we have time to hear from the public, hear the presentations, and go through the two analyses we have before us, as well as talk about the state of the draft of the statutorily required final report, and then perhaps take a short break while we transition to the public hearing. So I wanted to let commissioners and members of the public know that's the plan coming up for the next few items. So with that, we'll now move to item 5, a presentation of ability to elect analysis of IRC draft maps 13A and 14. As we've discussed previously, this analysis is key to the legal assessment required for our mapping decisions, specifically to ensure that all voters have the opportunity to elect candidates of their choice in the final supervisorial districts. Since the IRC draft maps under review today are all variations of the IRC draft maps 13A and 14, we've asked our experts to use these two maps as the basis for today's presentations. We'll begin with a presentation by Dr. Christian Gross and Dr. Natalie Masuoka regarding ability to elect and, if you will, the data-driven part of the analyses involved. And then we'll be entertaining questions from, or we'll have public comment and then entertain questions and comments from commissioners. So with that, Dr. Gross, I assume it's just Natalie with you today, but please feel free to introduce. The floor is yours, and we look forward to hearing your presentation.
Yeah, thanks, David. Yes, Natalie is here, and we're going to give the presentation on the ability to elect analysis that we were asked to do on these two draft maps. And so let me just share my screen briefly. Okay, so let me just get the presentation ready. Okay, so I want to just give a little bit of an overview. I know we talked about this last time. What's the purpose of this and what are we doing, right? So we have the two draft maps, 13A and 14. We're looking at the voting rights implications from the data perspective about which of these districts have the opportunity for Latino voters to choose candidates of choice. We also look at the opportunity for voters of color to choose candidates of choice, including Asian American voters, in the districts that are drawn. And now, why do we do these analyses? Going back to the racial polarization report that we previously conducted for you and that you passed, we found evidence of racial polarization in San Diego County, in particular in places like District 2. In the old map in 2012-20, we found evidence of racial polarization where voters of color voted together in coalition and white voters chose other candidates over those particular voters. For instance, in the whites tended to, in District 2, vote in the primaries for different candidates than did voters of color, particularly Latino voters. And Latino voters' candidates lost and white voters' preferred candidates won, for instance, in the old District 2, in the previous map. And so that's important to then set the stage for, well, how do you draw maps next, right? You know there's racial polarization. We also know in some of the supervisor districts in the past, white candidates of choice beat candidates preferred by voters of color. And there's some different evidence of that, and I'd go back and look at the RPV report for that for sure. But now that we know there's racial polarization, and also with the evidence you've seen in the report on the frequency by which white candidates of choice are defeating Latino candidates of choice, which happens in almost all the districts in the county in the last map, we now are going to evaluate the maps you're drawing for the future. And so just a couple definitions to make sure we don't get confused again. So racial polarization is the idea that Latino voters are choosing one candidate and white voters are choosing a different candidate. There doesn't have to be outright discrimination for that, but that's what's happening. And one of those candidates are splitting the vote by race and ethnicity. Candidate of choice is defined as a group, a candidate supported by a group. So when we say Latino candidate of choice, that's the candidate that a majority of Latino voters prefer. And in the ability to elect analysis, we're going to rely on what's called exogenous elections, like we talked about previously, because exogenous elections are held at the county level, or in many instances the state level, but we look just at the county, when there's a Latino candidate of choice running against a white candidate of choice. And we want to see, does that Latino candidate of choice win in a district that you have drawn to allow for the opportunity for Latino voters to elect candidates of choice? And the reason we use those exogenous elections and not supervisor elections from the past is your new districts don't overlap with the old supervisor districts. So we got to rely on these exogenous elections to do the analysis. So just a summary of what we're going to talk about. I'm going to talk about map 13A, and then Dr. Masuoka is going to talk about map 14. So we use the racial polarization report we've done already to determine the highly probative exogenous elections where there was racial polarization. And so we look at several exogenous elections where there are Latino candidates of choice well identified in the presence of racial polarization. And we then look at the districts you've drawn and we see, do Latino candidates of choice win in those districts? If they do, those districts are remedies for the racial polarization and the white bloc voting that was observed, for instance, in District 2 in the last decade, in the primaries in that district. If Latino candidates of choice do not win in those districts, then they're not Latino opportunity to elect districts. And there's percentages that we'll have on this, right? So sometimes the Latino candidate choice will win 100% of the time, sometimes 0% of the time, sometimes 40% of the time. And then that's subject to interpretation in terms of what that actually means in terms of opportunity. We also identify Asian American candidates of choice because you asked for that last time when we were here. And so we can talk about that, which districts provide opportunities for Asian American candidates of choice to win. And then just to summarize, a Latino opportunity to elect district is defined as one if it provides the opportunity for Latino candidates of choice to win in the proposed district. The ability to elect analysis, which is what we're doing, is the standard methodology used to evaluate districts. Ability to elect is not used to evaluate if there's racially polarized voting. We've already done that. It's not used to evaluate if there's white bloc voting in the past. We've already done that in the racially polarized voting report. It's used to determine, are these maps for the future that you're considering going to provide the ability to elect? All right, so draft map 13A. Here's the map, which you're probably very familiar with, right? And we're gonna talk about all 5 districts, but I'm gonna start with District 1, which encapsulates the entire community of Chula Vista, National City, and some other areas. Then we're gonna talk about District 2, which incorporates the entire community of La Mesa, the entire community of Lemon Grove, and other areas, including the entire community of El Cajon. And then we're gonna move on to District 3, 4, and 5. These are the racial demographics by VAP and CVAP provided by Flow. These are the data in a little bit bigger format. And as we talked about before, the way to evaluate ability to elect is not to look at some arbitrary racial or ethnic cutoff point, but to see if Latino candidates of choice can win, or if other candidates of choice can win. And so here's the district data, right? District 1 is a majority Latino district. That's very likely to occur if you're drawing a district in the southern part of San Diego County due to where the demographics of the county. You can see the other districts have substantial Latino populations, but in the numerical minority, and some also have substantial but smaller Black and Asian American citizen voting age populations, and they vary across the districts. All right, and so this one here gets at the overall non-white percentage, and then the Latino plus the Black plus the Asian CVAP, because in the previous meeting you asked us to talk a little bit about coalitions. And so just again, this is just demographic data. This isn't about the ability to elect, but another way of thinking about this is you have 4 districts that Asians, Latinos, and Black voters are not in the majority together. You have 4 districts in which Latinos are not in the majority by themselves. You have 4 districts in which Black voters are not in the majority by themselves, and 4 districts in which Asian Americans are not in the majority by themselves. You do have 1 district where Latinos are in the majority, and where combined minority populations are in the majority as well. All right, and so this is the ability to elect part. This is the takeaway that really matters. Do these districts provide the opportunity for Latino candidates of choice to win? Right, in our RPV report, we found that Latino voters and white voters differ, and that across much of the county, white candidates of choice voted to defeat Latino candidates of choice. But here in District 1, that remedy is found for that particular issue in the county. 100% of Latino candidates of choice win in District 1. In District 2, which is the district that has a substantial Latino population, but in the minority, but also a group of Black voters and Asian American voters, in which we did find evidence of some coalition voting in the old District 2, in the primaries, in particular 2 of the primaries, Black, Asian, and Latino voters voted together. In the new District 2, which does not overlap entirely, but some of the communities in the eastern part of District 2 do overlap with the old District 2. We find evidence that Latino candidates of choice are able to win at 80% in this particular district. And then, of course, in District 3, we find no evidence that Latino candidates of choice can win. So here in District 3, Latino candidates of choice are not successful using the exogenous elections with racial polarization. This means that white candidates of choice are winning in District 3. Also 4 and 5, Latino candidate choice wins in 40% of the elections, but that is evidence that white candidates of choice are winning in districts 4 and 5. And so what you've got is two districts, District 1 and 2, where there's a very the opportunity for Latino voters to choose the candidate of choice is high, and these districts are opportunity districts. Districts 3, 4, and 5, Latinos are not electing their candidate of choice. So if you're trying to make District 1 a Latino opportunity to elect district, it is done. That's good. If you're trying to make District 2 a Latino opportunity to elect district, that's done as well. Now we also, I don't have it in the slides, but we also looked at Asian American voters and Asian American voters candidates of choice. And in District 2, Asian American voters candidates of choice have a very do win at a relatively high rate. I think it was 80% or 100%. I got to check my notes on that. But the Asian American candidates of choice are also winning in District 2, in addition to Latino candidates of choice winning in District 2. And there we use the exogenous elections identified in the RPV report with Asian American candidates of choice. So what's the takeaway? What's the finding from Draft Map 13A from an ability to elect standpoint? District 1 is a Latino opportunity to elect district. It's pretty straightforward. District 2 is a district in which candidates preferred by voters of color have an opportunity to be elected. So the Latino candidates of choice who are winning in that district at rates of 80% were also supported by Black voters in our RPV report. There's some evidence that the old District 2 had coalition voting across through groups, and then there's some other districts that are also part of it where that evidence is harder to say. But in terms of District 2 being an opportunity for voters of colors to choose candidates, it appears that District 2 has that chance because Asian American candidates of choice are winning in this district and Latino candidates of choice are winning in this district. And then we also looked at District 4 because I think one of you had brought this up at our previous meeting. We looked at District 4 to assess if Asian American voters have influence in the district, and the evidence is nuanced. And it's what we find there is that the district is a very low Asian CVAP just because of the Asian CVAP numbers in the county as a whole. It is the highest Asian CVAP district, though, in one of the two plans, and I believe in the other map. But this district, Asian American candidates of choice are actually winning at really high rates. And so when you look at Asian American candidates of choice, they're winning in this district, but it's a low Asian CVAP district. So we are uncomfortable making any kind of claim about this district in terms of being an Asian American ability to elect or opportunity to elect. But we did want to talk about that because you had asked about it at the previous meeting. All right, and so I'm going to hand it over to Natalie, who's going to discuss draft map 14.
Thanks, Christian. So we'll look at the map for 14. So next slide. Okay, so I think the main idea here is that they are relatively similar. I mean, one of the things here as we go over the data is to note that the numbering of the districts did change, where you still have the same district on the south, the most southern section along the US-Mexico border still being 1. But there is a renumbering system. So this is just to acknowledge this as we move forward and do some comparing here across the results. What was District 2, the area that encompassed District 2 in the previous map now is numerically 4. That just as an example. And so for us to acknowledge here with looking at this map and the association here with our data. Next slide. Okay, so like our previous map, we see that for District 1, that is a Latino majority CVAP district. There are variations here. I will point out District 4 here, which is a 26.2 Latino CVAP, and then District 5 here, interestingly, which is a 27.7 Latino CVAP. I think that this is one important pattern to note because of the findings that we show, to think a little bit here about the importance of, as we talked about in our last conversation, right, that it's not necessarily just about the size of a specific population. It actually depends on how the context and the types of neighborhoods and voters that you are incorporating in a district, because we are really seeing distinctively different findings, even though for 4 and 5, right, they have very similar Latino CVAP numbers. So next slide. Just Just like Christian presented here, we also, because there was a request from the commission to think about not necessarily just Latino populations, but other voters of color, we also wanted to acknowledge here that for map 14, District 1, again, it is a Latino majority CVAP district, but it's also a majority minority CVAP district at 73.5%. We also see here in this map 14's District 4, we have a majority minority CVAP district at a non-white population of 51.8%. Okay, so we have some very, very diverse districts here, and then 2 and 3 are majority white districts. Next slide. So here are our data results. District 1, as a reminder, which is our majority Latino CVAP district, had a rate of electing Latino candidates' choice at 100%. So this is a very strong Latino ability elected district, which is the match here between a high Latino CVAP population, right, and showing that Latino candidate of choice win at 100% rate in exogenous general elections. We see here for our other district that has a majority minority population, District 4, that district has a rate of 80% where the Latino candidate of choice wins. Going back here to our comments here of 4 and 5, right? So remember that 4 and 5 had very similar Latino majority CVAP population sizes, yet we can see the very, very distinctive difference here in the rate at which the Latino candidate of choice wins. Even though they have very similar Latino CVAP population sizes, we can see here that due to white bloc voting, right, we can see that there's a 40% rate here in District 5, yet with a coalition of voters in a very different type of drawn district, right, we see a rate at 80%. So I think to really take this into account and also to link back with our conversation from the last time we were visiting you. Next slide. Okay, to sum up here, we want to summarize, for District 1, this is a Latino opportunity to elect district. Again, this is a Latino CVAP majority that has 100% rate of time that the Latino candidate of choice wins. For our District 4, which is a district with a majority minority population size, we actually do show as well that that is a district which will elect Latino candidates of choice. So it is an area here where minority candidates really do have an opportunity to elect. We find in our analysis of Asian American candidates of choice here that both in District 1 and District 4 have a very high rate in which the Asian American candidate of choice wins. In District 1, the rate is 86%, and in District 4, that rate is 100%. So, kind of putting together the analysis of Latino candidates of choice and Asian American candidates of choice, I think collectively putting these together, these are districts here where minority candidates have a very strong opportunity to win. In contrast, if we look at our other districts, districts 2, 3, and 5 really have relatively low rates at which a Latino or Asian American, or actually 2 and 5 have very, very low rates in which Latino candidates of choice can win. However, for District 3, we do find some at a 60% that the Latino candidate of choice wins. I think, Christian, we have one more bullet point there for our audience. Just like our analysis of map 13 here, we do find for District 3 that there is some evidence here that the Latino candidate of choice and the Asian American candidate of choice does win at a decent rate. However, again, as Christian mentioned from our last map, this is a district that really has a very, very low minority population size and a very low Latino CVAP size. So we want to caution, approach these analysis, these findings with caution, especially given the population size of the district.
Very good. Dr. Riss, that means it's my turn.
Yeah, sure. Yes, and that's so
Okay,
we
very
wanted
good.
to
Thank you.
summarize those two maps, and we're pleased that you're here to listen to our data analysis and take what we say as the finding in the data.
Again, thank you very much to both of you for that. It's always good to have the data put forward in a digestible way. Next, we'll turn to public comment, and then after that, clarifying questions and comments from commissioners. Before we open public comment, I'd like to remind the public that any comments under this agenda item should be specifically related to the ability to elect analyses and points we just heard. Comments regarding mapping and other matters before us would be best offered during the draft map public hearing, which I explained earlier under agenda item 8 will begin promptly at 5 p.m. So with that in mind, David, do we have any requests from the public to speak on this agenda item?
Thank you, Chair Boehm. We did not receive any requests in advance of today's meeting, but if any member of the public would like to address the commission on this item, you're welcome to do so. Those present, please come forward to the microphone. Those participating remotely, please raise a virtual hand by clicking the raise hand button on Zoom or by pressing *9 if you're dialing in by phone. We'll begin with our in-person speaker, and if you can begin with stating your name if you so choose, we would
Sure.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Jeffries. I'm trying to translate old numbers to new numbers, and I want to double check. Can the consultants please tell us the new 1, 2, 3, 4, what was it as other, what was its original number? Is that okay to ask?
We can't really have a dialogue as such, and that's
Okay.
not our rule, I will say. But I think our commissioners and consultants have a pretty good record of picking up on points. So if you make that a point you're interested in, I'll certainly won't stand in the way of them addressing it.
Thank you.
I should make clear as well as we move to the remote participants that the public has 3 minutes apiece to address the commission. And Cheryl Brierton, please you're welcome to address the
Hello,
board.
can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Cheryl Brierton and I live in current District 4. I too am confused about the new numbers, but I'm sort of about ability to elect. I see we've had a consistent in current District 4, we've had ability to elect Democratic candidates of all ilks on the city and the county who are like-minded to get our community to achieve things. And now I see both of these new maps put us together with El Cajon, which is a very known for being a very right wing, and I would even say, what's the nickname for Santee? Clanty? I feel like this map is throwing some very disparate groups together. Our community has always been racially mixed here in Golden Hill, South Park, where I live. And we have worked together harmoniously in a balanced community. I'm looking at the maps in the newspaper today, and I feel horrified at this new configuration that you're talking about, putting us together with like-minded groups and diminishing our ability to get the kinds of changes that we want here in current District 4. So with that, I urge you not to take away our political power to get what we need in Golden Hill, South Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Esther Sanchez.
You to consider what is happening in North County, especially District 5, and that is that the Latino population is increasing significantly, especially in Fallbrook. That used to be a whole lot less, and now it's approaching 50% Latino, as well as Oceanside and also Escondido. So District 5 has been identified as a racially polarized voting district, and we strongly urge the commission to address and rectify this situation. For the most part, map 13A respects our communities of interest, our COI in District 5, which includes the Latino, AAPI, African American, Native American, and LGBTQ communities. Oceanside, Vista, San Marcos, Escondido, and Fallbrook have similar demographics, which include at least 35% Latino, with Fallbrook, Vista, and Escondido at or about or approaching over 50%. Most of our communities are over 50% diverse, providing opportunities for our voices to be heard by coalescing with other communities of color and the LGBT community to elect a candidate of our choice. We have a strong presence of AAPI communities, including Samoans and Filipino Americans in Oceanside, Fallbrook, Vista, San Marcos, and Escondido, including 11 Samoan churches in the cities of Oceanside and Vista. There's also a Buddhist temple in Vista and a Thai temple in Escondido. I especially also want you to take into consideration that historically there was a large village of the Santa Maria Band of Mission Indians in the Oceanside, Camp Pendleton, Fallbrook, Bonsall area for 10,000 years. A landless tribe, members reside throughout District 5, depicted in 13A. Tribal members are very active in preserving their Native American heritage and sacred sites, including partnering with Camp Pendleton and the cities and county in this region to ensure ancestors and historical artifacts disturbed are recorded and reburied at or near the grading site as land development continues. It is imperative that the Santa Maria Band of Mission Indians have the same county representative and not be split from other tribal members or other tribes or reservations where they also live. The ancient village where ancestors and artifacts are buried should be recognized and allowed to remain intact within the same district. The Voting Rights Act was adopted to address ongoing voter dilution and discrimination in voting as a matter of statewide concern in order to enforce the fundamental rights guaranteed to California voters. It provides for equal opportunity of representation, the ability to elect a candidate of our choice. And that is what we're here to speak to. The commission has a phenomenal opportunity to address past dilution practices, i.e., for example, how Escondido was removed from District 5 20 years ago by choosing map 13A as a base map and then incorporate other changes. You have received letters from immigrant, Latino, Samoan, and our Filipino American organizations, as well as our tribes and LGBT community in support of map 13A. We urge you to please consider District 5 in your deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you. Gabe Hernandez, you have 3 minutes to address the commission. Gabe, you may need to unmute yourself. Gabe, I'm showing that you lowered your virtual hand, but you're still muted. Do you wish to address the commission? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and remove the permission to talk. I take it that this, Diana Caldell, we have one more virtual hand. Diana Caldell, you have 3 minutes to address the commission.
Oh. Hello?
We can hear you. You need to turn off the speaker on your computer.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. My name is Diana Caudell, and I'm the member of the San Luis Band of Mission Indians. I'd like to say on behalf of our tribe, the San Luis Band of Mission Indians, we wrote to you and the members of the Independent Redistricting Commission to express our interest in the current redistricting of the supervisor districts. We support the inclusion of our historical territories and coalesce within one supervisor district. From our perspective, map 13A best meets this intention in our community of interest.
Excuse me, I'm going to mute you for a moment. This item is just for the ability to elect analysis. And I think your comments may be more appropriate for item number 8, which is the public hearing at 5. I'm going to go ahead and unmute you. If you want to address the commission on the ability to elect analysis, you're welcome to do so. Diana, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, would you like
can
to
wait.
address the commission on the ability to elect analysis that we just heard from Dr. Gross?
No, I think I can wait till the public.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sir? You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners, people online and whatnot. My name is Dan Castillo. I am born and raised in San Diego County. And I actually did want to thank the two doctors for their really great analysis. I'm actually really encouraged looking at the subtle, but I think really meaningful differences between the ability to elect candidate choice or choice candidates of color. It seems like there's a better ability for communities of color to choose representatives that better represent their interests, represent their experiences in San Diego, and specifically map 14. I mean, we saw a difference in the percentage, especially in a District 3. There was a 0% chance in map 13 that a Latino candidate choice of color could be elected. Whereas in map 14, there was a 60% chance. And, you know, speaking on behalf of, well, not all Latinos, but, you know, as a person identifying as Latino, I'm a little encouraged to see that to go from 0% to 60% from map 13 to map 14, there could be some very interesting candidates that we could bring up in those districts. And I thank very much the doctors for a really awesome presentation. I learned a lot, and I'm actually really encouraged by map 14. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further motion in the chamber or any further virtual hands. That concludes public comment on this item, Chair Boehm.
Thank you very much, David. Thank you, members of the public. Appreciate your comments and patience. With that, we'll turn to questions and comments from commissioners. Again, commissioners, this is a discussion focused on the issue of ability to elect analysis in RPV. I have Commissioner Serbin, followed by Commissioner Diaz. Commissioner Serbin, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Boehm. Sorry, I had my mic on. Thank you, Chair Boehm, and thank you to and thank you to the to Dr. Gross and Dr. Masuoka for their presentation. Dr. Masuoka, you had mentioned when you were looking at map 14, districts 4 and 5 had a similar, I think this is what you said, and I don't, so you can please correct me if I misheard you. Districts 4 and 5 on map 14 have similar CVAPs numbers as map 13, but there's you got a different result in the ability to elect. Did I hear that correctly?
It's more specifically within map 14, districts 4 and 5 have Latino CVAP numbers. I think we need to make sure that we pay attention that there's a different numbering system between 13A and 14. So those numbers are really not necessarily matching with the same geographic area across maps. So also when we're comparing the results, right, that for example, what is the same area in district 2 in map 13A is actually district 4 in map 14, and so on. So the numbering system is differently. So we want to definitely caution to not necessarily say, if you look at the results for district 4 in map 13A, the rate goes up and down via map 14 because it's not actually the same geographic area. So we want to make sure that we are clear, right, about the was significantly changed, at least the way that we've presented right now here in this map.
Okay, understood. So
can I add one more thing on that? Sorry, Commissioner.
Good, Dr. Gross.
The other thing I think one of the other things Natalie was just trying to make clear is that one district that had a similar Latino CVAP in the same plan that had a very similar Latino CVAP leads to different Latino candidates of choice. So it really is about the ability to elect or the opportunity to elect, and that, you know, if you do draw down a district too low and there's too few Latino voters in some parts of the county, the district will not be a Latino ability to elect district. And then in others, it may be. And so I think that's an important point that come out of that data too.
Okay. So looking at District 3 between the two maps, the District 3 is similarly numbered between the two maps. But I see that in your analysis of District 3 between map 13 and 14, on 13, it's the Latino ability to elect was at 0%. On 14, it's at 60%. And I'm curious, how did that happen?
Yeah, I mean, so that's just us taking the past elections with Latino candidates of choice, and we look at the metric is an ability to elect district, right? In the one district, 0% of the time Latino candidates of choice win, and in the other 60% of the time Latino candidates of choice win.
May I step in here for a moment? Because really what's happening there is District 3 in map 13A is East County. And District 3 in map 14 is what
Oh, I'm
we're
sorry, I
calling
look at
the
that wrong.
coastal county. So you cannot actually compare 3 and 3. It's not apples and apples. It's the same with 2 and 4. Those are yeah. So in 2 and District 2 in map 13 is what we are calling the BIPOC community. And it's District 4 in map 14. So if you're looking at the tables and just comparing, 1 and 1, District 1 and 1 and 2, the only one that you can actually compare is District 1. That is the county that includes Chula Vista, National City, and so forth. So that the better comparison, for example, for the speaker who said, wow, in one map, you have a 0% ability to elect, and in another, in that same district, it's 60%. It's actually, there is a difference, but the difference is 40% in map 13A, and it's 60% if you're comparing the same sort of districts. The boundaries are a little bit different. It's 40% in 13A, it's 60% in 14. So I'm sorry to jump in, but it seemed like there's a lot of confusion around that, and that's because the numbering for these maps just was not consistent from map to map. So
And
I was similarly confused, spent a lot of time getting it straight in my head, which is why I can just sort of speak
and it's
without even
perfectly,
looking at the maps. Yeah.
and it's perfectly understandable. I thank Dr. Gross and Dr. Matsuoka for trying to spell that out. I will make the editorial comment that this is one of the concerns
I had about moving 2 maps forward from the 19th and moment of chastisement.
Co-Vice Chair Garcia, you'll be happy to know you got a big thumbs up from the member of the public here who raised it before.
To be fair to other commissioners, I want to move on.
I still have one more question.
So I'll tell you what, we'll come back. and-
Chair Bame, sorry, you're reverbing. We can barely understand you.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry, we can barely understand you online because it's repeating.
Do we have any-
Phone's open? Okay. All right. Commissioners, I'm cognizant of the time we have right now. I've got at least 3 other commissioners who want to ask questions. And you're going to hear me doing this throughout today and tomorrow. We don't have time to have all the discussion we'd like to have now. I don't mean it to be rude. I mean it to be fair, constructive, and directed towards what we've got to meet at the end. I'm confident there'll be plenty of opportunities to bring up all aspects of this. But to be fair, and particularly with these 2 presentations, I want to see where we are at the end of the first round of questions. And if we have time, I'll do everything possible to come back to any commissioner who wants to add another round. I will ask at this point for commissioners to restrict themselves to 1 or 2 questions to be fair, to move along. So I've got Commissioner Diaz, Commissioner Krugliak, Commissioner Russ,
Co-Vice Chair Garcia.
and then Commissioner Serban, I know, has at least 1 more follow-up if we can. So Commissioner Diaz.
Thank you, Chair. Bame, thank you so much for this analysis. Can you hear me on my mic? Okay, great. I want to draw attention to District 5 in both maps because we've heard.
Commissioner, can you suspend for a minute? Can you suspend for 1 minute? We're having trouble hearing in the room. Can you make sure you're muted on your end beyond speaking? Great, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you off the computer. But there's a TV or something apparently. echoing or overcoming your voice on the speaker feed. That's got it.
Got it?
Go ahead.
Okay, great. I want to draw your attention to District 5 because we've heard a lot of testimony about communities of interest in North County. And one of the things that I didn't expect actually was the ability to elect 40% as compared in both maps, map 14 and map 13A. I would have expected it to be higher in considering the large Latino population that we've heard identified in North County, especially within the cities of Escondido and also Fallbrook, Valley Center, etc. I would like to get your analysis, if any, that you could, what were some factors in what was the reason for having 40% across both maps? And why wouldn't it have been higher, for example, in map 13A? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, so my first response to that is that the both of those districts in both maps are majority white CVAP districts, right? And given evidence of racial polarization and white block voting, where white voters vote to block Latino candidates of choice from winning in that part of the county, those still are districts in which the white candidate choice is going to win 60% of the time, and the Latino candidate choice is going to lose, or excuse me, Latino candidate choice does win 40% of the time. And so it's a higher propensity for Latino voters
candidates
of choice to win than say a 0%, right? So like District 2 in map 14, which is the northeast and north part of the county, is a 0% Latino candidate of choice win district. And then District 5, which is the northern part in map 13A, but not the eastern part, is a 40%. But neither of those districts, either 0 or 40%, is going to present a very high likelihood of an opportunity of Latino voters candidate winning. But map 13A, District 5, 40% of the time Latino candidates of choice win. Map 14, District 5, around the Carlsbad Oceanside area, also 40%, as you point out. And so one of the reasons is, even in areas in which there are high Latino citizen voting age population, given the presence of racial polarization and white bloc voting, white candidates of choice will win. And so in this case, Latino candidates of choice win sometimes. In District 5 and map 14, 40% of the time. In District 5 and map 13A, 40% of the time. I don't know, Natalie, you want to add anything on that?
I mean, what is striking, if you compare District 5 in map 13A and 14, in map 13A, the Latino population, CVAP population is 29.8, and then in map 14, the difference is actually only about 2%, it's 27.7. So I think both maps are really encompassing the similar Latino population, likely, but there is a large non-Latino and actually specifically white population in both of those District 5s in both of those maps. And as Christian said, so to link this to with then the high rate of racial polarization that we found in our RPB report, you can really still see it in play even with the redrawing of the districts.
And the other thing to think about, if you think about it county-wide, right? There's this evidence of racial polarization and white bloc voting in the northern part of the county and in other parts of the county as well, as we talked about. So one of the remedies would be districts in other parts of the county that do provide Latino the ability to elect, right? Such as Districts 1 and 2 in map 13A and Districts 1 and 4 in map 14.
Very good. Commissioner Krugliak.
Thank you. This is just a question on significance. So the only difference between the maps is that the coastal district moves from 40% in 13A to 60% in map 14, presumably because of the AAPI switch. And the question is, am I thinking about it right, that it's 2 out of 5 versus 3 out of 5, which would not have any statistical significance associated with it just for small number testing? Or is this more of like a regression base where a real 20% shift is a real significant 20% shift?
Yeah, so this is more of an arithmetic exercise, right? So this is where we identify those elections from the past and look at who's winning the most overall within the counties, because we're forced to use those exogenous elections from the RPV report because of the lines being redrawn. So this isn't a regression-based analysis. The ability to elect analysis that's standard in the voting rights litigation world and in the scholarship is to do this sort of arithmetic, to take the RPV analysis and then assess the percentages. And so I think your point, especially on the 40% versus 60%, is good. Like Natalie and I are both hesitant to sort of make a really strong claim on the difference in those districts, just because 60% is just slightly higher than a coin flip, and 40% is just slightly lower than a coin flip. Now, District 1 at 100% ability to elect, we're very confident, right? And so there is some uncertainty around all this, and it's a really great point. But I do think I really want to focus on the 0% district in particular, where that's a very likely chance for white voters to choose the white candidate of choice, and then the 100% chance district in District 1 and the 80% district in District 2. Like those are where I'm much more certain about that. Do you agree with that now?
Yes, I mean, I would agree though that you are showing that it's shifting the types of population of the districts is shifting the rate at which Latino candidates of choice win. So there is a relationship there with Commissioner, with shifting the types of population included, and that therefore you are shifting the rate at which Latino candidates of choice win. I would also approach it a little bit more as a, kind of more of a closer to a difference of means of proportions rather than a regression type of analysis. If that's more helpful for you.
Thank you. Commissioner Russ.
Yes, I'm with Commissioner Garcia. I've been trying to connect the dots. And the way I did it was I put it in columns, and I saw that 1 correlates to 1, 2 correlates to 4, 3 correlates to 2, and back and forth, this, that, and the other. So after all of that, what I was really interested in is when I look on your page 8 and page 16, where page 8 is for map 13, page 16 is for map 14, and I look at the rate of Latino candidate of choice who wins. Can I not add up, just, you said it's simple arithmetic, can I not just add up those percentages and essentially divide by 5, since we have five districts, and see whether or not there's really a statistically significant difference between maps 13 and 14. For example, when I do that on map 13, I add up all those on page 8, all those percentages of the rate of Latino candidate of choice wins. I add them all up, that's 260. Divide by 5, I get 52, or yeah, 52. I add up on page 16, I add up all those percentages, divide by 5, and I get 56. That's a little bit better than a coin toss, as you said. So my question is, really, is there any really statistical significantly difference between 13 and 14 in this regard?
Yeah, that's a good question, and I think it's similar to what Commissioner Krugliak was asking about too, right? Like the big difference across the maps is that there's one district, it's District 3 in map 14 and District 4 in map 13A, that has a slight difference in the probability of a Latino candidate of choice being elected. And but it's not a huge difference. 40 is different than 60, and 60 is a higher probability. But I would focus on the way you're doing the averages. I would think about District 1 in both maps, same probability of electing a Latino candidate of choice. So that is similar. District 2 in both map 13A and map 14, similar opportunity to elect as well, right? So same on those two districts.
Although again, we want to be
I'm sorry, District
careful.
2 and 4. Yeah.
Thank you.
So
It's 2 and 4.
2 and 4, yes, thank you. And so on. And so I think the point is that in terms of the Latino ability to elect or the Latino opportunity to elect, there are not differences. Now, the one thing I do want to point out relates to, and it's related to one of those public comment questions, So if you want to think about the old map and remedies from what happened in the old map, right? So the old map, District 2, had an instance of racial polarization where the candidates of choice in the primary, who were supported by Asian, Black, and Latino voters, lost to the white candidate of choice. And a lot of that is shared in both map 13A and map 14 in some of the former District 2. And so that District 2 and map 13A, District 4 and map 14, that would be a remedy for some of that past racial polarization and white bloc voting against that coalition of voters of color. Also, District 4 in the old map, as we mentioned in our RPV report, Lori Saldana was the Latino candidate of choice who lost a primary election. White voters voted for a different candidate. A remedy would be to have part of that former District 4 be what is now District 2 in map 13A, or District 4 in map 14, right? And so there are a lot of similarities, but in terms of what we're really focused on is, do these districts provide the opportunity for Latino candidates of choice to win, or voters of color's candidates of choice to win, when in the past that didn't happen, right?
Of course, I'm not so interested in the old districts that we're changing. I'm interested in map 13, map 14, and I, in my little matrix that I drew, I think Commissioner Krugliak did the same thing. Like say in 13 and 14, District 1 is 75% to 74%. But then if you go from 2 to 4, District 2 in map 13, District 4 in map 14, they're kind of analogous. You're going from 52% to 52%. I think my observation is that I really don't see a lot of difference when I really correlate the geographic distance, the geographic areas. I don't really see a lot of difference between map 13 and map 14. And my question is that a correct conclusion? What's your opinion? Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, I was going on a bit off on a different tangent. So yeah, I mean, the main difference, as you pointed out, is the District 3 in map 14 and District 4 and map 13A do have slightly different percentages for Latino candidate choice. The other 4 districts do have the same percentages of the Latino candidate choice across both maps.
Well, I have 13.
Okay, Commissioner Russ.
Okay, sorry.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
That's okay.
I promise we'll come back to it. Okay,
That's all right.
It's okay. I've got Commissioner Garcia, Co-Vice Chair Garcia, sorry, Commissioner Pons, and then I think we'll be able to get Commissioner Serban's single question in. And then I really think we'll need to move on because it's already 4:10 and we still have to hear from Mr. Adelson and make sure we have time to transition. So Co-Vice Chair Garcia.
Yes, thank you for that presentation. I know that you provided us this analysis of the Asian American vote. But I guess my first question is, given, and correct me if I'm wrong, but given that they are not actually, there are some pockets of areas in the county, but when I looked at the map with the sort of the dots on it that show, they're spread out all over the county. So they're not necessarily, I guess, compact. They can't form a majority in any place in the county. And I noticed also from your original report that you reported that they don't actually always support the Latino candidate. Then they sometimes, vote with the white majority. I guess my first question is, how do we think about this information? I mean, is RPV actually triggered for this population or not?
Yeah, I mean, this goes back to the initial report a little bit. But before I do that, if you don't mind, I'm going to just mention this because I had it ready. I thought this is where you're going, but the Asian American candidates of choice percentage of winning in both maps is identical across all 5 districts. So I just want to make that clear because it wasn't in the presentation. So the proportions.
And what's that number again? Can you remind me? Do we have that?
Oh, it's do you want it for every single district?
No, well, because you reported in your original report, you said Asian American candidates of choice win the majority of the county's votes in 75% of these elections.
Oh, yeah.
So
Right,
I guess,
yeah.
which is, and it was only 56% for Latin America, for Latino candidates. So I'm trying to understand how to use this information and how it should help drive our decisions.
Yeah, I see. So, I mean, going back to the RPV report, I think you have to look at it district by district, right? So in some of the districts, Asian American candidates of choice did join with white voters to win, and were different than other voters. But if you go to like District 4 in the old map and District 2 in the old map, about which our RPV analysis is based on, especially in the old District 2, there is evidence of Asian Americans and Latinos and Black voters voting for the same candidate in primary elections. But then that's not the case in other parts of the county. And then I think the other thing that's important is you talked about the group size, right? Asian Americans, as we mentioned in our report, are a large and growing and important community in San Diego County, but may not be large enough, and that would be something Flo would have to determine. It may not be large enough to have a 50% Jingles Prong 1 district. Natalie, do you want to add on that?
I mean, I think we want to recognize your point that the Asian American population, while growing in San Diego, is a relatively smaller population. We wanted to include an analysis of a group beyond Latinos for San Diego because of San Diego's diversity. But I think that we did acknowledge this in the report, that as the population size gets smaller, we have to approach these results with more caution. And so for that reason, Dr. Gross and I have really emphasized the results for the Latino candidates of choice and emphasizing Latino CVAP as a reliable indicator for analyzing racial polarization. But I think we should look at some of this other data as perhaps supplemental and offering you some other angles about thinking about other racial populations. But I think we do need to recognize it's a smaller population, as with our analysis for Black voters. You know, of course, it's very important for us to recognize these voters in the county, but for us to you know, kind of see this more as supplemental rather than something that you are, you know, that you would only focus on in terms of making your decisions.
Okay, thank you. And my very last question. Oh, okay. You want me to?
Okay. I appreciate it. Again, it's the time pressure we have, but again, I'm confident we'll find ways to bring it up and address it. Commissioner Pons.
Yes, thank you for your analysis. I am interested in the BIPOC candidates of choice because we focused on the Latino and the Asian Americans, and that's not part of the BIPOC definition. So can you give us some more analysis on BIPOC candidates going forward? I'd really like to see that analysis because it seems like we've excluded that demographic, and that demographic has been part of the discussion since day one. So can you give us more analysis on that so we can see the impact and influence of BIPOC voters on the outcomes for their candidates of choice?
Yeah, in the data, even though it's not in the PowerPoint, so in our, going back to the RPV report, Black voters in the exogenous elections support Latino candidates of choice, and this similar candidates to Latino voters, preferred candidates in the county at the exogenous level. And so the district in particular, District 1 in map 14 and map 13A, and District 4 in map 14 and District 2 in map 13A, Black voters, preferred candidates in the exogenous elections are winning in those districts. And so that's and one of the reasons our conclusion slide mentioned the El Cajon and Lemon Grove district and the surrounding areas as being a district with an opportunity to elect voters of color, is we do find evidence that Latino preferred candidates, Black preferred candidates, and Asian American preferred candidates in that district are winning at very high rates of 80% or higher.
Okay.
And just, sorry, that just wasn't in the PowerPoint, but that is in our analysis that we have.
Oh, it's part of the analysis. It just wasn't brought out in the PowerPoint presentation. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Commissioner Serban with the understanding that,
We'll then go to Commissioner Dostal.
and then we'll turn to Mr. Adelson. So Commissioner Serban?
So Dr. Gross, do you know where on maps 13 and 14, we talked about coalition voting. Are there areas in the county or districts in 13 or 14 that are more likely to demonstrate coalition voting than not?
Yeah, I mean, so some of it's kind of hard because the districts that have been drawn are not substantially overlapping with past supervisorial districts. So it's harder to go back and look at we can look at the past RPV data on the supervisor district level and see that there is some coalition voting, like I mentioned in District 2 in the primaries where voters of color were losing and white candidates were not. And then in other parts of the county, there are white voters who were voting with Asian voters, and then Latino voters were on the other side in other districts. But these don't map well to the current districts because you've struck you are an independent redistricting commission. You've drawn a different map, right? And so so it's harder to then go and set back from that. And then in terms of the exogenous elections, right, there is the data are in the racially polarized voting report. There is some evidence in some places of coalitions, and then particularly among Latinos and Black voters. And then in other times there's not, and it depends on the election and it depends on the levels. And so, I think that one thing that when you look at the entire map of San Diego County and our racially polarized voting analysis is that there's strong racial polarization where white voters do have different preferences from Latino voters. Latino voters are often losing to white voters' preferred candidates across much of San Diego County in endogenous and exogenous elections. And that's pretty straightforward. And then there is also evidence that that is more mixed with Asian Americans, and sometimes Asian American candidates are losing, and sometimes they are not, to preferred candidates of voters. And then with Black voters, candidates of choice are often losing to white candidates of choice at the supervisorial level, but then sometimes not too, right? And so it depended on the district. And I think you really got to look at the RPV report to get into that. I would just focus on the old District 2 did have some coalition voting evidence in the supervisorial district primaries.
It's one of the reasons why in our PowerPoint, we offered you the demographic slides that look at the percent non-white population in the district. So you can get a sense of, a really multiracial, a more multiracial population, especially if you compare, right, the percent non-white compared to percent Latino, right? So that gives you a real sense of how diverse the district is. And then you can look at the rate of Latino candidates of choice. And you can really see, right, that you've got some districts there that are high non-white, but do elect candidates of choice. And then there are high non-white, but then don't. So for example, like in map 14, that's the difference between districts 4 and 5, right? So you have a kind of similar non-white population, slightly higher in District 4, but a much significantly higher rate at Latino candidates of choice winning. So that's one of the reasons why we offer you that data, so you can get a sense of multiracial coalition building.
Yeah, and like we talked about before, it depends on where in the county. So I think the geography of the county can make a difference too. Yeah, and then also, right, like your maps have a lot of communities that are whole within the maps, and that's really important, right? Like having whole cities included in these districts that are majority minority is really important.
So, but the takeaway though, Dr. Gross, is there's no consistent area in the county. It's depending on what the race was or what the issue was. I mean, what I'm not hearing from you is consistently in this area of the county, we're seeing coalition voting, or is that we can't draw that conclusion?
No, I think in old District 2 in the primaries, Black, Latino, and Asian voters were voting together in our RPV report that is shown. And some of old District 2 overlaps with the new District 2 in one of the maps, and then District 4 of the other maps, but not entirely, because it's quite a different map. So it's hard to make a claim from old map to new map in that regard.
That's right, other than District 2, that's right, thank you.
Good. Commissioner Dostal, and then we'll turn to Mr. Adelson.
Thank you, Chair Boehm. I hope this is just a yes answer. We can be done, but I'm going to make a very broad what I'm hearing based on your excellent presentation and the excellent questions we had. So is it fair to say that both maps 13A and 14 improve on the current district maps, districts with respect to opportunity districts? However, when it comes to comparing 13A and 14, there's not necessarily a significant difference between them as compared to each other. Is that true?
Yeah, I would say compared to the old map, the new maps are an improvement on the opportunity to elect. And the only difference is the one district we discussed that's a 40% or a 60%.
Great, thank you.
Proposals.
And thank you very much, commissioners, and thank you for your patience and understanding how we're moving on that. Dr. Grosso-Masuoka, thank you very much. I hope you can stay and be part of the conversation as we continue. Moving on to item 6, legal assessment of draft maps 13 and 14 as it relates to the Federal Voting Rights Act by Special Voting Rights Act Counsel Bruce Adelson. In the interest of time, I'm going to move directly to Mr. Adelson, followed by public comment and clarifying questions for commissioners. Mr. Adelson, I'll ask you if at all possible to keep your initial remarks to 15 minutes or less so we can have the kind of dialogue I know commissioners want to have. Mr. Adelson, the floor is yours.
And thank you. Good evening. Good to see everybody again. Mr. Chairman, as I was joining you as a panelist, I missed the last part of your comments. So could you please repeat them about what you'd like me to do tonight?
If you could restrict your initial comments to 15 minutes because we have a public hearing starting in 35 minutes, and I want to make sure commissioners have a chance to ask you questions as well as to give the public the chance they're allowed for commentary on your presentation.
Thank you. Although I've been told brevity is a strength and a weakness of mine, I'm going to endeavor to use it as a strength and keep my comments on considering the PowerPoint that you already have even shorter than 15 minutes if I meet my goal. So I think you've heard a lot of information. And as I've said before, I look forward to many opportunities to speak with you as you move forward into the final phase of mapping. The district that is the most significant to me is District 1 in both maps, because District 1 is the only majority minority single race district. And as you know, in Board of Supervisors elections under the current map, minority voters have a 100% track record of electing candidates of choice. So that's something that needs to be protected. I've looked at both districts. Both districts continue to provide the opportunity to elect. They satisfy the Voting Rights Act. So I'm good with District 1. And beyond that, my opinion is that you're unable to draw a single race majority minority district elsewhere in the county. You're not required to do that. I think that that's something that's important to remember. One of the complexities in your county is you have a lot of coalitional voting. Since you can only draw one single race majority minority district, you have a lot of coalitional voting involving primarily Black voters, Asian voters, and Latino voters. So the extent of coalition voting and the extent of cohesiveness where minorities support the same candidate is inconsistent. It's very variable. You don't typically have your three largest minority groups supporting the same candidates, and particularly in Board of Supervisors elections. That's something that I'm going to talk about in more detail. I certainly, in answer to your questions, I could do that, but I'm preparing a more detailed letter. I got some additional data and answers to my questions yesterday that I'm still looking at. And that's something that I'm going to be preparing, because your county is complex in the sense that you don't have this cohesiveness across all minority groups in most elections. And I'm looking primarily at, remember what we talked about, endogenous versus exogenous elections. The most pertinent election is your Board of Supervisors elections, because those are the elections that you are, or the districts that you're drawing. So I wanted to make that point. I also wanted to remind and stress what we've discussed previously. Race cannot predominate as your main criterion in redistricting. That is a significant issue. It was a significant issue in the last round of redistricting. It will be again, particularly with the composition of the current Supreme Court and the federal judiciary having changed. So I pay a lot of attention to Supreme Court opinions in the last round of redistricting. So that's also a point. And I think that too, with and looking at, I also wanted to mention there was a comment before about, is there a difference between a 40% electoral success and a 60% electoral success? Legally, the answer is yes, because the Thornburg versus Jingles decision, remember that's the key Supreme Court decision that has those 3 tests about whether or not the redistricting plan violates the Voting Rights Act. The key there is usual. Do candidates usually win? Do what the majority voters, the white voters, do they usually vote as a block to prevent minority candidates of winning? So a 60% success rate is better and more potentially legally dispositive than a 40% rate. At 40%, clearly minority candidates of choice are not usually winning. And then looking at the district, for example, and I know going back and forth between the 2 maps can be confusing, but in the district where you have an 80% success rate in your exogenous elections, the US Senate and your partisan elections, that's significant. That suggests that minorities have a solid opportunity to elect. That has to be protected and not weakened. Mr. Chairman, if I'm very cognizant of your time and the time constraints. So, I'm also cognizant that this is very complex. There's a lot of information. My inclination is to answer questions or provide clarifying comments rather than go page by page over the PowerPoint, which you have. How do you feel about that?
No, I actually prefer that. And I think, Mr. Adelson, as always, you've hit the highlights that we most needed to hear. So appreciate that deeply and appreciate your respect for the time. With that, I will go ahead and turn to David to request public comment. Again, I'll make the same caution that I made before. Comments from the public on this agenda item should be specifically related to the legal analysis we just heard and the Federal Voting Rights Act. Other comments regarding mapping would best be offered under agenda item 8 in the draft map public hearing that begins at 5 p.m. With that, and David, with the understanding that due to time, I'm going to impose a 1-minute time limit. Are there any requests from the public to speak on this item?
Thank you, Chair Boehm. We did have one request in advance. That's Esther Sanchez, and we will hear from her first. But if any other member of the public would like to address the commission on the legal analysis related to the Federal Voting Rights Act, you're welcome to do so. If you're present, please come to the microphone. And if you're participating remotely, please raise a virtual hand. We'll begin with Esther Sanchez, and you have 1 minute to address the commission.
Thank you very much. And I would first of all urge you, please, to keep the numbering of the districts consistent. And I would urge you to adopt 14 for 13A, because I think that more closely relates to what we have here. I'm urging you to take into consideration our changing dynamics in terms of District 5. With respect to the Voting Rights Act, especially, Escondido was put into District 3. And so, of course, we didn't have any, which is a very high Latino population city. And so moving back into District 5 and then keeping Fallbrook and Oceanside and Vista, which is over 50%. I mean, we are talking about a protected class. We're asking you not to dilute this very, very critical population in North County. I remember at one of the meetings, your legal counsel said, please do not ignore, or I don't know if you remember said no, ignore, but but do not ignore North County. And that's what I'm asking you to do is please do not ignore North County Latino community. Thank you.
Cheryl Brierton, you have 1 minute to address the commission.
Thank you. I'd like to know from Mr. Adelson, what about diluting the LGBTQ vote? The primary concentration is in Old District 4, Hillcrest, and it extends to South Park. But by adding El Cajon, doesn't that undermine the history of successfully electing candidates who have supported such things as same-sex marriage, supported things that might be not protected by the US Supreme Court, who's already taken away women's rights, it appears. I would like to know what the legal effect is in your analysis of diluting the core activist community that has advanced these rights.
Thank you. Again, if any member of the public who's present would like to address the commission, please come to the microphone. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. So that was actually a really awesome presentation. What I really did like, though, was the distinction between whether or not 40% or 60% is, if there could be a legal distinction made. And once again, I'm actually pretty encouraged to hear that legally, thank you, Mr. Adelson, map 14 with that 60% likely to choose a candidate, a Latino choice candidate is, I don't know, actually, I just like how that sounds. We're talking about really, really minute differences here. Really, there's so many details that we're discussing tonight, but you know, to a community that wants to be better represented, to see representatives that look like them, that have similar experiences to them, I gotta say, especially to the commissioner that said a little bit earlier, is there a difference between, I think it was 52% and 56%? If you asked a person in a vulnerable community if they want a 4% better chance of having a representative that better represents their experience, they're going to take it every time. Thank you.
Thank you. And I invite you to
Now the whole thing froze.
Can you hear me?
Hold on. I saw a commissioner too said they couldn't on virtual. Can you hear now? Okay.
Sorry.
Michelle, go ahead. Thank you.
Hi, this is Michelle McCaffrey in Fallbrook. I would just like to say map 14 and its variations, we feel violate Fallbrook's 48% Latinx protected class population by diluting its voice and separating it from the rest of its BIPOC community of interest that includes Oceanside, San Marcos, Vista, and Escondido.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further movement in the chamber and no other virtual hands. So that concludes public testimony in this matter, Chair Boehm.
Very good. Thank you, David. We'll turn as directly as possible to Commissioner questions, comments. Commissioner Serban.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, before that, I want to address very quickly 3 key points. There was a question about the LGBTQ community. The Voting Rights Act has 3 protective categories: race, color, membership in a language minority group, political affiliation, and sexual orientation. LGBTQ populations are not protected categories under the Voting Rights Act. I want to stress that in redistricting in your county, the key is communities of interest. That's the orientation: compact, historic communities of interest, compact minority communities. That keeps you away from race predominating in redistricting, which, as we've talked about, is problematic. So I just wanted to mention that quickly right off the top.
That's fine. I appreciate that. Commissioner Serban.
Thank you, Dr. Adelson. Related to your most recent comment on the protected classes, some recent public comments that we've received have referenced the VRA in expressing concerns regarding the effect of our proposed maps on rural communities, rural unincorporated communities. What does the Federal Voting Rights Act provide with this regard?
It would only, that particular issue, the Voting Rights Act doesn't concern itself specifically with geography. So if there are populations based on race, color, membership in a language minority group that are impacted in redistricting decisions negatively, that can raise Voting Rights Act concerns, as well as also potentially equal protection under the 14th Amendment.
But so to clarify, the rural unincorporated communities are not a protected class under the Voting Rights Act, correct?
Well, geography is not a protected category. So unless it's people, voters, not candidates, race, color, national origin, language, minority membership, that's it. Those are the specific categories that the Voting Rights Act addresses.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Adelson. Follow-up question. So you mentioned that 60% is better than 40%, and you said that that's legally significant. A prior conversation seemed to center around whether it's statistically significant. Can you kind of talk about the difference between the two and which one we need to care about?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's why I went to law school instead of trying to major in math. The law is the law. So while I'm not saying that it's not like it's 100% or 80%, but when you get over 50%, then you get into the category of usual. Do minority voters usually have an ability to elect? Do white voters usually vote as a block? So that's clearer at 80, clearer at 100%. 60% is clearer than 40%. Would I want to, fall on my sword over 60%? Probably not. But 60% is something that raises eyebrows for me because it's over 50% and more closely parallels the usual requirement set by the Supreme Court.
Understood. Thank you.
Not seeing any other hands at the moment. I'll do what I rarely do and ask one myself. Mr. Adelson, one of the things I value most in your presentation is bringing that perspective from what goes on in other redistricting efforts. You mentioned historic compact communities of interest. I've heard arguments and seen points in public comment that on the one hand say the Asian American Pacific Islander community in the county is spread out and is not quote unquote that historic. But we also have seen a great deal of public comment and input referring to that community of interest with all the characteristics I think that would undeniably make them a current community of interest. I'm just wondering if you have any comparisons to make when you have a community that's relatively spread out, it maybe doesn't have all the traditional historic references, and yet is still very clearly active, is still showing some data that can be analyzed. Do you have any comparisons or context to add to that?
Absolutely. That's a great question, Mr. Chairman. I think that historical doesn't mean that a certain number of years. We're talking about, and the compactness that I use here relates to minority communities, not the compactness of an entire district. The Supreme Court recognizes, and has done so for many years, that you can protect discrete, compact minority communities rather than, remember, we've talked about reaching out to grab communities based on race. That's different than including communities that are minority communities that are compact. And I think that may have even been a comment from another commissioner at another time that we got together. And I think one way to look at it is that in New York City, for example, New York City has Chinatown. Chinatown is a very compact, discrete, historic community, meaning it's been there for some number of years. That has historically been a Chinese Asian focused community. So that's a great example of a compact, minority centered community that I would encourage you to look at as a community of interest. Native American reservations typically are the same. They're in one compact area. I think your point about a minority community being somewhat far-flung, that goes to the issue of creating a majority minority district out of that community. So if a given minority community is far-flung across the county, it is unlikely constitutionally that you could create a majority minority district by bringing far-flung communities together. Then you'd have the danger of a racial predomination claim. And you would, I think we had discussed before, the serpentine districts, these crazy snake type districts where there are reaches. for minority populations. That is always a red flag and something that I always caution against. Does that help?
No, I think that's very helpful. Thank you for that.
Sure, you're welcome.
Any other questions or comments? Very good. Mr. Adelson, thank you very much for that. And I promise you, we will be in touch with more to ask and seek of your knowledge.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Given the time, I am going to go ahead and turn to agenda item 7, a progress update on the draft of the IRC statutorily required final report. I trust that commissioners understand there's an inverse relationship between the amount of time we're giving this today and its importance. This report is going to be one of the most important things we do as a commission. So please be reviewing the materials that were presented, and in particular, pay close attention to the highlights that we're about to hear from Co-Vice Chair Garcia. Rosette, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I will just remind commissioners that they received the final report. I think it was another draft of the final report maybe yesterday. Continue to work on it. This one has been fleshed out a bit more. We've been working with counsel on it, and just encourage you to look at it, because we are, if there are any revisions, if there are any omissions that you would like to see put in it, now is the time to let us know. Just so that you understand that the final report, again, is statutorily required. It accompanies the final map that we adopt. It will lay out the rationale for what we did, what we decided. But our council are advising us to put in the final report all of the background, if you will, that brought us to this map, so that everything, not just the actual rationale for the lines, but everything that we did, and all of the things that we did that complied with the law, all of the outreach that we did, the public hearings, the educational tours, all of the things that we did that are actually spelled out in the law about how the IRC is supposed to operate is in there, so that we are providing that information as well to the public and as part of the map that we're adopting. So that's it. If you have any questions, I turn it back to you, Chair Bain.
Thank you very much. Before we turn to commissioner questions, David, are there any requests from the public to speak on this agenda item regarding the statutorily required final report?
Thank you, Chair Bain. Not in advance of today's meeting, but if to do so, those present, please come to the microphone. Those participating remotely, please raise a virtual hand.
And I'll again impose a 1-minute time limit for this agenda item.
I'll begin with David Holtzman. You have 1 minute to address the commission.
Oh, hello, David Holtzman from the LA County Commission. I just want to point out, I've been advocating that our final report, the official one, be limited to what we're required to do by statute. But if you want to prepare a separate report that covers your entire record, that would be useful. I think it's not a good idea to dilute the focus on the required findings, required, basically the basis for the decisions regarding the criteria you had to follow. That should be the focus of your official final report. But then you could have another final report collecting everything else. But my suggestion is don't dilute don't dilute what you have to say with a too large report. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl Brierton, you have 1 minute to address the commission.
I just would like you to address in your report why you picked putting us going in former District 4 East, which is not our community of interest, instead of going south with other minority group, Latino minority groups, and why you chose to take a little chunk of our area north of 94 instead of, which is part of the Greater Golden Hill Planning Committee area that recently did an update, instead of leaving us in one area. I'd like to know why you did that. And thank you.
Thank you. Don't see any other movement in the chamber to speak on the draft final report and no other virtual hands. So that concludes public testimony in this matter, Chair Beam.
Thank you very much, David. Thank you, members of the public. I have Commissioner Brown, then Commissioner Larson. Commissioner Brown, please go ahead.
Excellent work, Co-Chair Rosette and others. I'm wondering, did you have a template or something that you were able to work from that kind of gave you some direction on what you should be including and what you shouldn't be including? And secondly, do you have to also make a verbal presentation of our report in case there are other questions that might come up to whoever's doing the final review? And then maybe they can be answered verbally. I don't know.
So yes and no.
Okay, good.
We actually used the City of San Diego's report from the last. We used that as the original sort of model. And, but again, as I said, we've actually expanded it and are including more information in it as advised by council.
Thank you.
Rosette somehow added some reference to a pandemic that I can't find in any of the reports that was ever done. So Commissioner Larson.
Yeah.
Well, I want to thank Rosette and colleagues for this good start. The reports are the second most important thing we do. We'll be remembered for the map. The report will be filed. I just have a couple comments on perhaps improvements to the current report format. We need the final map on the cover, and it also should be there in full color in the front piece. And we should include a copy of the 2010 map as well as the 2020 map to show what the difference really is for the public. Many people get a thick report. All they really read is the executive summary. And we need a 2-page executive summary in this document, no more than 5 paragraphs. It just summarizes what exactly we have done and what the map looks like. There are several other things I would put in the report about our IRC. We're obviously the first in the county to do this. In doing so, we had to establish on our own processes, procedures, and select consultants. There really wasn't any precedence to this work within the county to follow. So there was a lot of lessons learned. And I guess the fourth thing I would include are the lessons learned, not in this final report to be presented, but I'll just mention that a separate report is being prepared with the lessons learned that our followers in 2030, when they go through this process, won't have to reinvent the wheel as we've been doing for the last year. But otherwise, it's a very good start.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Servin, then Commissioner Diaz.
So I'd like to thank the LA County Commissioner for his feedback and thoughts on how we ought to do this. My question is, procedurally, when we're faced with a question with making a choice, such as the report will be focused in the way that the other commissioner had suggested, or perhaps it's going to be more comprehensive as initially described by Co-Vice Chair Garcia. Procedurally, do we need to, how do we decide that? How are we making that decision between those two choices?
Is that for me or Chair? Or do you feel that
To
question?
whoever should be answering. the
Rosette, I
question,
can offer a thought or two, but do you want to go first since you've been closer to the report lately?
So I believe that, I mean, we brought the final report, a draft of the final report, and had a discussion of it. I think back in September. I'd have to go back and look at my notes. And this is maybe the 3rd or the 4th iteration of that draft. And I suppose it's not too late to have that conversation. I suppose we would have to agendize that, or maybe obviously it's 4:52. I don't know that we can have that conversation now. But I will say, Commissioner Serban, that initially that was the thought, that we were going to put just some sort of backgrounding and contexting at the beginning, and then focus the majority of the report and put some items in the appendix and the appendices rather than in the report. And we're still following that model, but we have, like I said, our council has indicated, and I don't know if Marguerite wants to speak to that, I shouldn't speak for her, indicated that she thought that the final report should actually have a more fulsome, if you will, defense or explanation of all of the work that we did, and all of the ways that we complied with the things that are required of the IRC in, you know, reaching out to the public, getting public comment, and all of those things she felt needed to be in this final report as well. So in terms of process, I don't know.
Marguerite, can I ask you to pause? Because what I'd like to do is get Commissioner Diaz and any other commissioners in briefly, keeping in mind that we really do have to start the hearing at 5 o'clock or as close to it as possible. And I've got 4:54. So let me turn to Commissioner Diaz, then not seeing any other requests to speak, Marguerite, and then we'll transition to the public hearing. Commissioner Diaz.
Thank you. Thank you. I second our feedback on the report, just to make it more easy to read, to have the map in the beginning. And I think this was also mentioned, I'm glad you mentioned it, that there is going to be an appendix. So I think that answers part of my question. So I can move on to the next.
Thank you. Marguerite.
Yes, in my view, the validity of your map is dependent in large part on your process. And and the amount of public input that you took in. So in my view, and we're all in this together with the first ever commission, I think a report that demonstrates full compliance with procedural requirements, as well as compliance with criteria and how the map meets the criteria, is crucial in a single spot. In other words, a bare bones recitation of the explanation for the districts does an injustice to the amount of time you spent listening to the public as required by law. And so in my view, I believe there could be a different approach. I think your final report is going to be much more substantive and credible if it covers procedure as well as substance.
And I will just add as a concluding comment on that, both in terms of capturing the amount of time the public has spent contributing to this, and I'll let commissioners participating virtually know we are almost out of seats in the room we're in right now with members of the public coming in for the public hearing, which is wonderful to see. But I will also say that I'm very confident from drafts I've seen and the work I've seen put into the report, with all the coordination that Rosette in particular has been giving it, and thanks from me as well. I'm very confident the statutory criteria and the way we've met it will be clear and not diluted or distracted in any way. But I do agree with everything Marguerite just put forward. The more complete that record is, I think the more solid the understanding of what we've done to meet the criteria. But the ideas Commissioner Larson had, the points Commissioner Brown, Commissioner Diaz offered, I think are very useful. Commissioner Serban, did you have a wrap-up comment? Or okay, fantastic, good. So it is now, Rosette, any final thoughts?
No,
okay.
thank you.
Thank you. So thank you for doing that. All right, so the time is now 4:57. I do want to make sure our technical people have a chance to make sure they've got everything lined up correctly. I will tell commissioners that I already understand we have more than 100 requests to speak, including 10 groups, which has an impact on the amount of time we're going to be in the public hearing. So I just want to let people know that in advance. David will have a number as we begin the public hearing and update, but let's planned to start. It's 4:57 now at 5:02. So I'll give commissioners a 5-minute break to collect themselves and the public 5 minutes to prepare themselves. Sir.
Do we have a time for the public so that they can plan on how much time they have to speak?
I'll announce that at the beginning. Okay, so we are adjourned till 5:02. Thank you. Commissioners and members of the public, I want to let you know, I do recognize it's 5:05. The room at the moment is basically full. We are bringing in some more chairs, but we have people outside. I beg your patience. I know we said 5 o'clock firmly, but I think everyone's probably got the same interest in making sure we get everyone settled so everyone can hear each other. And commissioners, we will start as soon as possible, but very early on, we will start with both an estimate for commissioners of how many speakers or how many requests to speak we have, as well as for the public on what the time limit will be. So more to follow in just a moment. Thank you for your patience.
Commissioners, this is Junior with Piana. I'm just testing out the audio before we begin. Can you give a thumbs up if you can hear or to say something?
Okay, commissioners, this is your 30-second, 20-second warning. Very well. Commissioners virtually, can you hear me okay? All right. So noting that the time is 5:10 and with a deep note of appreciation to members of the public for waiting for us to solve some technical requirements as well as get everyone in the room. Welcome back and welcome in particular to agenda item 8, the County of San Diego Independent Redistricting Commission's second draft map public hearing. To begin with our proceedings tonight, I'll first go over just for a moment what we're facing in terms of time. Then we'll have an informational presentation that I will request to be even more concise than usual from the IRC's demographer Flow Analytics on both the IRC draft map variations that have been posted, as well and are the result of the IRC instructions from our November 19th meeting, as well as on the 5 additional maps submitted by the public in time for this meeting. Those maps and IRC draft maps were provided to commissioners and posted on the IRC website for everyone's edification in the past day or two. Now, let me ask first the clerk, David Hall, how many requests to address the commission do we have tonight?
Chair Boehm, thank you. We now have 107 individuals and 16 group requests.
And some of the group requests include translation?
Some of them will require translation, which requires double the time.
Very good. So to keep us moving and to be fair, I'm going to impose a time limit of 1 minute for individuals and 3 minutes for groups. And groups requiring translation will take a slightly longer time, as David defined, certainly no more than 6 minutes, although again, we'll ask them to be as expeditious as possible. So members of the public are warned. I am conflicted about that because I know 1 minute is a short amount of time. On the other hand, I think you all would agree we want to hear from everybody. And I can't tell you how pleasing it is to have all of you joining us here tonight, as well as those joining us virtually. So thank you for that. Let me then turn now to our demographers. Flow Analytics, Alex Brash and John McKenzie, I think, are both here to present. John, Alex, are you with us? Let me ask commissioners to stand by for just a moment.
I believe we are now panelists. Alex may still be joining, but I will go ahead and
John,
begin.
we can see you. I don't think we can hear you here.
I can hear John. This is Alex. I'm here.
Alex, same thing. We can see you, but I'm not hearing you in the room.
I hear them virtually.
It's just the room.
So virtual commission.
Don Alex, I think the problem may be on our end. I'm checking with our technicians. Do we need them to do anything or? Okay. John, Alex, can you test your microphones again?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear us in the room, Chair Bing?
And I see commissioners participating virtually can hear, but we're still not hearing them in the room. And obviously I want to make sure the public can hear the presentation as well.
I'm gonna try logging off and logging right back in just to try that.
Aha. Alex, I think that worked.
Can you hear me now?
And we can hear John. Alex, can we try you one more time?
Sure, I'm here.
That works. Very good. So Alex and John, over to you. Thank you for your patience. Thanks again.
Thank you. I will begin and I will share my screen and briefly run through the public maps that were submitted. We have 5 public maps to show you. A second here. And if I could just confirmation that folks can see my screen, that would be great. Okay, very good. So this is public map 11, and I'm going to run through these briefly as these handouts are available and have been handed out and posted on the website. So public map 11, you can see this is District 1, District 2, 3, District 4, and 5. And the total overall deviation for public map 11 is 5.6%. Moving along here to publicly submitted map number 12. We have District 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and an overall deviation of 6.2%. Publicly submitted map 13, 1, District 2, District 3, District 4, and District 5, and an overall deviation of 2.7%. Publicly submitted map number 14, District 1, District 2, District 3, 4, and 5, and an overall deviation of 13.1%. I do want to note that we received publicly submitted map 15 with a note saying that was an update to correct for the overall deviation of publicly submitted map 14. So I do want to note that the submitter did recognize that the previous map 14, their deviation was too high, so they submitted this as a replacement. However, since both were submitted to the commission, we wanted to present both of them. So this is District 1, District 2, District 3, District 4, District 5, and the overall deviation is 7.3%. And that does it for the publicly submitted maps. So I will turn it over to Alex to present the draft variations.
Thank you, John. So I'm now sharing my screen. I'm going to scroll through the map variations first for draft map 13A. And I just want to state that these are going to go along with the motions, and we'll see step by step those changes. But first, I just want to reiterate the criteria used to redraw district boundaries. So we have in the left side the criteria that we must, as the IRC, respect, and those are to have reasonably equal population per district, comply with the Voting Rights Act, be geographically contiguous, minimize the division of cities, neighborhoods, and communities of interest, be geographically compact, and then 2, for specific to the county, that at least 3 of the districts shall include unincorporated territory, with 2 of those districts having geographic area predominantly outside of incorporated cities as population will permit. And on the right side, we see the things that the IRC may not do while redrawing district boundaries, and that is consider place of residence of any incumbent or political candidate when drawing the boundaries, and to not favor or discriminate against any incumbent political candidate or political party. So with that, I'm gonna just briefly linger on the motion for map 13A and its sub bullets 1 through 6. And as mentioned, what we're gonna see in the maps are changes per motion, except where 2 through 4 is kind of one piece that's moving together. So those are kind of presented and the stats were presented as one. So just be cognizant of that. So what we're gonna see in these maps here is the comparison of draft map 13 to its variation. So bold blue lines that's map 13. The new variation, in this case, number 1 is in color. So you see not much going on here because in the map at this scale, because the first part of the motion is to move Elfin Forest and Harmony Grove into the same district. Just want to briefly state that the overall deviation here is 6.8%. And then as we zoom in, we see what was changed. And what happened was Elfin Forest was moved from District 4 to District 3. So now it's part of the yellow district here. And that was a total population change of 630. Now, next, this 2 through 4 item change is a bit complex. So we're going to go through each of them in succession individually, but just want to show at the top that doing these changes results in an overall deviation of 15.3%. It's not to say that these don't work. It's just that more would have to be done to them to make it under 10%. And as Flo was working on this and following the motions as stated, we did take some liberties to try to get it below 10%, but we felt like it was getting a little bit too far removed from the motions and would then need more IRC input. So we left it where it currently stands, knowing that some of these areas, are in play and could be something to consider. So the first one we'll dive into is item number 2, seeing about trading communities from coastal districts in District 3 with the intent to expand Mira Mesa, Rancho, Penasquitos, and Carmel Valley areas. And you'll see what we did here is moving Rancho Penasquitos, Torrey Highlands, and Mira Mesa, moving from District 3 to District 4. So that's this area right here, becoming the maroon or purple district, District 4. That's a total population change of just under 130,000. So then to kind of compensate for that slightly, that population shift, moving Rancho Santa Fe, Fairbanks Ranch, and a portion of Solana Beach east of I-5 from District 4 to District 3. That's only a population change of 17,419. Item number 3 takes us down near south of El Cajon, and the motion stated move Rancho San Diego, Spring Valley, and unincorporated areas on the municipal boundaries of El Cajon from District 2 to District 3. So look at that first. That's this area right here, Rancho San Diego, Spring Valley. These are community plan areas, Casa de Oro, Mount Helix, moving those into District 3. They were part of the green District 2. It's a population change of 72,000. Next was moving Bonita from District 1 to District 3. So right here, we're looking at the area of Bonita, moving into the yellow District 3. That's a population change of 15,283. And then to ensure that District 1 is contiguous, La Presa right here, you can imagine, that now is not connected to District 1. So that needed to move from District 1 to District 2. That's a change of 35,169. And then lastly, to compensate for loss of population in District 1 by losing those areas of Bonita and La Presa, a portion of Skyline Paradise Hills right here was moved from District 2 to District 1. It's a total population change of 24,223. Jumping over to the 4th item of the motion, look for ways to protect the BIPOC and LGBTQ communities as population is added to District 2, referencing San Diego City Council District Map 3 with the goal of expanding District 2 into District 4 using the communities immediately north of I-8. So that's what you see here is Linda Vista, Mission Valley, Serra Mesa, moving from District 4 to District 2, now in the green. It's a total population change of 78,092. Now on to draft map 13 version 5. You can see that the motion item was to try to add the unincorporated section of Escondido into District 5 from District 3. So not much change. You can kind of see it. We'll zoom in. It's right along this boundary, District 5 and 3. Map's overall deviation is 7.8%. So we did that, moving unincorporated area right here southeast of Escondido from District 3 into District 5. And while we were at it, looking at this area, looking at the community plan areas, we wanted to make sure that they were completely within one district or another if we could. So we moved these areas that were in District 3 into District 5 to make that planning community whole. That's a total population change with these three areas of just 6,605. And then lastly, to the sixth item was move Coronado into District 1. So you can see how that changed right here. Overall deviation of this configuration is 5.9%. And I separated out these numbers just a little bit. So if you just move Coronado from District 4 to District 1, that's a total population change of 22,497. So you can see that right there, the main part of Coronado. When we are incorporating all these items into what could potentially be one map, if items 1 through 6 were all implemented, we needed to balance the population. So the idea here was to move this bit of downtown from District 4 into District 1. So when you take that area right here into account with Coronado, that's actually a change of 33,676. But the important part here, I think, to think about with Coronado is that it's a population of 22,497. With that, I'm going to jump over to draft map 14 and the 4 versions that resulted from that motion. So right here, we'll see the 4 of them and we'll step through all of them as we scroll through the maps. So the first item was to replicate map 13B by moving unincorporated area east of Encinitas and north of the city of San Diego, south of the city of San Marcos, including Harmony Grove, Rancho Santa Fe, Elfin Forest, Eden Valley, Del Dios, Whispering Pines, Sun Valley, and Fairbanks Ranch to District 2. So you can see here the difference in the map, this area moving from District 3 into the green District 2. The configuration of these district boundaries results in an overall range of 5.4%. So again, the language about the item number 1, just want to point out that this area that was moved, including these planning areas of Fairbanks Ranch, Rancho Santa Fe, Elfin Forest, and CDP, since it's designated in place, that's a total population change of 13,581. On to item number 2, move the area in District 1 that is approximately east of Lower Otay Reservoir to county border in District 2, including Hamul. So you can see how that changed right here. This was all District 1 in map 14, and it got moved into District 2 in the green. So the important part to note here, I didn't have this piece included in the stats, but remember that we need to have 2 of the districts be primarily unincorporated county, and that is not satisfied here because District 1 now becomes very dense right here and loses that area of East County. But just to show what does change here with the population, it's 23,012 moved from District 1 to District 2. So this is just showing that this exact move doesn't work, but that doesn't mean that, something that would keep some area of Hamul in District 1, there is reason or potential to move some of that area and still be able to meet that criteria of unincorporated county. Number 3 is to move Escondido into District 2 and move Pendleton, Fallbrook, Bonsall, Rainbow, Hidden Meadows, and Indian reservations and tribes north and east of Escondido into District 5. So you can see that big change here. The map configuration results in an overall deviation of 5.8%. The first thing you can see here is moving that green area, that's Escondido, moving it from District 5 to District 2 results in total population change of 153,000. I think we're just missing a 1 or a 0 there. And then moving unincorporated North County area from District 2 to District 5, so this whole area right here, it's 152,978. So they're very comparable. That number right here didn't get copied there, but you can see it right here in the map, 153,967. And then lastly, version 4, or item number 4 was moving Coronado from District 3 into District 1. So you can see that happening again right there. Overall deviation of this map configuration is 5.4%. You can see that number, again, total population change, 22,497 when you're moving Coronado from District 3 to District 1. And that concludes the presentation on those draft map variations.
Very good. Well, thank you, Alex. Thank you, John. Thanks to everyone at Flow for all your efforts. I'm sure we'll be drawing on your wisdom again. At this time, as we start to move to the actual public hearing for members of the public to let us know what they think, I do want to provide a couple of reminders. All the maps you just saw and all the maps before us remain draft maps. However, as I think many of you have heard before, and certainly as the IRC has approved in our timeline, we have a statutory deadline under law of December 15th to produce both an approved final map and a final report. The IRC's approved timeline includes a scheduled vote to approve the final map next Thursday, December 9th. That final map must meet the statutory criteria that was displayed earlier on a slide during the Flow presentation, and I'll ask staff to bring up one more time. And if you feel like taking any picture tonight, that's the slide I would like you to take away, that statutory criteria that guides us on what we are trying to do with our final map. So I'd please ask the public to offer comments about draft maps with all those factors in mind. We remain keenly interested in what you can tell us about your communities of interest and how they define themselves, how you define them, but without necessarily focusing on specific lines or geographic aspects that may not fully account for other statutory criteria that you see on the slide behind me. I would also respectfully ask speakers who may be speaking in an official capacity to clarify whether they are indeed speaking in an official capacity or a personal capacity. And I'll note that the clerk may ask for such clarification when needed. I'd also like to note that the clerk or I may intervene to confirm that any public comments being offered are indeed for the County of San Diego Independent Redistricting Commission rather than other redistricting commissions. That's not to dismiss such comments, but rather to be fair to those members of the public who are offering input on the county IRC draft maps. Finally, I do want to note for commissioners that they will have an opportunity to offer clarifying questions and comments on the Flow presentation, although I'm not sure whether we'll end up doing that tonight or in the planned extension of the meeting tomorrow. More on that later. That said, to be fair to all members of the public requesting to speak, I'd ask commissioners to save any comments during the period of public comment for the end of the session that we're about to begin. Again, I'll respectfully ask members of the public who are speaking as individuals to restrict themselves to 1 minute, groups to 3 minutes, and groups with translation to no more than 6 minutes. With all that in mind, David, I'd like to turn to you to again update us on how many requests we have and how you anticipate things proceeding, and then turning to the public as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Chair Beam. At this time, we have 122 individuals who have requested to address the commission in advance of today's meeting. In addition, 18 groups presentations have requested in advance. I will also check for those who wish to address the commission and did not submit a request in advance. once we've heard from those who have made those requests. We'll begin by hearing the offsite organized group presentations, of which there are 4. I'll then hear from those individuals in person who have submitted a request to speak in advance. We will then hear from those participating remotely. Finally, I'll ask if there are any further requests to speak from those who did not submit an advance request. So we'll start with the offsite organized presentations. And I'm going to unmute Janine Ericat. I understand that you have organized at least one of the presentations. Is that correct?
Hi, good evening, commissioners. We have the 3 of the group presentations here today. We have the Amharic speaking community and then Oromo and then Somali community all here together from the local school in Ifton Charter and City Heights. So we'll.
And should do you have a picture going, or is it just an audio presentation?
We do have a picture. Can you not see us?
Okay, well, I'm going to promote you to panelists so that we can see you.
Thank you.
You'll need to accept that promotion. And then I'll ask for our technical help to make sure that her picture is shown to the commissioners, to the public.
Can you see us here now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so let us know about the time and then I'll help getting the group speak right back to back. Can you see us or are we frozen?
You're frozen. How many group presentations do you have?
3.
Okay, and do they all require translation?
Yes.
Okay, each of the 3 will get 6 minutes apiece. So let me know when you transition from one group to the other.
Okay, thank you.
And
Let
I'll
us
ask
know
our
when we
staff to
can
keep the
begin.
timer on the screen. Please begin when you're ready.
Okay, we'll begin now.
Samira. My name is Samira. Hailu. ከመጣሁ እዚህ ሀገር already እንግዲህ 5 ዓመት እያደረኩ ነው. Since I come to this city, it has been 5 years almost. ሲቲ ሃይ ነው የምኖረው. I live in City Heights. እዛ አካባቢ ያለው እንግዲህ ትምህርት ቤትም የልጆች ትምህርት ቤት የኛ ትምህርት ቤት ቅርብ ስለሆነ እዛ በጣም ፈልገዋለሁ. It's close. Our school is close to where I live, and I really need this districts together. Supermarket. We have supermarkets here, which is very close to us. And we have been in the community together for the past 4 years. IRC is close, the agency. እና በጣም እዚህ ማንኛውም ቦታ ማንኛውም ነገር በጣም ቅርብ ነው ለኛ የሚሆነው የዛ አካባቢ ሱቁም ሁሉም ነገር. Since everything is going to be close proximity to where I live, I'm very comfortable to live in this district. እኛም የለመድነው ይሄ አካባቢ ነው የለመድነው አካባቢ ነው ከመጣሁ እንግዲህ 4ኛ 5ኛ ዓመት እያደረኩ ነው. Since I come here, we are accustomed to the cultural events. ያው ላንጉጅ የኛ ቋንቋችን አለ. Our language. አረበኛ አለ. አማርኛ አለ. Language, Arabic, Amharic, Somali, ኦሮሞ አለ. ትግርኛ አለ. ትግርኛ ቋንቋዎች አሉ. So many languages. በጣም ደስ የሚል አካባቢ ነው.
Nina, I'm afraid.
Live together, don't split our district.
Go ahead. የኔ ስም ሱዚ ይባላለሁ.
My name is Susie.
ከዚህ ከመኖር ሌመን ግሮቭ ነው የምኖረው 25 ዓመት.
I live in Lemon Grove. I bought my house for 25 years.
ከዚያ ከውዱ የተመቸ ነው ለልጆቻችን ትምህርት ለኛ ቸርች
We are very close to our churches and to our kids' schools are close by.
ኦኬ ስለዚህ ይህን አካባቢ እንደው ባይለያይ ደስታችን ነው። ብዙ ህዝብ አለን ኮሚኒታችን ባንድ እንዲሆን
We live in a community, a larger community, and we are together here, and we want to keep our community together. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I keep going. Okay.
No, wait.
Just keep going. And community, ሁሉን ነገር
We have
ቅርብ ነው።
invested in our communities, in our mosques, churches. Everything is close by to our community, and we want it together. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Salio Usman. So I'm Oromo language translator. So we keep going from that point.
Janine, is this a second group presentation?
Yes, that's correct. So please. if you
Okay,
could restart
so
the time.
begin this time again, 6 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Maqaan kiyya Nur Adam naan jedhan civil high jiraata since 2004. So ammaan wanni ani jechuu barbaadu amma asirratti nuti refugee akka biyya jiru civil high jiraannaa akka asirraa fagaannee bakka adda addaa jiraannu hin barbaannu. Sanii gammaa akka ollaan keenya lammeessaa fi limuun ga'uu fi so sitaa keessatti namni waan akka wal gargaaruu fi everything waa hundi nuuf dhiyoodha. Kanaaf waan ta'eef asirraa fagaannee akka adda adda taanu hin barbaannu.
My name is Nur Adam. I'm since 2004. Regions are the city heights areas since that time. We don't go separated. We come together. We have to stay together as Bay Park. So our residence is located at City 8 area, all facilities, all schools, and we residents in low income families areas, which is child care businesses, and also restaurants, transportations, as health care providers. We are residents since City Height area, so we need to stay as together as one communities and not divided us to different locations. So we really appreciate it from that point, as Nur Adam said.
Chance nuukan galatoomadhaan moo wani irraa kanatti fayyadamee amma dubbachuu barbaannu nuti akka addaan dibaayii taanee bakka adda addaa jiraachuu hin barbaannu saniituu wal bakka takkatti akka sirri haa keessa jiran kan biratti illee amma turre irraa kan nuukan nu keessaniif hedduu galatooma sanii kan gurgurmaatu.
First of all, thank you very much to give us these chances to speak to the commissioners. Our concerns are, worried what's going on at the city of San Diego. So we don't need to separate it. We stay as one communities together. We share it as the same values, the same cultures, religions, all our businesses. We share it, of course, values, everything is together. Thank you very much for offering to me these chances to speak out our concerns deeply from my heart.
Hi, my name is Maruf Hussein. I was living in the city for almost 20 years. So when I'm hearing this thing saying that City High going to be spread to different other locations, I was really shocked. this is the city that I basically grew up. I came here when I was 12 years old. So this is what so I know everybody in this city. So, you know, even though, you know, I was going to from middle school to all the way high school and college. This is my city that I've been going. So please, I would really request you guys, don't even think about it, to split us in 2 or 3 places. We are united here. We love where we are. Thank you so much.
Maruf is speaking out or in English, so Commissioner, you already understand it. I have one woman speaking out in Oromo, so I can go ahead translate for her.
Can you clarify, is this the beginning of the third group presentation?
Still, we are in second group so far, so we have the last person from second group right now. She's gonna speak.
Okay. You've got 1.5 minutes for the second group.
Okay. Carraa kana naa kennuudhaaf baay'ee galatoomaadha. Maqaan kiyya Indiyaa Xaayihoo jedhama. Jalqaba bara 2008 irraa as jira. Yeroo dheeraaf as jirra. Kanaafuu eeriyaa City Heights kanatti fayyadamna. Mana haakimaa, iskuula, mana barumsaa, hojii waa maraa'uu kana fayyadamna. Kanaaf jecha walitti akka nu fiddan barbaadna. Kanaafuu adda nu qoodinaan ja'a galatooma.
My name is Hindia Tahero. I'm resident since 2008 at City of San Diego at City Heights area located. So since I come from Africa, resides at the City Heights area. We go schools here, and our children's born rise here, and go schools here, and we work over here, and we go mosques all around. So you guys don't split us. We need to come together as by park area together. Thank you very much to give to me these chances. So we already done, so group third is going to continue.
Are you saying that that is the end of the second group presentation? Are you beginning a third group presentation?
That's correct. We're going to start the third group presentation. We have mixed, one community our youth is going to speak in English, and then our other community member is going to speak in Somali and use interpretation.
Okay, please begin.
Okay, thank you. Hello, commissioners. First, before I begin, I want to acknowledge the fact that there's 50 community members behind me. Please make some noise so that the commissioners know that you guys are here. It's pretty frozen on Zoom. I mean, technology nowadays. Hello, commissioners. I would like to first thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Shakriya Osman, and I'm 16 years old, and I'm a junior in high school, and my whole life I've been surrounded by my community here in City Heights. I had the opportunity to participate in the community mapping session hosted by PANA. City Heights, El Cajon, Rancho San Diego, Spring Valley, La Mesa, Lemon Grove, Encanto, and Paradise Hills are extremely important to my community and I. Growing up, I watched my community struggle with meeting their basic needs. I saw families doubling up the same homes to afford rent, and others being pushed out of City Heights due to rent increases. I have seen firsthand the implications that surveillance and criminalization have on our community. Our community still has difficulty navigating political and social institutions as a result of this. These struggles make it even more significant that our community has shown up today and throughout this entire redistricting process to make our voices heard. It is critical that our community is mapped in a single district with BIPOC refugees and immigrants communities countywide. Our community must be represented in the Board of Supervisors to ensure that we receive the services and support we desperately need for our communities to thrive. We would like to uplift the map that PANA submitted, as I and my communities behind me today strongly believe represent our community. Thank you for your time, and I hope you do favor not the wants of the community, but rather the needs. Thank you.
Good evening, Commission. Thank you for hearing our voice. We are still the third presentation, and I have Shukri who speaks Somali. I'm going to translate. My name is Hussein Noor.
Hi, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Magacaygu waa Shukri. Waxaan ku noolahay City Heights.
My name is Shukri. I live City Heights.
Halkaan waxaan soo degay adiga almost 15 sano deganahay.
I live in City Heights 15 years.
Halka markaan imaanay aniga luqad ma aqoon, meel aad ma aqoon. Halkana la i keenay ilmahayga halkana ku dhalay dariska iyo dadka Soomaaliga igu caawiya baabuur ma wati meel aan aqaan male community-gayga isbitaalada halkana igu yaalaan dukaanka halkana u aadaa.
I lived here and I came as a refugee. I don't know how to drive and I get help from the community. We are a community of one that help each other.
Marka waxaan u baahanahay inaan ka mid ahaado groupkayga Payback mana rabo marka doorasho ay noqoto 2 mar 3 mar waan codeeyay halkaan ka codeeyay marka idinka cod u baahantiin waa idin siinaa anaga maanta waxaan u baahanahay inaan community-geena aan naga kala qaadin inaan sida aan ugu jirno Payback aan ugu jirno ilmaheygana ugu dhex noolaado.
We want to be with one community as a refugees. We have common culture, common and we all use the same, situations when it comes to social service, when it comes to health, education, and everything. So we don't wanna our district divided into, sections. We wanna have our voice as a one community, as we share one common culture and education.
Waxaan kaloo idiin sheegay halka aniga shaqaan ka helay dawladda caawimaad kama qaato waan shaqaystaa community-gan ka dhex shaqaystaa ilmahan ku haystaa dadka ilmaha uga celi child care aan ka shaqaystaa naftaydoo dhana inta ku nool haddii aad meel kale aadaan ma u malaynayo inaan xataa guriga rentiga iska bixin karo.
So I work and I don't take any benefits, public benefits. I work hard and I wanna my community to be united and to be one community. I'm against the separation or dividing our community into sections. And I would like to request the commission to,
waxaan idin rajaynayaa inaad codkayga maqashaan marka aniga si aanan homelessna u noqon guriga kale iska bixin waayo baabuur ma raaci karo ma drive garayn karo ma haysto waxaan rajaynayaa inaad codsigayga ii ogolaataan.
So I request you to accept my request and I appreciate your listening. Thank you very much.
Waan idin salaamay. Thank you.
Right. What else do we have then? Hold on.
Janine, does that conclude all 3 of your group presentations?
Yes, it does. Thank you so much, commissioners. I wish that our internet was working and you could see the 60 people standing right here behind us. Have a good night.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to Yasmin Obeid, who also has a remote group presentation. Yasmin, are you there? Can you hear us? I'm showing you as being muted, Yasmin.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful. We have our community organizer, Rama, who will be giving the organizational comment first before we start with our community comments. All right?
Yes.
Thank you. Rama, go ahead.
Well, so you have one group presentation, you have 6 minutes. So we're going to go ahead and.
I thought we had 2 group presentations.
Do you have 2? Okay, well, you can begin your first group presentation.
Oh, Rama signed up separately. Is she able to speak in her separate time?
Well, if you have 2 group presentations, 2 or more people speaking there, then we will afford you the time required for that group presentation.
Go ahead. Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Rama Awad, and I'm the programs manager at the Majdal Center. We're also the Arab Community Center of San Diego.
El Cajon is a major refugee resettlement hub, as you all know, and it's likely to receive many more refugees in the coming years. It's critical that El Cajon is mapped with other refugee and immigrant communities in the county to ensure that we receive the representation and services that we desperately need for successful resettlement. For the past several months, we have been mapping our communities and have identified that our Arab and Muslim community is a critical subset of a broader community of interest, which includes BIPOC, immigrants and refugees that span between City Heights and El Cajon. My community of interest is mainly comprised of renters, English language learners, and large families, and many prioritize increased affordable housing, English as second language services, public transportation, and education access. This is a largely newcomer community that speaks a primary language other than English at home and also has limited English proficiency. We are here to urge you to keep El Cajon united in a single district and to be included with other refugee communities throughout the county. This is to ensure that our shared needs as BIPOC refugees and immigrants are adequately addressed by the County Board of Supervisors. I would like the city of El Cajon to be kept whole and to be included with City Heights, Southeast San Diego, La Mesa, Spring Valley, and Rancho San Diego. It is critical, again, that El Cajon is mapped with other refugee and immigrant communities in the county so that we have the proper representation and services that we need. I am in support of continuing to refine draft map number 14 as it most accurately reflects the mutual support networks of our communities in El Cajon. Thank you again. And with that, I will pass it to other members of the community to speak with you all today. Thank you.
And the rest of the community are Arabic speakers, so we'll be needing translation.
Hello. اسمي علي الخزعلي من منطقة الكاهون منظمة مجدل.
Is May available for translation?
Do we have an on-site Arabic translator?
Oh, got it. Okay. Go ahead.
أبدي ولا؟
تفضل.
اسمي علي الخزعلي من منطقة الكاهون منظمة مجدل. بالبداية أشكركم على هاي الفرصة اللي تاحت لنا هاي الفرصة. وطلبنا هو كلش بسيط أن تبقى جاليتنا هي على ما عهدناها في السابق أن تكون متوحدة غير متفرقة، ومناطقنا اللي احنا عشناها من سنين طويلة وسكننا هنا نتمنى أن تدرسون هاي الحالة ونبقى مثل ما كنا موجودين. تجمعنا مصالح مشتركة، أخوة من المسلمين والمسيح وكل الأديان، نعيش تحت سقف واحد. فنطلب منكم أن تكون نعيش تحت خريطة سياسية واحدة لا تفرقنا أي شيء، لأن احنا مجتمعات أغلبنا من المهاجرين واللاجئين، وهاي المناطق هي الكاهون، رانجو سانتياغو، لاميسا، سيتي هايت. وأنا أشكركم جزيلا لإتاحتنا هاي الفرصة وشكرا.
Can you hear me?
Yes. May Hassan, I understand that you're here to translate, right? Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, are you speaking to us or May?
Can you hear me, guys? Can you hear me, my voice?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Good evening, everyone. So I'm here, I'm present. I will start translating now.
I'm sorry, do we need to repeat the first one that was not translated?
Well, May, can you give us a summary of what you heard from the previous speaker? We've afforded this group 6 minutes.
Yes, actually, he emphasized what the lady before him on the importance, and correct me, please, if I'm wrong, Yasmin. He emphasized on the unity of El Cajon, La Mesa, City Heights to stay together as they reside there. Their kids goes to school there. That they are aware of the neighborhood, and he re-emphasized what the lady before him spoke on the importance of they staying together.
Thank you. Have
Thank you,
about
Michael.
45 seconds left in this group.
تفضلي.
مرحبا، أنا أسماء خير الله، عضوة في المجتمع العربي في الكهون. نحن مجموعة عرب تجمعنا قيم ثقافية متميزة ولغة واحدة وشبكات واللاجئين في جميع أنحاء المقاطعة.
أسماء أعطيني مجال أترجم تسمحي لي.
تحية.
Okay, so I'm Asma Abdullah. I'm a member in the Arabic community in El Cajon, and we are here together. We have mutual cultural traditions, mutual habits and beliefs in this community. تفضلي.
I'm going to thank you for this group presentation. We have afforded you 6 minutes. You do have a second group presentation. We'll afford you another 6 minutes for that. But we have a hard stop in this room, and so I have to keep to the time limits. I'm sorry about that. So we'll go to the second group presentation, 6 minutes.
Go ahead. طلبي نفس طلب الأصدقاء الباقين اللي حكوا بأنه نحن نتمنى ننجمع بنفس المناطق اللي هي الكهون والسيتي هايتس، ساوث إيست، سان دييغو، رانشو، لاميسا. والسبب الأساسي هو العادات والتقاليد والثقافات المختلفة واللغة الواحدة. نتمنى نساعد بعضنا لنشارك بعضنا ببعض الأعياد والتجمعات لنبقى مع بعض ونساند بعض.
Okay, so she emphasized again on what other colleagues have brought up, emphasizing the unity of El Cajon, City Heights, Rancho, and La Mesa to stay together, so they can keep sharing the same traditions and cultural rituals, like celebrating feasts, stay together, speaking the same languages. That's very important to them, according to her. صوت ماكو أسماء.
بتمنى تلبية طلبنا ومساعدتنا وألف شكر لكم.
We really hope that you can meet our requirements, and thank you very much.
مرحبا، أنا صاحب الساعدي، أسكن على ماديسون الكاهون.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Sahib Al-Saadi. I live on Madison in El Cajon.
طلبي كما طلب الأخوة السابقين على أنه تبقى الجالية العربية وغير العربية هي تكون يد وحدة وتكون على المناطق الموجودة اللي هي سيتي هايس، ليمين جروب، رانشو، سان دييغو، وتبقى الكاهون كمنطقة واحدة.
I also again emphasize what my other colleagues have mentioned, to keep El Cajon, Lemon Grove, La Mesa, City Heights as one area specifically. El Cajon, since most of the Arabic communities reside there, and we share many things together, so we request to keep these areas together.
هذا الطلب هو يساعد الجالية العربية على التواصل، والجالية ككل على تواصل، وتلتقي في المناسبات الدينية وغير الدينية. وإذا تسمحون أنه نكون على إيد واحدة وصوت واحد. شكرا جزيلا لكم.
So he requests that to keep this Arabic and refugee community in one area, so we can continue to communicate and celebrate our traditions and our norms together. We would appreciate your help to meet our requirement. Thank you. Shukran.
Thank you all so much. Our next speaker is Asia Ariqat, and she's on the call right now. If you can unmute her, please.
I'm sorry, what is the name?
Asia, A-S, Asia Ariqat.
You know, I have 185 attendees. Can she raise a virtual hand? It might make it easier for me to find her.
Yes, Asia, she has it right there.
Okay.
A-S-I-A-R-A-R-E-I.
I think you unmuted me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for listening to our immigrant and refugee community. My name is Asya Aragat, and I am also part of the Youth Leadership Council at the Mesded Center. I live in Rancho San Diego and go to school in El Cajon. We would like to uplift the map PANA submitted, which we worked hard on to reflect the support networks of our community. El Cajon must be included with other refugee and immigrant communities in City Heights, Paradise Hills, Lemon Grove, La Mesa, Spring Valley, and Rancho San Diego to ensure that our communities receive the support they need, which has far too long gone addressed by the County Board of Supervisors. We believe that the cultural and economic characteristics of El Cajon are different than those of other East County cities. According to the Center on Policy Initiatives, we are in support of continuing to refine variations of MAP 14, and we want to ensure that any variations do not comprise of COIs that have been submitted in the past months by community members and organizations. Thank you.
And I would like to ask that Dalal Ariqat is unmuted. Dalal, please raise your hand. I know we have 30 seconds left.
Is it a second name that you want me to unmute?
Yes, a different name, Dalal, D-A-L-A-L.
Okay, I think we've been unmuted.
Hello, commissioners. My name is Dalal Erica, and I'm an Arab community member of El Cajon. I'm part of the Youth Leadership Council at Mesded Center, and I go to Valhalla High School. El Cajon has become a major area of resettlement for refugees from Syria, Iraq, and Afghanistan. Many are new arrivals, and many have lived here for quite a while. Islamophobia has been on a rise, and we've had lots of worship centers and grocery stores that unite our communities in terms of cultural aspects.
Thank you all so much. That summarizes our presentation. We had 2 more presenters, but unfortunately time did not allow us. Again, we want to stay connected as El Cajon, one block with Rancho San Diego, City Heights, La Mesa, Lemon Grove, as well as Spring Valley. Please keep us connected. Thank you all for your time. Have a great night.
Thank you, and thank you for respecting our time limits. I'm now going to move to those individuals in person who have requested to address the commission. As I call your name, please come forward to the microphone and you'll have 1 minute to address the commission. Begin with Dori Rattray, followed by Kathy Steele.
Thank you. Is this working? Yeah, there we go. All right. Thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to present this evening. My name is Dori Rattray. I'm a member of the Valley Center community. I serve on the Valley Center Community Planning Board. However, I'm here as an individual contributor this evening. I'd like to thank you for developing map 13A. In my opinion, this map best represents the solution for our community of interest. This resolution was adopted unanimously by our planning board and in Valley Center. And we feel it's geographically compact. Our community shares essential services and resources represented in the map 13A, and we sincerely value the community of interest in respect of our opportunity to support one another with services like fire, especially in our area, of course, law enforcement, healthcare, water, which is a big one for us, and schools. And also it respects the historical lands of North County Indian tribes, which is also very clear on the map too. The problem we feel with map 14, it's.
Thank you.
Oh,
I'm going to have to cut you off. We have a very tight time.
I'm a group. I'm in a group.
What are the other members of your group?
They're sitting right there. Do you want them to stand?
Please have them join you.
Okay. Do you want to stand there? I'm speaking on their behalf. Is that all right?
We define a group as 2 or more people speaking, not one person representing others.
Okay. All right. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Steele, followed by Joe Guri.
Good evening, commissioners. I'm Kathy Steele and I live in San Marcos. Thanks so much for your hard work for this last months and months. I'm a part of the Communities Together Coalition supporting draft map 14. I'm asking again that you keep the 78 corridor cities together. They have similar issues at the county level. As a resident of San Marcos, I live directly in the flight path of Palomar Airport, and I'm in alliance with those in Carlsbad who are against the airport expansion. Such an expansion would increase noise and air pollution. None of map 13 options work for us. Map 13A divides the voices of coastal and North County communities. Draft map 14 has the support of representatives from diverse communities who have come together to find agreement. This map will serve all of our communities of interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Guri, followed by Diana Aguirre.
Thank you. I live in Brago Springs and have had a house there 20 years. We were very disappointed to find that we're losing, especially the staff. In the last 2 years, we've really had several things going on. For one, we've got a very unique water solution going on, and it was coordinated by staff. Now we're going to have to redo the wheel, I guess, and start over. If there's any way to stay in 5, it'd be very, very much appreciated. It doesn't look good, does it? Thank you.
Diana Aguirre, followed by Laura Hunter.
Good evening, commissioners. First of all, I want to thank you for all the hard work. I thought it was important to show up in person today as I've been involved with these meetings for a while now. I'm a Carlsbad resident and I lived in North County, San Diego for over 10 years. I just want to request that you consider draft map 14 because I believe this represents Carlsbad the best. One of the criteria for the maps is to be geographically compact, and I believe draft map 14 addresses this criteria. The county has over a $6 billion budget, and I know a lot of the rural communities are concerned because they want representation. However, a $6 billion plus budget, and being a taxpayer myself, I also feel Carlsbad needs to ensure we have representation. Palomar Airport is one of my biggest concerns from an environmental perspective because it impacts many of the North County cities. And also map 14 just seems to consider the county overall. And it's important, as you see from the earlier speakers, to take them into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura Hunter. And if she's not here, Debbie Ressler, followed by Matt Rebell. Don't see any movement from, I take it you're Matt Rebell. Matt Rebell, followed by Pam Albergo.
David, thank you very much. And thank you very much, commissioners. I'm a new resident of Encinitas, and I want to encourage you to support draft map 14. It holds the coastal interests together of our communities, and it helps support a 78 and 76 corridor district. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Pam Albergo, followed by Rosalba Martinez.
Hi, my name is Pam Albergo with the Communities Together Coalition. I am in support of IRC map 14. I live in North County in the city of Escondido. I say North County because that is what many people call the cities along the 78 corridor. We in North County have many commonalities. We share school, hospital, water districts, transportation, and commerce. We have large veterans population and a Latinx population, just to name a few. We are stitched together by the thread of Interstate 78. Give our North County communities of interest the power to have our voices heard and support IRC map 14. This map gives a unified voice not just to our North County cities, but also provides for a coastal district that unifies the AAIP communities, provides a district for the BIPOC and LGBTQ communities, provides a majority Latino district. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rosalba Martinez, followed by Judah Coker. Not seeing movement in the chamber. Luca Barton, followed by Mike Frittenberg.
Hi, sorry about that. I'm Judah Coker, name mentioned earlier. Thank you so much for listening to the community's concerns throughout this entire process. I am a resident of Oceanside, and I'm also part of the Communities Together Coalition advocating for draft map 14. First, I want to mention that as someone in Oceanside who regularly travels along the 78 corridor, as well as is only a 10-minute walk from Carlsbad and visits regularly, I want to advocate for keeping those cities together within the same district. These communities are deeply connected, and while we are a growing suburban coastal region, we do not have as much in common with our more rural areas of North County. Our kids go to school together, we share the same transportation issues as well as environmental concerns. In addition to this, I believe that to break up the Tri-City area and hospital district in the way that other maps do would be doing a great disservice to the residents who are so connected. Draft map 14 also keeps the AAPI communities together as well as the LGBTQ and BIPOC communities, which is why I strongly urge the commission to move forward with draft map 14. Thank you.
Thank you. Luca Barton, followed by Mark Friedenberg, and then Kyle Bright.
Hi, I am Luca, and I'm part of the Communities Together Coalition, who is supporting the use of map 14 to refine the districts. I mostly grew up in University City and Scripps Ranch. I currently live in North Park. I've worked with various communities, mostly in the North County. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about the history of county districting, that before 2016, for over 2 decades, there was one political party who was in power because the supervisors were able to create their own maps, which was huge conflict of interest. And corrupts our public discourse and erodes public trust. So I'm very happy that with the community coming out and obviously the commissioners to do this more democratic process, and just all the work that everyone has done. And I believe that map 14, going back to the CVAP, that map 14 has 20% more that communities of color will have their majority back candidate done in over several elections over a decade. I think that will better represenT San Diego as the higher socioeconomic and white community, of which I'm part of, have been represented for disproportionately for so many years. Thank you.
Mike Friedenberg, followed by Kyle Bright.
Mike Friedenberg, City of La Mesa. Real briefly, I want to talk about a community of interest that's not been talked about, which is the unincorporated area residents. In San Diego County, the county government is the city council for the unincorporated area residents. All the people living in cities have their city representatives. They have what's called the police powers. Well, the county does not exercise police powers over the cities. So all these communities of interest that live in these cities, their main form of local government is their cities, and they are well represented there. And I can also tell you, many of these communities of interest have been well represented by the county. So what I'm encouraging is map 13A version 1.6. That keeps 2 significant populations of unincorporated residents with a chance to have influence on their supervisors. Map 14 seems to be intended to reduce unincorporated residents down to 1 supervisor. So it'd be a huge step backward for the people that need the most help from the supervisors, the ones that actually have the police powers over them. So I don't know about these other communities that live in the city of San Diego or El Cajon. They already have their representatives, city council. Thank you.
Thank you. Kyle Bright, followed by Mackenzie Lawrence.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Kyle Bright. I'm a lifelong resident of Oceanside, and I'm here today to advocate for map 14. As a low-income and disabled San Diegan and Oceansider, my ability to live and work in North County relies on the public services and transit networks that knit the 76 corridor together, including the Carlsbad bus hubs and Poinsettia Station. My family as healthcare workers also relies on the Tri-City Healthcare District. I beg you to not group us in with communities that have very different but equally urgent needs, and to please give our North County 76 corridor community and the Jane community that I'm part of as well, the representation that we deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Mackenzie Lawrence, followed by Defina Gonzalez. And I don't see Mackenzie Lawrence. Defina Gonzalez, if you're present, you're welcome to address the commission. Followed by Rose Montano.
Hello, my name is Delfina Gonzalez, and I'm a lifelong resident of the San Diego County. I actually grew up in Spring Valley and Rancho San Diego and Hamul area. I currently live in Chula Vista. So I understand the importance of being able to have a district map like 14 that is able to bring all our South Bay families together. The importance of having an amazing map that is able to bring literally driving from Rancho San Diego and coming to Chula Vista, it could be sometimes a 15-minute drive, but also going to other areas in our South Bay is super important to understand that we have to be united. There's certain things that happen that are now, considered, no, that's District 2, we can't handle that. But if we are able to have a unification of our South Bay, we'll be able to have a voice for our communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Rose Montano, followed by David and Maxine Hall.
Hello, my name is Rose Montaño and I live in the Nestor community in the South Bay. I want to thank the commissioners for their hard work and for listening to the communities during these past few months. I am part of the Communities Together Coalition support draft map 14 as it keeps communities together and will make San Diego County stronger. We have a lot of different issues that are going on in the South Bay communities, and I think that enhancing this district change would allow us to really focus on these issues. So I hope that you can strongly consider this. Thank you.
Thank you. David and Maxine Hall, followed by Thomas Yakub.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is David Hall, actually the Reverend Doctor, retired. I have two signs here which express my position. And previous speakers have raised issues that I myself would raise, so I won't repeat them. But one is I'm a part of Communities Together Coalition. I think there are a few other people here who I was a little concerned I might be alone. My other sign says, Oceanside says, keep 78 corridor together. And basically, that's what I have to say. The Oceanside, I have most of my experience with Oceanside and Carlsbad, and those communities are becoming increasingly diverse.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thomas Yakub, followed by Adrian Durso. Not seeing movement in the chamber. Jesus Martin Gallegos Munoz, followed by Iris Trammell.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Jesus Martin Gallegos Munoz. I live in San Isidro, Otay Mesa community, and work in Barrio Logan in the South County communities. I want to thank the commissioners for their hard work and for listening to the communities during these past few months. I am part of the Communities Together Coalition supporting Draft Map 14 as it keeps communities together and will make San Diego County stronger. Draft Map 14 has the support of representatives from diverse communities who have come together to try to find agreement. This map will serve all of communities of interest, including ethnic minorities, including Latinx, AAPI, and Black folks. Draft Map 14 is a map that we can accept together because it will keep all of our communities together as it respects the Voting Rights Act for the South County Latino community. Again, thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you. Iris Trammell, followed by Elaine Bratton.
My name is Iris Trammell, and I am a proud member of SEIU Local 221, and I'm also a part of the Communities Together Coalition supporting Draft Map 14 as it keeps our communities together. As someone who lives in Southeast San Diego community for the majority of my life, Draft Map 14 closely aligns with my community's values because it includes the proposed PANA district. The African-American community historically does not have representation, and it's time to correct that. We want all communities we want what all communities want: safe streets, parks, walking trails, hospitals, clinics, and equipped schools. And my pet peeve, roads without potholes. Thank you for listening, and please vote for draft map 14.
Thank you. Elaine Bratton, followed by Carla Gonzalez.
Yes, hi. As you noted, my name's Elaine Bratton and I live in Azalea Park in City Heights area of San Diego. And I'm also supporting the 14, and I am also a member of SEIU. And I just want to say that the reason I'm supporting this is because I do want to uplift the LGBTQ, the BIPOC, and the refugee community together. We have a very diverse community that prospers and lives and works together in this area, and we want to keep this together so that we can continue into the future. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Carla Gonzalez, followed by Christine Nava.
Thank you, commissioners. My name is Carla Gonzalez, and I'm a proud member of the SEIU Local 221 and Communities Together Coalition supporting draft map 14. Much of our District 1 faces unique issues that no other part of the county faces. Therefore, we are again asking for a border district that is majority Latino to allow for a stronger voice that can successfully advocate for our issues. Draft map 14 has the support of representatives from diverse communities who have come together to try and find an agreement. This map will serve all of our community of interest. Draft map 14 is a map that we can accept together because it will keep all of our communities together. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine Nava, followed by Jennifer Jeffries.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you again so much for your hard work. I'm a 26-year resident of Escondido, and I am also a part of the Communities Together Coalition supporting draft map 14. It has become clear to me through the redistricting process that while it has been important for me personally to focus and stress the needs of my community of interest, but also along the way, I came to realize that a successful map will only be successful if it also takes care of all community of interest. And I think that draft map 14 does just that. Importantly, it follows the criteria used to draw boundaries. It maintains the unity of the cities along the 78 corridor. It respects the Voting Rights Acts for the South County Latino community and keeps the rural communities of interest together. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jennifer Jeffries, followed by Kathy Steele.
You're in the home stretch. Jennifer Jeffries from Fallbrook. I'm here to support the adoption of map 13A, in particular version 5 and 6. Unfortunately, map 14 places Fallbrook, Bonsall, Valley Center, Rainbow, and the northern tribal communities in one mega unincorporated district. That places us with southeast unincorporated area with no shared history and destroys longstanding cultural, economic, and civic relationships with Camp Pendleton, Oceanside, Vista, and San Marcos. As a matter of fact, Flo, I think, indicated that map 13A preserves a 40% preferred voter for our Latino residents, while map 14 gives a 0 chance of a Latino preferred candidate. As you strive to enfranchise underrepresented groups, which I wholeheartedly agree with, please do not allow that effort to totally disenfranchise the most northern area of North County. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Steele, followed by Shirley Anderson. And I don't see Kathy Steele. Shirley Anderson, followed by Esther Sanchez, who I don't believe is here. Christina Manakil.
Thank you, commissioners. This is going to be a long night because I know you're all cold. My name is Shirley Anderson. I am from Carlsbad, and my community of interest is the effect Palomar Airport has on the quality of life for constituents in Escondido, San Marcos, Vista, and Carlsbad. The normal traffic pattern for aircraft approach to Palomar is from the east to the ocean, starting in Escondido to San Marcos through Vista and touchdown at Carlsbad. Normal departure is west with a right turn towards the city of Oceanside. Other issues our Tri-City Hospital in Oceanside, which the Tri-City includes Vista and Carlsbad, where we all pay taxes to support this public hospital. Carlsbad and Oceanside have shared environmental issues with the Buena Vista Lagoon and the Buena Vista Creek. These are some of the reasons why I hope that you will strongly consider and support draft map 14. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina Manonkiel. Followed by Kira O'Laughlin. Christina, do you have a group presentation?
Yes, we do.
Okay, let's afford her 3 minutes.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Christina Manankil. My name is Stacy Yui. We're organizers with Asian Solidarity Collective, or ASC, a grassroots Asian organization of over 630 members who live across San Diego from North to South County. We've all been consistently calling and commenting for months. Based on previous meetings, it's important we have a shared understanding of race and equity. Race is a system of unequal access to power and resources. It's not just a matter of attitudes. And racial equity is achieved by intentional work so that race is no longer a predictor of discriminating treatment and unequal life outcomes. You've been hearing from organizations and communities of color because we live in a system that was built to benefit white cisgender people. When your conclusions about community input are colorblind or unconscious of the historical oppression of BIPOC folks in San Diego, you're not building equity. You're ensuring the system of white supremacy continues. The model minority myth portrays us as the good minority. It claims we're successful because we follow the status quo, keep our heads down, and work hard. But it's a tool to discipline other racial groups, especially Black people, by blaming them for their struggles. And rather than looking at wider systems like anti-immigrant policies and redlining, the myth says we can succeed if only we had the right attitude and work ethic.
This isn't just about us. Our job is not to elect an Asian face and sit back and watch. At ASC, solidarity is not just a word. Impacted communities don't often have the privilege to attend multiple meetings or even any meetings. They're pitted against each other and forced to fight over crumbs. But we're still here because it takes all of us to lift up communities that are most impacted. We support the continual refinement of draft map 14. While there is no perfect map, map 14 variations reflect a range of community interests. Future variations must not compromise the COIs previously submitted by those who've expressed the following: to maximize an Asian American voting power in the coastal districts by keeping Mira Mesa, Rancho Penasquitos, Carmel Valley and Miramar, Linda Vista, and Kearny Mesa together. Maintain the proposed PANA district, which keeps the core of BIPOC, immigrant, and refugee COIs together. Uniting the city of El Cajon, City Heights, Spring Valley, Lemon Grove, La Mesa, and Paradise Hills. It keeps LGBTQ communities together, creating a majority-minority district to reflect the demography and cultural diversity of Central San Diego. All variations of map 13 disenfranchise voters in the Central District in opposition of IRC's mission and goals, and it divides Asian communities. Mira Mesa, Rancho Penasquitos, Carmel Valley, Miramar, Linda Vista, and Kearny Mesa must be kept intact. This is your chance to begin repairing decades of relegating people to the margins in San Diego. It takes more than bringing BIPOC folks to the table. You also have to listen. Thank you. Pardon my emotional.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Kira O'Laughlin, followed by Tama Becker-Verano.
Hi, my name is Kiara O'Laughlin. I grew up in Oceanside and I currently live in Encinitas. I want to thank the commissioners for their hard work and listening to communities during this past few months. I'm part of the Communities Together Coalition supporting draft map 14 as it keeps communities together and will make San Diego County stronger. Draft map 14 will keep coastal communities together from Encinitas to Coronado. Coastal city residents share the same issues. We prioritize caring for the ocean and our natural coastlines. And the majority of residents use the 101 or the 5 to commute if they commute at all. For example, I work from home in Leucadia, spend 90% of my time in the coastal area between Encinitas and Solana Beach. None of the map 13 options work for us. We just elected a supervisor last year, and with these other options, we would have to go through another election process. Draft map 14 also has the support of representatives from diverse communities who have come together to try to find an agreement. It's the map that we can accept together because it will keep all of our communities together. Thank you.
Thank you. Tama Becker-Verano, followed by Hope Nelson. And you clearly have a group presentation. So it's a little 43 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Tama Becker-Verano from Change Begins With Me, an indivisible group in District 3 and part of the Communities Together Coalition. With me are Jane Moores and Vivian LaPaglia. We understand the reality that any redistricting map will cause sections of some communities to shift. However, it is important to highlight the ways in which map 13A causes our most marginalized communities to feel the effects more drastically than others. The boundaries of map 13A trigger renumbering to meet total population requirements. It is in this renumbering that the greatest inequities exist. At the heart of the matter is a central district that expands in a way to more fairly reflect our most diverse communities of interest that historically have been separated and therefore underrepresented by our current map. Both maps 13A and 14 are very similar in capturing, grouping, and creating a minority majority district. Unfortunately, map 13A would cause the majority of people living in that newly designed district to be represented by someone who is substantially at odds with the needs and values of that geographical area, all due to renumbering. Furthermore, these folks are further disenfranchised by being forced to wait 3 years before having the opportunity to elect someone who aligns with their cultural priorities and community goals. Contrast this with my district, which just had an election in 2020. Where is the equity in allowing one of the most affluent districts in the county to have a chance to vote again in 2022, when a large swath of communities of concern, now in a position to finally take ownership of their future, must wait until 2024? This side effect of map 13 will lead to mass confusion and underrepresentation of the very people seeking empowerment.
Quickly touching on current District 3, which largely encompasses our beautiful yet fragile coastline. This geographical area requires an astute and skilled leader to navigate the unique ecosystem challenges and climate threats. Our current representative ran to represent the coast, and voters elected her to represent the coast. Map 13A plucks her out of District 3 and plops her into an entirely non-coastal rural region. I imagine she will contribute to the district in terms of climate action and mitigation and more, but she did not run on the issues unique to that geographical region, and voters in District 2 would potentially struggle with the mismatching of representation created by map 13A. The renumbering of map 13A not only creates confusion, but additionally constituents in those districts may not understand the consequences with respect to timing of elections. We respectfully ask that you accept map 14, which avoids renumbering and creates better representation for folks living in central San Diego. Thank you.
Thank you. Hope Nelson, followed by now Kabashima.
My name is Hope Nelson. As a 21-year resident of Carlsbad, I have seen the growth of North County firsthand. Map 14 is the map that respects our needs. Carlsbad's cohesion is with Oceanside, Vista, San Marcos, and Escondido. We are all part of Innovate 78, a formal partnership between the communities. As a member of Citizens for a Friendly Airport, we represent those same communities by voicing concerns about the impact of expansion at Palomar Airport in Carlsbad. Redistricting would have a huge impact on those cities, and frankly, places further south in the county don't understand it and don't concern themselves with it, and it just doesn't impact them. As part of the Communities Together Coalition, as a member of Citizens for a Friendly Airport, as a 21-year North County resident, and for all the reasons stated tonight, map 14 is the map I see as most acceptable. On another note, I counted meetings, and this one appears to be your 39th meeting since November 9th, 2020. For all the listening you have done and all the work involved in this process, thank you.
Thank you. Now Kabashima and followed by Vivian LaPaglia.
Hello, Commissioner. My name is Nao Kabashima. I am here as a part of the Community Together's Coalition to support map 14. I strongly believe that this is the only map that keeping us together. I'm executive director of the Karen organization serving newly arrived refugees from Burma. 95% of them living in City Heights, 5% of them living in El Cajon City, but we all united together, working together to provide mutual aid. it is so important to us that our district unite all of the AAPI community, BIPOC, immigrants and refugee community, LGBT community to amplify everyone's voices. I believe this is our amazing opportunity to recognize the inequity all over the county because of the system and use this new district lines to unite the communities and amplify voices of everyone in our community, not to divide or not to disenfranchise marginalized community members. Thank you.
Thank you. Vivian LaPaglia, followed by Nam Nguyen. Okay, Nam Nguyen, followed by Judith Howell.
Hello, my name is Nang Nguyen, and I would like to voice my support for the Communities Together Coalition, support of draft map 14. On a personal note, I am a resident of District 4, but according to District Map 13A, I would then be transferred into District 2. This has historically been representative of East County, and to have this renumbering is either a gross oversight or a complete miscalculation. I do not understand why I should be transferred into District 2, which opposes the historical aspect of where District 2 is located, and therefore only District Map 14 represents my best interest and the best interest of San Diego County. Thank you.
Thank you. Judith Howell, followed by Jean Hui Tran.
Good evening. My name is Judith Howell, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the Communities Together Coalition. I want to thank the commissioners for your patience and your hard work during these past few months. I support draft map 14 as it keeps communities together and will make San Diego County stronger. And I must say, map 13 disenfranchises voters in the central district in opposition to the IRC's mission and stated goals. Voters who are already being targeted as we speak. Map 14 will serve all of our community and interests, including the API in the coastal district, the BIPOC and LGBTQ communities in the central district, cities along the 78 freeway, rural communities of interest in East County, and respects the Voting Rights Act for the Latino community in the South County. Again, please support map 14. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jean Hui Tran, followed by Darren Moroz.
Hi. Hi, my name is Zhang Wei. I'm the organizer with the Center of Policy Initiative. I'm also standing in front of you as an API community member of Vietnamese heritage, as a member of the LGBTQ community with a queer identity, and as an immigrant who migrated to the US in 1990, like many of Vietnamese folks whose families were torn apart in the aftermath of the Vietnam War. We left everything in our motherland to come here, and now I've called San Diego my home for almost 30 years. For months, and part of my job is to empower the working families in San Diego. I have been meaning hundreds of phone calls and conversation with all of the folks in this room that you see here. They all standing behind me. They're coming from all over the entire county. And you can see in this room, there is a diversity in this room. There are Black, Latino, LGBTQ, API, refugee, immigrants, even white folks, even rural, even urban folks. We have come to your commission and been saying over and over that we want to build a better county for all of us. And not just one, because we knew that this conversation is going to be very difficult.
Thank you.
And not just about just one, all of us. Please listen to draft map 14. Thank you.
Darren Moroz. Darren Moroz, followed by Nancy Relaport.
I've got a group. It's two of us.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll just start by saying
Is the other member of your group present?
Yep.
Okay, and you'll be speaking?
Yep.
Okay.
Looking at both 13 and 14, my concern is that El Cajon is the gateway to East County. It is the gateway to East County. Our East County Chamber of Commerce is located in El Cajon. It's got absolutely nothing to do with City Heights. We have a huge refugee population of Chaldeans, which both the county supervisors for the last decade have worked hand in hand with this community in resettling, as well as also working with our school district in El Cajon. Cajon Valley School District has the biggest population of refugees as well. And so pulling El Cajon out of that district and putting it in a Western district will absolutely hurt the population there. We are our own unit. We are the gateway to East County, and we should remain that way. So I'm not for or against either map. I just want to make sure that El Cajon is still included in either District 2 or District 3, because that is going to be the least way to disenfranchise the Chaldean community, especially in El Cajon. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Steve Goebel. I'm speaking in capacity as an elected council member of the city of El Cajon. So I'm speaking for the 107,000 residents there. I recognize that individual groups within the city may have different opinions. So it's my job to speak for the community as a whole, in the same way that you have a similar type of responsibility. With regard to map 13, we'd like to take it out of District 2 and put it in District 3. Regarding map 14, we'd like to take El Cajon out of District 4 and put it in District 2. We're okay with taking anything west of the 125 and making that the replacement populations in exchange for taking El Cajon out. Why do I say make those changes for El Cajon? Because besides the many demographic parts of this, we're all bound by many existing entities, school districts, hospital districts, community college districts, water districts, sewer districts, Sandag, MTS. They all consider El Cajon, CNT, Lakeside, La Mesa as part of East County. It's a very defined region by many different entities which cover a cross section of demographics. So I'd urge you to consider those changes to the map. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy Relaford, followed by Ricardo Favela.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Relaford. I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice, Surge San Diego, and part of the Communities Together Coalition. I'm a lifelong resident of San Diego County. I've lived in the North Park community for 30 odd years, and I grew up in the Casa de Oro neighborhood of Spring Valley in East County. Long story short, in case I run out of time, as a white bi person born and raised in San Diego County, I wholeheartedly support map 14 and the PANA district corridor that brings Spring Valley, El Cajon, and other areas into a shared community with other Black, BIPOC, refugee, urban, and LGBTQ+ communities. I also asked the commission to reject any proposal to use the 163 as a dividing line, which would split the LGBTQ+ community of interest. Really quickly, when I grew up in Casa de Oro, the 94 freeway wasn't there. Rancho San Diego didn't exist. The community was or seemed overwhelmingly white. It made sense then, maybe, for Spring Valley, El Cajon, et cetera, to be grouped together with East County. I want to be clear that they were.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ricardo Favela, followed by Nuri Barca. Do you have a group presentation?
I do have a group presentation. The rest of the group is online. That's Moraima Flores and Luis Higino.
Well, I'm sorry, I have 188 attendees. It's we can hear from each of you individually.
We're speaking on behalf of Voices of Fallbrook. We represent over 100 people in Fallbrook, Latinos primarily. And we've made a statement that we would like to read as a group.
Okay, do you have the statement yourself?
I have it right here.
Okay, we'll give you 3 minutes to do that.
6 minutes.
Do you need translation?
Groups can speak as for 6 minutes, right?
Only if you need translation.
Only if you need
Groups are 3
translation,
minutes,
okay.
and then we'll double the time if you need translation.
Okay. got
So
it.
I'll give you 3 minutes because I can't fish through the
Got
other
it,
names,
okay.
but please begin.
I'm sorry about that. Okay. Do they're able to read the statement as well? Or can I read it on behalf of the group?
I would ask that you read it on behalf of the group.
Okay, that works. Okay, thank you. So my name is Ricardo Favela, born and raised in Fallbrook in Valley Center. I serve on the County Service Area 81 for Parks and Rec, and I am a trustee for the Fallbrook Union Elementary School District. But today, I'm speaking on behalf of a group known as Voices of Fallbrook, and came here to share a message from our group. There are members of our group and residents online, Moraima Flores, Luis Higino, Elizabeth Ramos, and Leticia Maldonado. Voices of Fallbrook is a union of Latino community leaders dedicated to amplifying the voices of Latino working families, farm workers, and students, together to address the needs of Fallbrook residents. We have been heavily involved in forming voting districts in Fallbrook. For the past few months, Fallbrook residents from greatly diverse backgrounds serving our community in different ways have been consistently expressing the profound desire for the greater Fallbrook area, Fallbrook, Bonsall, Duluth, Rainbow, with a combined population of over 56,000 people to be included in the North County Supervisorial District 5, along with Escondido, San Marcos, Vista, and Oceanside. Map 13A at this point is the best map that best represents the interests of North County, respects the communities of interest, and so we stand in support of map 13A, preferably version 1-6 or version 5. We urge a further working of the boundaries to the east to include tribal lands. The communities of interest shared by the cities and communities are historical, strong, wide-ranging, and obvious. Many issues bind the communities of Fallbrook, Escondido, San Marcos, Vista, and Oceanside, and contribute to these communities identifying together. We share fire protection services, hospital services. We are in the same Palomar College Community District. We are in some of the same sports league divisions, sharing rivalries with Vista and Escondido. And we share activities such as attending the Escondido World Marketplace, also known as the swap meet, or spend the day at Dixon Lake, or watch a movie in Vista or Oceanside. We do our regular shopping in these communities and travel along major routes like the 15 or ride public transit to visit these locations. We share labor and economic ties, especially as it relates to the agriculture industry. Fallbrook and Escondido have been where the packing houses have received the produce coming from Valley Center, Palma, Pala, and Duluth. We have already been working and living together as a district for decades. We need representatives who know this region the way we know them. We need representatives from our communities. We have often heard the phrase that you all will not be able to make everyone happy at the last few meetings. As a protected class under the California Voting Rights Act, we are not requesting to be made happy. Our request is to be heard, to be recognized, to be given full and proper consideration and treated fairly under the law. The end result of your work should be the strengthening of voting rights and mitigation of racially polarized voting. Map 13A is a step in that direction. We're speaking for ourselves, and we ask you to listen to what we have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Nuri Barca, followed by Luis Montero Adams.
I have a group too. We are two actually. of
Okay,
us.
we'll afford you 3 minutes for your group.
Okay. So my name is Dr. Nuri Barca. I'm the president of the Chaldean Community Council. The Chaldean Community Council is the official representative of our community, of the Chaldean community in San Diego. And we are the voice of the community. So there is no other representation of our community beside this organization. Most of our people, most of the Chaldean live in El Cajon and Rancho area, which almost like we have 40,000 population, almost 20,000 live in El Cajon, and the other 20,000, they live in Rancho. And we would like to keep El Cajon and Rancho together because this is where we are and this is what we have been living. Our church, our community, our school district, they need to be together as we need our community to be together, united, because we have many newcomers from Iraq, from Middle East, that they need our help, our support as old comers. So it's very important for our community of interest that we stay together in the same area. And we will be with the rest of the East County, which we like Santee. We have people in Santee. We have people in Hamul, Alpine. We want East County to stay together, united. We are far away from the Western District. We are far away from highest City Height. We are far away from other area which are not a part of the East County. So please keep East County together. Thank you so much.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Ryan Mika. I'm a board member of Chaldean Community College, Chaldean Community Council, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the Chaldean community. We are a community of interest, and we all go to the same schools. We all have mutual benefits. We all have mutual voting. We need our voice to be heard. We have no interest. We have nothing mutual between us and City Height. Most of us are in Rancho San Diego. Most of us are in El Cajon, Santee, most of East County, Hamul. We have a lot of Chaldeans in Hamul. We have a lot of Chaldeans in Santee. We are community of interest. We'd like to be all kept at the same. all to be together so we can have our voice heard. Thank you so much for your time. Please consider our requests. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Luis Montero Adams, followed by Lori Gonzalez.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Luis Montero Adams. My pronouns are he, him, his. I'm speaking on behalf of the San Diego LGBT Community Center and in support of Draft Map 14. I want to start by thanking the Commission for maintaining the LGBTQ community of interest primarily within one district by using the PANA map. To be clear, most maps have included our recommended boundaries of using the I-8 to the north, 5 to the west, I-94 to the south, with that geographic boundary extended east to at least the city of La Mesa. I also want to thank Commissioner Serban, who attempted to dismiss draft map 13B at the last meeting. San Diego has been a leader in redistricting to empower the LGBTQ community of interest for over 3 decades, but draft map 13B threatens to divide and disempower San Diego City's LGBTQ community of interest by splitting the heart of our community in half. Tonight, my ask is clear. I ask that this commission not move forward with draft map 13B or any map that uses the 163 as a dividing line. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lori Gonzalez, followed by Crystal Irving. Lori, do you have a group presentation?
Yes, I do.
Okay, we'll afford you 3 minutes.
Thank you. Miyuyama Tahum. I'm Councilwoman Lori Gonzalez from the Rincon Band of Liseño Indians. On behalf of Rincon, I respectfully ask you to ensure that the tribal reservations in inland North County be maintained in one district. We strongly oppose any map that would divide us. It's bad for our tribes. The independent and self-governing nations, including the reservations of La Jolla, Los Coyotes, Mesa Grande, Paula, Pamayuima, Rincon, Santa Isabel, and San Pascual are currently contained within one supervisor district. We urge you to maintain our current placement within one district. Doing so would ensure that the important community and intergovernmental ties we have forged with our neighbors will be maintained. North County has historically been a mixture of urban and rural, coastal and inland, and the current District 5 certainly reflects this mix. The tribal reservations in our historic lands in inland North County are linked by the more urbanized areas to the west by the 2 main highways, 76 and 78. We are also linked by the interlocking relationships between the special districts that provide services to so much of North County. The water districts and fire districts serve our direct neighbors, and they also assist us in emergencies. Finally, North County surely represents a community of interest. Beyond that, however, for the sovereign tribal nations in North County, it is important that we continue to be part of a district that comprises the coastal, urban, and rural communities in the transportation corridors, the chambers of commerce, and the network of businesses and organizations. These are our historic lands, and we ask that you ensure that our united voices continue to be heard in the land of our ancestors. Now, for Rachel Smith, who will be speaking because of her disability, I will be reading her statement for her. Representing our youth, I ask, as the next generation, that you keep our tribal communities together. We share language, culture, family, and clans. And keeping us together strengthens us and ensures our survival as a people.
Thank you. Crystal Irving, followed by Sagal Abdullahi. Is Crystal Irving here? Again, Crystal will be followed by Sagal Abdullahi.
Hi, my name is Crystal Irving, and I'm president of SEIU Local 221. I'm a resident of San Diego and here to speak up for so many of us who want to see a fair, equitable redistricting that respects all our communities. I've been a strong supporter of Map 14, and I still am, and here's why. It empowers San Diego's Black community with a new central district that unites historic and emerging Black communities. I also want to emphasize how critical it is to all of us that you ensure a strong Latino majority border district in your maps that corrects the gerrymandering that shoved Coronado into that district in the first place. Finally, I want to speak out on behalf of my coworkers in North City, San Diego, Mira Mesa, RPQ, Carmel Valley, and more, who belong with their city of San Diego neighbors for sure, and not East County. As a previous social worker, I've been on the ground in many parts of this area, fighting to ensure kids and families are protected and cared for. Map 14 makes all of these priorities a reality. And so do some of the publicly submitted maps. And you can make some changes, and please just do right by redistricting and don't split our communities apart. Thank you.
Thank you. Sagal Abdullahi, followed by Nancy Nguyen. And Nancy Nguyen will be followed by Iris Trammell. I think Iris Trammell has already spoken. Nancy Nguyen will be followed by Michael Schertzer.
Good evening. My name is Nancy and I'm the Civic Engagement Organizer for PANA. I'm in support of continuing to refine draft map 14. San Diego County welcomes more refugees than any other county in California, and the county determines allocation of resettlement funding. Thus, refugees deserve direct representation in county government so that they have a voice in policies that will lead to welcoming and successful resettlement. This is a super critical time, given that San Diego will likely have the second largest resettlement of Afghan refugees in California following the emergency evacuation in Afghanistan. Thus, areas stretching from City Heights to El Cajon must be reflected in a single supervisional district to ensure that they receive the representation they deserve and services they need to resettle in California. Again, I'm in support of continuing to refine draft map 14. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Schertzer, followed by Barbara Campbell.
My name is Michael Schertzer, live in Carlsbad, and I'd hate to have your job. Okay? Everybody that's spoken tonight has my sympathies, and I agree with many people, but I have to make up my mind, I guess. Teacher of 30 years, I'm an attorney, historian. What could I say? I'll just say something very practical. Watershed issues in Carlsbad are extremely important, and all the different cities surrounding Carlsbad have to make critical decisions going ahead. It's a very complex issue. I'm not going to get into it. With regard to the airport, again, airspace is important to all the cities surrounding Carlsbad because there's chances that the airport will expand and nobody knows what's going to be taking place. So all cities need to be working and communicating together over these issues. And but most of all, I want to say to everybody here, I really appreciate your arguments, especially as a civil rights attorney, teacher, bilingual teacher, and bilingual lawyer.
Thank you. Barbara Campbell, followed by Jaime Aranguri.
Hi, good evening. My name is Barbara Campbell, and I'm a 12-year resident of Carlsbad. I'd like to thank all of the commissioners for your hard work over the last 39 meetings, however long it was, the last few months. I'm part of the Communities Together Coalition and Citizens for a Friendly Airport. I live in a direct flight of Palomar Airport. We are supporting draft map 14. This keeps the communities together and makes San Diego stronger, keeping the urban areas along the 78 together. And since we have similar issues at the county level, especially the airport, it recognizes the strong veterans presence along the 78 corridor and respects the Tri-City Hospital region. It keeps that together as well. This map 14 will serve all communities of interest. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Jamie Aranguri, followed by Angela De Joseph. I understand you have a group presentation, so we'll afford you 3 minutes.
We do have a group presentation, but I will be only translating. So I'm going to be speaking on my behalf later.
Okay, so you're translating for the group? Okay, we'll afford you 6 minutes for the translation.
Unless the commission has a Spanish translator available.
No, we appreciate it.
Right.
So we'll afford you 6 minutes for the group.
Hello,
presentation
everyone.
with translation.
My name is Jamie Arangure. My pronoun is she, hers, ella. I'm the director of Proyecto Trans Latina here in San Diego. And I'm a trans woman, Latina immigrant. El motivo de mi apoyo al mapa 13A es porque mucho tiempo nuestra comunidad LGB latina ha sido marginada e ignorada.
The reason I'm here supporting map 13A is because the Latino LGBTQ community has been for many years been marginalized and ignored.
Principalmente en los servicios de salud porque no tenemos un representante latino.
Primarily in health services because we don't have a Latino representative.
Es por eso que en el momento de hacer un cambio en este mapa y en este distrito,
That's why right now that we have the opportunity to change this map in this district,
porque queremos estar unidos como comunidad latina
we want to be together as a Latino community
y tener una oportunidad de mejorar las cosas para nuestra comunidad LGB latina.
and have the opportunity to improve the situation for the LGBTQ Latino community.
Porque nuestra comunidad es en todo condado de San Diego, no solamente Hillcrest.
Because our community is in the entire San Diego County, not just in Hillcrest.
Thank you so much.
Angela De Joseph, followed by John Bazzi. Don't see any movement in the chamber for Angela De Joseph, John Bazzi, Kathy Michaels, followed by Vanessa Valenzuela. Not seeing any movement in the chamber. Gloriana Weiss, followed by Nettie Velasquez. Could,
Vanessa Valenzuela?
what is your name? Sorry.
Vanessa Valenzuela?
Yes, Vanessa Valenzuela. Thank you.
Good evening. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Vanessa Valenzuela, and I'm a 35-year resident of Escondido. Thank you for all your hard work to put together a map that ultimately have consequential impacts on all San Diegans. I'm here tonight as part of the Communities Together Coalition to strongly urge you to support draft map 14. It does the best job at meeting all of the necessary criteria while representing the most communities of interest. As many have mentioned, it supports the BIPOC, LGBTQ, AAPI coastal district while also supporting the requirements of the Voting Rights Act. Specifically to the North County, it keeps the 78 and 76 corridors together. So please support map 14. Thank you.
Thank you. Gloriana Weiss and Nettie Velasquez.
Hello. My name is Gloriani Weiss, and I'm here to support map 13A. I live in North County, Escondido, and I'm hearing a lot of folks really loving to keep their communities together, but I know Escondido seems like a world apart from San Diego, but if you guys didn't already know, Hidden Meadows is actually part of Escondido, and it's being split apart from in map 14, it's being split. So like the whole city is being split in half. Also, like folks who live in Valley Center and also the tribal lands have a dynamic community of interest with the indigenous in Escondido. It's like brother and sister for sure. So I just would really love to, and maybe fine tune, because I also do believe that the refugee communities, so maybe if we could like hybrid them, like hybrid the communities and also keep Escondido all together. Thank you.
Thank you. Nettie Velasquez, followed by Gloria Conejo.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nettie, and I am a resident of Escondido. So I live in North County. I'm also an immigrant, and it's really quite discouraging to see that, a large portion of North County, in fact, I think almost North County, is being really split, because I can tell you for a fact, when I came to the United States, I hardly ever went any lower than San Marcos, but I can tell you that I always went up to Fallbrook and I always went up to Valley Center. And so I can tell you that a lot of the agriculture, a lot of the immigrants, work in these centers and in these places, and I just think it's really important, and also to highlight that the Native American community deserves to have these really important lands that, are so sacred and special to them. So I think it's really worth highlighting that. And I am very in favor of 13A, and I, want you all to know that. Thank you.
Thank you. Gloria Conejo, followed by Marisol Martinez.
One second.
Hi, my name is Gloria Conejo. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I've lived on Bayonne Comicham land my entire life. As a queer Latinx child, I hated where I lived. The dirt roads, inaccessible youth programs, public transportation, etc. I internalized if I assimilated, we'd do better. That families like mine could escape generational poverty. I know families who've moved all over North County every year struggling just to stay rooted. And since then, I've grown to love my diverse community underneath the erasure from those in power, entities outside my communities of interest, stealing autonomy away from us to advocate for ourselves. I want you to consider the North County residents that aren't physically here today. I want you to consider how broken rural working people feel on a regular basis. I want you to consider the systemic silencing of those who struggle to be civically engaged. I want my communities to survive and thrive. Map 13A, in regards to North County, my community that I'm speaking for, provides that. Also, Doug Applegate, a Democrat running for supervisor, owns a house in Carlsbad. Airports aren't people, classism is violence, and colonialism is violence. Thank you.
Thank you. Marisol Martinez, followed by Lillian Serrano. Marisol Martinez, followed by Lillian Serrano.
Hi, I called off work to be here because this is so important to me. Over the last 3 years, I've worked all across North County as a behavior therapist and those on the autism spectrum, and MAP 13A demonstrates the best contiguous relationship given my community's interest and need. North County is more than just Escondido, San Marcos, Vista, Oceanside, and apparently Carlsbad includes themselves too. We are deeply connected with the people of Valley Center, Paula, and Bonsall. We're more than neighbors. We're a community that has managed to survive, and at times we even managed to thrive because of our close proximity to one another. I do not appreciate that this harmony is being threatened because the interest of Northern San Diego is being pitted against the interest of Southern San Diego. In this redistricting, a simple visual analysis of the maps proposed will support this. Why is it that the central is not getting changed much? Why is it that the pink and the blue are the ones that are the major changes, and why can't we have them both, as stated previously by another participant? Thank you.
Thank you. Lillian Serrano, followed by Flower Alvarez Lopez.
Good evening. My name is Lilian Serrano, and I'm an Escondido resident. I have speak in front of this board for a few times now, but today I will share with you a little more in detail about my work. For the past 10+ years, I have been dedicated my life to work and ensure that my community, the Latino, Spanish-speaking immigrant community, is protected. You see, in North County, we have a long history of attacks against immigrants. We were known as Little Arizona. Escondido was known in the whole nation as one of the most racist, anti-immigrant cities in the country. Yet my community, we band together. We created our own defense mechanism. We created Alianza Comunitaria. If you're not familiar, we defend each other and we alert each other about the presence of immigration enforcement and law enforcement activity in our communities. And guess what? The communities that we serve are Escondido, San Marcos, Oceanside, Fallbrook, Pama Valley. That is a community of interest. That is the community that you're here and legally required to protect. We're not outside groups pretending to speak for other communities. I am a queer woman of color speaking for my community and asking you to keep me together with the rest of North County. Thank you.
Thank you. Flower Alvarez Lopez, followed by Rama Awad.
My name is Flower Alvarez Lopez. I'm a North County resident. I went to elementary school, middle school, high school, community college, and the university, all in North County. I was here for the special interest meeting and I listened to the importance of the Latino vote, the protected class. I'm here in support of MAP 13A. Hearing these best interests for all talking points for MAP 14, I hope that's the last time I hear it because it's a special interest, but throwing us under the bus. You forget it's at our expense, the Latino community expense. You now need to stop throwing us under the bus. And I could tell some of those talking points that were written from people that were not from North County, because this whole thing about not keeping North County together, MAP 13A sure does keep us together. So if I hear that one more time, that 78 is kept together and MAP 14, let me tell you, you're wrong. I'm from North County. That is very wrong. 13A represents us in North County. Keep us together. Thank you.
Thank you. Rama Awad, followed by Chad Adapan. Is Rama Awad here? Chad Adepon, followed by Candy Custodio Tan. Candy Custodio Tan will be followed by Eileen Broltz.
Hello. So my name is Chad Adapon. I am a member of Asian Solidarity Collective and I live in Chula Vista. I'm in support of continuing to refine draft map 14. Although there is no perfect map, most variations of map 14 reflect a range of community interests. We want to ensure that any variations do not compromise the communities of interest that have been submitted in the past months by community members and diverse organizations who have expressed the following. Maximizing AAPI voting power in the coastal district by keeping Rancho Penasquitos, Carmel Valley, Miramar, Linda Vista, Kearney Mesa together as a community has shared experiences, needs, and has been historically silenced. One live example of this were the white women that were sitting next to me, laughing and mocking marginalized people as they speak for the sake of their basic necessities. Another is understanding that we're pitted against each other by having to choose between two maps that white colonizer people have influence over.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Eileen Broltz, and I understand that may not be the correct last name, so the telephone number ending 2553, followed by Aiden Lin.
And I'm with Asian Solidarity Collective and PANA. I hope that you are inspired and moved by the folks that have come out here and turn out in person supporting map 14. For those of you who are commissioners who know about equity should understand the kind of invisibility Asian communities, BIPOC communities, immigrant and refugee communities continue to face. The ways in which we have been ignored, the ways in which our people continue to be erased. For those of you that know and understand why it matters to draw lines that protect and can keep our communities whole and safe. I'm in full support of maximizing an API voting power in the coastal district by keeping Mira Mesa, Penasquitos, Carmel Valley, Mira Mesa, Linda Vista, Kearney Mesa together, maintaining the proposed PANA district, which keeps the core BIPOC immigrant and refugee communities of interest together by uniting the city of El Cajon and City Heights and Paradise Hills.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Eileen Broltz, telephone number ending 2553, Aiden Lin, Sparky Mitra.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Aiden Lin, and I'm the Associate Vice President of Local Affairs for the Associated Students of UC San Diego. I stand with the Communities Together Coalition supporting map 14. For the past few months, students in the AAPI community have been fighting for unity and representation in our districts, the city and county of San Diego. Students, many of which are a part of the AAPI community, live across the communities that map 13A divides. Specifically, Mira Mesa, which is a major center for affordable housing that students utilize, is split off from the coastal district and grouped with a largely rural district in map 13A. It makes absolutely no sense for students, UC San Diego students, who live across the 805 to be split in representation in the County Board of Supervisors. Please listen to the diverse members of the Communities Together Coalition and move forward with map 14. Thank you.
Thank you. Sparky Mitra, I believe Crystal Irving spoke earlier, so Mumtaz Mamad.
Hello, commissioners. My name is Sparky Mitra and my pronouns are she, her, hers. I am from the UC San Diego Office of Local Affairs, and I am also the National AAPI Caucus Chair for the College Democrats of America. I am here today with the Communities Together Coalition to advocate for map 14, which keeps Mira Mesa, Rancho Penasquitos, and Miramar together in District 4. As an Asian American, it is disheartening to see a map like the alternative to map 14 progress as far as it has. We as a community are the fastest growing ethnic group in the country and deserve representation across the board that is reflective of this evolving landscape. Map 14 works contrary to this goal of political equity for underrepresented communities. Additionally, Mira Mesa is home to many of my fellow students, and the alternative to map 14 ensures that the youth voice remains unheard. I am here today to urge y'all to continue with map 14 as the only viable map that ensures we, a historically underrepresented group, are not compromised on as has been done in the past. Thank you.
Thank you. Mumtaz Mamand, followed by Yusuf Miller.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good evening, commissioners. I'm Mumtaz Muman, the Deputy Director of Afghan Community Culture Center. And you know, Afghan community is the most less represented and underserved community in Al Cajon. I'm always on the ground, working very closely with refugees and immigrants in Al Cajon and other parts of San Diego, like La Mesa, Spring Valley, Rancho San Diego, Lemon Grove. As I mentioned, they have common interests like affordable housing, transportation, and many other services. As we see mutual support networks stretching from Al Cajon to City Heights, therefore we want one supervisional district that they can address their shared under federal funding allocated for refugees by county. Yes, it is very important that these communities are mapped together, making sure that they can receive equal representation for sexual resettlement. I'm in support of map 14 to keep our communities together. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yusuf Miller, followed by Homraya Yusufi.
My name is Yusuf Miller. I'm with the Communities Together Coalition, and I strongly support map 14. Is map 14 perfect? No way. But it's something that we need to massage to make sure that we get from North County, Fallbrook involved into North County where it should be, and to keep the tribal lands together. We need to massage map 14 to make sure that the equity is present for everybody. But map 14 is the way to start, and let's massage that to get equity for everyone. I'm talking about our AAPI. I'm talking about our African Americans. I'm also talking about our Latinx community. I'm talking about our LGBTQ. Starting from map 14, I think we can do it. Let's massage map 14, keep our indigenous communities together at one voice, and let's pull Fallbrook into North County. Thank you.
Thank you. Humaira Yusufi, followed by Michael White.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you so much for having us today. And as a staff member at PANA, I want to thank you all for incorporating the PANA map into multiple iterations of the draft maps and considering our communities. I work closely with the refugee and immigrant community countywide, and there are clear shared interests between residents of City Heights, La Mesa, Lemon Grove, El Cajon, Paradise Hills, Spring Valley, Rancho San Diego. There are so many different things that, although we are diverse communities, we have shared common interests. Our communities have long been underserved. They have been split apart, and we deserve fair representation to be mapped together. I am in support of map 14 because it accurately depicts the communities that PANA serves. However, we want to continue to refine this because as a member of North County, I totally understand those concerns, and trying to keep North County together as well is very important to myself and to the community that I serve. While some leaders in local government, especially in North County, are here telling us that they serve all of the residents of El Cajon, I can tell you that that is not true. El Cajon does not look the same as it did when I was. All right. Thank you so much.
Michael White, followed by Janine Ericat.
Hello, everyone. My name is Michael White. I work with the Pillars of the Community in Southeast San Diego. As a Black man in an impoverished community, I strongly support map 14 so that we can keep communities of color together so we can better handle problems that most address our community without splitting up our numbers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Janine Ericat, and then we will turn to our virtual participants.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. It's so nice to be here with you all in person, and I thank you for earlier today allowing our community members to speak. I'm here today to uplift the letter that we sent earlier this morning with a broad base of organizations all across the county regarding the PANA proposed district. You've heard from hundreds of community members throughout the past year virtually and as e-comments and in person. We're asking you to be kept together and have district lines that accurately reflect the way people live, move, shop, socialize, go to school, etc. The Black, Asian, East African, Arab, Afghan, Middle Eastern, Muslim communities in City Heights, La Mesa, Spring Valley, Lemon Grove, Encanto, El Cajon, Rancho, San Diego want to stay together in redistricting and have so many policy priorities, as you've heard. We know you have an incredibly difficult task and you have to balance so many interests, but this nostalgia to stay for the past and invoke status quo harms our communities and overlooks the county's changing demographics over the past 30 years. So I urge you to allow the diversity of our community to flourish and to reimagine the county in a new and creative way. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'll turn to our remote participants. Those participating remotely who wish to address the commission, I'd ask you to raise a virtual hand at this time by pressing the raise hand button on Zoom or by pressing *9 if you're dialing in by phone. Did I call your name?
No, and I signed up.
Go ahead and if you
Thank
please
you.
identify yourself as you
Thank
begin.
you. My name is Robin Sales. I live in Encinitas in District 3, and I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice North County. I support draft map 14. My district has synchronicity with the other coastal areas in shared schools, the 5 corridor, the Scripps Hospital System, the coaster and Amtrak, and coastal erosion issues and other effects of the climate crisis. We also share those issues south to other coastal areas. Our current districts 3 and 4 have supervisors whose vision is consistent with their constituents. I thank you for all the work that you've put in on this commission. And though map 14 is not perfect, and as Yusuf Miller said, needs lots of changes before it is, it keeps the BIPOC and LGBTQ plus communities together in Central San Diego, as well as the AAPI community. We also have supervisors in District 3 and 4 who have shared values with the constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. Our remote participants will begin with the telephone number ending 6838, followed by the telephone number ending 7808. You may need to unmute yourself by pressing *6.
Hi, I'm sorry. I'm not sure if you called my name. I did register. I'm pregnant and I have to go to the bathroom every once in a while. So I don't know if you called my name or not.
Okay.
Rosalba Martinez.
What I will do is when we're done with the remote participants,
Okay.
I'll do one more run through for anybody else who wishes to address the
Thank you. I just
commission.
want to make sure.
Sure.
Thank you.
The telephone number ending 6838, you may need to unmute yourself by pressing *6. I'm showing you as being muted. We'll come back to you. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. You have a minute to address the commission.
My name is Linda. I live in Lakeside. I found a flyer on my front porch, which brought me to the St. Peter's Chaldean Church in El Cajon. I'm here right now with a really good group of Chaldeans. We are very connected, even though I'm not Chaldean, but Lakeside is connected to the Chaldean community. I did receive a flyer on my front porch, so my neighbors appear to be Chaldean. I'm going to give my time, actually the rest of it, to the people here to say a word.
We appreciate your time. We just want to say that we approve draft map 13, but we want to keep East County together. Our community that's been here for decades has always been in East County, and El Cajon, it represents half of our community. Please keep El Cajon inside of East County. Thank you.
Thank you. Telephone number ending 7808, followed by Barry Willis. And telephone number 7808, you may need to unmute yourself by pressing *6.
Good evening, Mr. Commissioner. Good
We can
evening,
hear you.
Mr. Commissioner. Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to hear our voice. My name is Kevin Bellu. I am a proud member of the Chaldean community. We are here at St. Peter's Hall. There's about 70 of us representing us here. My family and I have lived in Lakeside or in Rancho San Diego since 1995. I want to express my opinion on keeping Rancho San Diego, Hummel, Spring Valley, and El Cajon in the same East County district as in Santee, La Mesa, Lakeside, Ramon, and Alpine. We hear that a PANA group saying they speak for the Chaldean community and share the same common interest. That is not true. The Chaldean community speaks for itself in East County and have built East County to what it is today, especially in El Cajon. I live, work, and my children go to school in Rancho San Diego. By splitting our district, you're taking away our voice and our vote in our own community. Thank you for your time and Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Barry Willis, followed by Darwin Fishman.
Hi. Thank you, Commission, for the time this evening. I also wanted to, along with other voices, throw my support for map 13A. And East County has an identity, and I want us to continue to have that identity. Everything from Padre Dam that unites us, Grossmont Union High School District that unites us. Growing up in San Diego, virtually all and being here all my life, I've always understood there's a concept of North County, East County. East County has always been El Cajon going east. And I hope that we can preserve that identity. It's critically important in so many ways for the community of interest that we have, which we know is East County. And I thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. I'm going to pause for a moment. Our chair, I believe, has a few words.
Partly to give people who are still here a chance to stretch, partly to give commissioners just one moment, and partly to let the public know we're going to take advantage of all that sympathy you've expressed for us. And I'm going to let commissioners know that dinner is available, but under the rules, and I think Commissioner Chen, you just may not heard, we're not allowed to eat in here. So what I'll ask
He's almost done.
is for commissioners to use your discretion and perhaps one at a time, as Commissioner Diaz is modeling for us outside the door right now. If you'd like to eat, please step outside. Staff in the back would be happy to help you. But I think you can hear enough of the remote testimony that you won't miss anything. So I wanted to at least provide that option for the commissioners who are here. Okay. But also for those with us here in the public, please feel free to get up and stretch whenever you need to. There's no disrespect intended on either side, I'm sure. David, thank you for that.
Thank you. Darwin Fishman, followed by the telephone number ending 4541. And Darwin, you need to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good evening. Darwin Fishman, he, him, his. I'm with the Racial Justice Coalition of San Diego, and we work throughout the county. We are definitely in support of map 14, and we appreciate the diversity that is included in it and the representation for our political leadership, especially with the AAPI in the Coastal District, BIPOC and LGBTQ communities in the Central District, United Cities along the 78 freeway, rural communities of interest in East County, and respecting the Voting Rights Act in South County Latino community. We are specifically involved with the Racial Justice Coalition of San Diego and criminal justice issues throughout the county and working with elected officials. It's important for us to be able to work with members of our community that understand, especially issues south of 8 that we deal with on a regular basis. The law enforcement is quite often operating at the behest and in the interest of the elected officials, and we definitely wanted to reflect our interest and values and to have the type of community policing and engagement that is not oppressive for us.
Thank you. Telephone number ending 4541, followed by the telephone number ending 6796. Press *6 to unmute yourself.
I, Stephen Nisu, a born and raised Chaldean American resident of East County, feel it is important and necessary to have fair representation for all residents of one area and all people who are of a minority group. El Cajon, Rancho San Diego, Lakeside, Santee, La Mesa, Hamul have always been defined as East County by all entities. We demand and ask that maps be accurately defined based on areas and groups such as Chaldeans and El Cajon and East County as they come together in one area in the map without division. The proposed map divides our community, keeping in mind the guiding principle of the communities of interest. El Cajon, the surrounding East County areas are the second largest community in the U.S., 1 out of 4 people in El Cajon are Chaldeans. El Cajon is the central hub of East County. The Voters' Right Act does not allow you intentionally to separate
you.
communities of minorities. The city charter requires.
Thank you. Your
we have-
time is up. The telephone number ending 6796, followed by the telephone number ending 5355.
Hello, my name is John Bachua. I am a Chaldean. I've been living here my entire life, which is 39 years. I have been born and raised in El Cajon, and I belong to the Chaldean community. I want the East County to stay East County, and I want my Chaldean community to stay together. And I want our voices to be heard. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Telephone number ending 5355, followed by S. Williams. Press start. Go ahead.
Hello, good evening. My name is Luay Zaytuna. I am a member of the Chaldean community, and I have lived in El Cajon and Rancho San Diego for the past 28 years. I would like to ask the commission to keep East County together because we all share the same common interest. I want you to know that I welcome all other communities to come and live with us. We are welcoming. We love all other communities to come and live with us. Please do not do it by mix our district with other districts. And I want to add also that I keep saying that Group PANA trying to say that they represent the Chaldean communities. I've been here for 28 years and literally have not heard of anybody like that to represent us. We go to churches in El Cajon. My kids go to schools in El Cajon. I would urge you to keep the same map intact. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. S. Williams, followed by the telephone number ending 4004. S. Williams, I'm showing you as being muted. You need to unmute yourself. S. Williams, I'm still showing you as being muted. We'll come back to you. Go to the telephone number ending 4004, followed by the telephone number ending 1143. Press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, commissioners. Thank you for your time and thank you for listening. My name is Ayad Jeff Mansour. I have been living in the East County in the city of El Cajon for the past 30 years. I've been serving the Chaldean community for the 15 years. I'm a member of the Knights of Columbus and president of St. Mary's Foundation of San Diego. I strongly urge the commission to keep the cities of East County together, especially El Cajon. My Chaldean community consists of approximately 40 to 50,000 who reside throughout the cities of East County. The Chaldeans live in cities like El Cajon, La Mesa, Rancho San Diego, Spring Valley, Jamul, Lakeside, Santee, Alpine, Ramona, and Poway. Please don't divide us. It will destroy our voices. It will destroy our representatives, and it will destroy our education, and it will destroy our culture. We don't share community interests with cities of San Diego like North Park, Hillcrest,
Thank
and
you.
City Heights area. They are far.
Thank you. Telephone number ending 1143, and then we'll try back with S. Williams. Press *6 to unmute yourself. Telephone number ending 1143, please press *6 to unmute yourself.
I think.
Hi. My
Yes,
name
we can
is
hear you now.
Chris Mansour. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Chris Mansour, and I'm a member of the Chaldean community. I've lived in East County for over 30 years, my whole life. And I strongly disagree with the redistricting of East County. I don't want to see our community separated. I believe the new map would separate us from our community and our voices would no longer be heard. I've also heard about an organization called PANA, and they're claiming to represent us. They do not represent us at all and are not part of the Chaldean community. The current district is in line with community or community beliefs, needs, and concerns. Please keep East County as it is in its current district. Thank you.
Thank you. S. Williams?
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Susan Williams, and I am a resident of the Harmony Grove neighborhood of unincorporated San Diego County. I am a board member of the San Diego Planning Group, as well as serve as vice president of the Harmony Grove Village Homeowners Association. Tonight, I'm speaking as a private resident. We found that this community is a wonderful place to live, and it is Harmony Grove and Elfin Forest are unique areas, and there is a proposition to split these areas up into different sections. We share a common goal and a common togetherness here in this area. We are advocating for preserving the small community. I strongly oppose the community being split apart at the suggestion of folks who have no connection with our community. We are not East County. We define more with a coastal or Escondido community and the San Diego Planning Group. We have been associated with the city of San Marcos, Alevanhain. Whether we are put into Coastal District or North County District is superior. Thank you.
Telephone number ending 7051, followed by the telephone number ending 5599. Press *6 to unmute yourself. Telephone number ending 7051. I'm showing you as being muted. 7051, press *6 to unmute yourself. I'll come back to you. 5599, followed by the telephone number ending 8061.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so much for hearing our voice, Mr. Commissioner. My name is Nico Kako. I am a member of the Chaldean community, and I want to urge the commissioner to not please split East County. We are a community. We got together and we built the community very strongly, and we want to keep it together. And I have never heard of a group that's called PAMA. PAMA is not a group that represents a Chaldean community. So please keep our community together and keep East County as is. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm going to pause for a word from our chairman.
I just want to alert commissioners that we have, by my count, David, you confirm this, somewhere in the neighborhood of 80, just over 80 requests to speak still to go?
I'm seeing 69 virtual hands.
Okay. I'm very conscious that commissioners have been listening carefully, and I appreciate it. I'm sure the public appreciates it, for more than 2.5 hours. I don't want to extend our meeting too long, but I'm becoming a little concerned that my original hope to get through the speaker requests without a break, particularly for commissioners in the room who can't easily take refreshment inside the room, might be draining things a little bit. So I'll ask commissioners to just think about during the next speaker or two, whether a break would be acceptable, understanding that it might extend things just a tiny bit tonight. But I promise you, we do have that hard stop in the room of 10 p.m. We will finish well before 10 p.m. I promise you that. But I just ask commissioners to think about it, and I'll come back to you in the next speaker or two. Thank you.
Telephone number ending 8061, followed by Ramon Mansour. Press *6 to unmute yourself. Telephone number 8061. I see that you're unmuted. We should be able to hear you. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Theo Jaden. I'm a proud member of the Chaldean community living here in East County since 2005. I'm here today to strongly urge you, along with all my other fellow Chaldeans, to go ahead and leave East County the way it is. As my other colleagues have stated, the other territories don't align with our values. there will be a lot of consequences to your actions. So I'm going to go ahead and just put it all there. And also, I don't know what Pan Am is, but that's some kind of joke that they're representing us. I have never heard of them in my life. So God bless you guys. Merry Christmas, and please make the right decision.
Thank you. Ramon Mansour, followed by the telephone number ending 7051.
Hello, my name is Ramon Mansour, and I am a longtime resident of El Cajon. I am a member of the Chaldean community and have dedicated the last 20 years of my life to volunteering to my church and to youth programs in East County. It is important to me that you do not divide our communities of interest. The Chaldean community consists of 40,000 members that have made East County home. El Cajon represents 60% of our community. If you remove El Cajon, you will rip our community apart and unite us with cities that share no common interest with us. As our city council member, Steve Goebel, requested earlier, please keep El Cajon in East County so our church, families, schools, and entire community can keep a fair representation and a voice that is not split. El Cajon has nothing to do with City Heights and North Park. And I support draft map 13 that keeps El Cajon united with East County. We share the same common interests.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you. Telephone number ending 7051. Press *6 to unmute yourself. 7051, we should be able to hear you now.
Good evening, Mr. Commissioner. My name is Fidel Isa, and I'm a member of Chaldean community, and I live in Santee. I want to thank you for the hard work, and I would like to address the fact that while our current draft map keeps many East County community together, such as the Lakeside, Alpine, Hamul, Santee, Ramona, and Poway. The thing that in some of your draft map, El Cajon, San Diego, and Spring Valley been included in East County areas such as Lakeside, Ramona, Alpine, Poway, and Santee. Have a hard economic, social interest with El Cajon community or in Ranch San Diego, Spring Valley, and we need to keep it together. And like I said, I live in Santee, and I own my business in Santee. My children go to school in Santee. Our churches and families all are in El Cajon. So please do not separate our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to pause for a moment for our chair to speak.
Okay, commissioners, and I'm hesitant because it means members of the public need to wait, but I'm just reading body language and facial expression. Would a break of 15 minutes be acceptable? Okay, I'm seeing some shrugs, but I'm not seeing anyone saying no. Okay, so with the understanding that we'll beg the indulgence of those who have not yet spoken, it's now 7:47 by my clock. We will aim to be back from recess at 8:02. Okay, 8:02. Thank you very much. We are in recess.
Pizza, David. How can you resist?
You can help shape the future of San Diego County. The County of San Diego Independent Redistricting Commission, IRC, is charged with redrawing the boundary lines for the county's 5 supervisorial districts, and your input is needed now. The IRC is moving closer to the December 15th deadline to complete this work, and draft maps are under development right now. Every 10 years, the lines which establish the county's 5 supervisorial districts must be redrawn following the release of the most recent U.S. Census data. Boundaries for each of the supervisorial districts must be redrawn so that each district has reasonably equal populations using the latest population counts from the 2020 census. The goal is to redraw each supervisorial district to balance population while ensuring our diverse populations are fairly represented and have a voice at the decision-making table. Why should I get involved? The redrawn supervisorial district maps created through the redistricting process could change the boundaries of your current district or who represents you on the County Board of Supervisors, the governing body of the County of San Diego. Redistricting affects how diverse communities across the county are represented. In effect, redistricting matters because how maps are drawn and how communities and neighborhoods get grouped together or separated could affect whose voices are heard each election day for the next decade. Redistricting, done properly, ensures that communities have a fair opportunity to elect the representative of their choice. The County Board of Supervisors is responsible for making decisions about how the county's resources are allocated. This graphic illustrates the county's budget for the current fiscal year and a small sample of the responsibilities of the Board of Supervisors. County supervisors make decisions about things that affect you, so your ability to have a fair chance at electing a supervisor who represents you is why redistricting is so important. As populations shift over time, supervisorial district boundaries are updated to ensure county supervisors represent a fair portion of the county's population. This graphic illustrates the changes to county supervisorial district boundaries that occurred between 1991 and 2011, or after the 2000 and 2010 census. In the last 10 years, the County of San Diego has grown over 6%, making it one of the fastest growing counties in the state. According to the 2020 U.S. Census data, the total population in the County of San Diego is 3,302,262. Divided by 5 districts, the target population for each supervisorial district is now approximately 660,452. When determining where the boundary line should be drawn, there are certain criteria to which the IRC must adhere. These include standards of contiguity, compactness, and substantial equivalence of population. First, districts must be of reasonably equal population. This rule is required by the U.S. Constitution. Second, districts must conform to the Federal Voting Rights Act to ensure minorities have a fair opportunity to elect representatives of their choice. Third, districts must be contiguous. No part of the district may be connected only at a point. Bridge and ferry service connection are okay. Fourth, districts must minimize the division of cities, neighborhoods, and communities of interest to the extent possible. Fifth, districts should be geographically compact, such that nearby areas of population are not bypassed for more distant populations. In addition, the IRC cannot consider the place of residence of any incumbent elected official or political candidate in the creation of a map. Nor can the IRC draw districts for the purpose of favoring or discriminating against an incumbent, political candidate, or political party. There are additional criteria that apply only to San Diego County. 3 of the 5 districts must include unincorporated areas. 2 of these 3 districts must be comprised of geographic area predominantly outside of the incorporated cities as population will permit. As a point of reference, the County of San Diego includes 18 incorporated cities, mostly in the western part of the county, as you can see on this map, but much of the county is unincorporated territory, that is, land outside the boundaries of the 18 incorporated cities. How will the County of San Diego Independent Redistricting Commission gather information to draw new boundaries? Primarily from 2 sources. First, the IRC has the 2020 census data obtained from the 2020 census report. Second, the IRC utilizes public input, information gathered from the public to help the IRC learn about and understand communities of interest. A community of interest, or COI for short, is a contiguous population that shares common social or economic interests that should be grouped together within a single district for purposes of its effective and fair representation. Communities of interest are not defined by their relationships with political parties, incumbents, or political candidates. A COI might be defined by a common culture or a common language, but there are many other ways to define a COI. A neighborhood that is adjacent to a shipping port could identify itself as a COI because it shares common interests pertaining to dealing with the impacts or effects of having a shipping port as a neighbor. Information about COIs comes from the public, from people telling the IRC about their COI. The census data will give the IRC some information about neighborhoods and communities, but it won't necessarily tell the IRC about all issues and concerns that bring a community together. Here are some questions to help you identify and define your COI. Does your neighborhood share certain celebrations or traditions, like street festivals or parades? Are there important places where your community gathers, like parks or community centers? What is the history of your community? Other questions you may ask. Are you part of a community that has issues that have not been adequately addressed by your elected representatives? Has your community come together to advocate for important services, better schools, roads, or health centers in your neighborhood? Have you worked for more recognition or support of your community, like having holidays recognized or historical events commemorated? Common issues of concern may also form a COI. For example, a group of people that wants to reduce crime, increase jobs, has concerns about a particular land use or environmental condition, or increased social services. Finally, if you feel your COI is currently divided, identifying those obstacles is just as important. Public hearings are expressly offered for the purpose of hearing from the public about their community and especially about COIs. The task of the IRC is to redraw the supervisorial district boundaries, and the geographical information you provide is just as important for doing that as defining the common interests the group shares. There are many sources on how best to define your COI, but it is also important to describe your COI geographically so you can draw it on a map. Including identifiers like major streets, highways and intersections, military bases, shopping malls, schools, hospitals, parks, historic sites, community centers, religious places, social service agencies, and landmarks will also help define the borders of your COI. You may also want to consider adding the locations of any neighborhood street festivals, parades, or other events. Remember this when submitting input on communities of interest. What is your community of interest, COI? Again, a COI is a contiguous population that shares common social or economic interests that should be included within a single district for purposes of effective and fair representation. Think about populations who share common issues, physical features, entities like military bases, malls, schools, hospitals, parks, religious places, or social services, or street festivals, parades, or other events. What are the boundaries of your COI on a map? Where should the lines be drawn? Consider natural boundaries such as freeways, roads, rivers, natural features, or anything else which may create a barrier or recognizable line. By law, the County of San Diego IRC must hold public meetings and gather public testimony through public hearings before and after drafting maps to learn about the community and especially about communities of interest. The IRC is drawing and revising draft maps now with a goal to have a final draft in early December for adoption prior to the December 15th deadline. After going through a public, transparent process, the IRC will adopt a final map that will be used for County Board of Supervisors elections for the next decade. So how can you get involved? Share your vision online. Share your thoughts about the IRC's current draft maps. Draw and submit your own proposed supervisorial district map. Submit an e-comment or request to speak during a regularly scheduled IRC meeting. Email us at redistricting@sdcounty.ca.gov. Call us at 619-409-3003. Mail us at San Diego County IRC, 1600 Pacific Highway, Room 402, San Diego, California, 92101. Invite a commissioner to speak to your group. In addition to providing comments at public meetings, Members of the public can send emails or e-comments about the draft maps, or they can choose to draw their own map using the tools on the IRC website, www.drawyourcommunity.com. There are a variety of tools so that everyone can choose the preferred method of providing feedback. The Community Builder tool allows the public to draw and submit maps of their neighborhood or community and add comments about their COI for consideration by the IRC during map drawing. The District Map Viewer is a view-only tool that allows a closer review of IRC draft maps and maps submitted by the public, and is another of many tools you may use to get involved in the redistricting process. Finally, the District Scenario Modeler, or DSM, also allows the public to draw and submit draft maps for consideration by the IRC. The DSM is an interactive web-based tool designed to provide the public access to mapping technology that can be used to draw district boundaries. Instructions and help with the DSM are available on the website. You don't need to use the DSM to submit a map idea. This is one tool that may be useful, but all feedback and ideas are welcome. Whether you provide input through testimony at a public hearing, submit an e-comment to the website, draw your community with a Community Builder tool, or submit a complete district map, your voice will be heard and your input will be considered. Thank you for taking the time to watch this informational video. We hope you found it useful and that it has inspired you to participate in the process of redrawing the boundary lines for the County of San Diego's 5 supervisorial districts. We look forward to receiving your input.
Hi, Stephanie.
You're muted.
I said, great job on your report. That was great, you know, and I know it's a lot of time and effort and so forth. So interesting, huh, that we can draw such a crowd. That's great. I'm really thrilled by it.
Yeah, I almost went down in person and I was going to be late.
Commissioners, we're going to start within a minute.
Okay.
I saw that, Rosette. Thank you. And again, thanks to members of the public for being so patient.
Frank, how you doing? This is Jack. How you doing, buddy? How you doing? Hey, I'm
good, Jack. How are you?
Well, I'm doing fine. I'm home having some eggnog right now. So, no, and actually I got 4 screens up, believe it or not, with the maps and everything. Although I'm not so sure I need the maps right now. I've been keeping tally and taking notes. But I am hoping to be down there on the 9th. I do want to try to make it on the 9th.
Yes, let me know. Let me know if you do, okay? And
Okay.
Are you bringing eggnog, Jack?
Yes. What did you say, Rosette?
Are you going to bring eggnog on the 9th? I'll be there.
Well, you know, I could do that, but I got a little something in it too. Yeah, just a little.
Hey, Jack, 4 screens. Jack, 4 screens. You're still an overachiever. I gotta tell you, we can't keep up with you.
I tell you, man. I don't know. No, I'm taking notes, keeping tallies, and all this type of stuff, man. I tell you.
Okay.
Okay.
So we are coming back into session at 8:06 p.m. We've got a couple of commissioners who are making their way back in person. But David, would you please resume with the virtual request to address the commission?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Boehm. I don't believe my mic. There we go. Telephone number ending 9967, followed by the telephone number ending 7769.
Hi, good evening. My name is Atir Ibrahim. I'm a proud member of the American Chaldean community. I'm a lifelong resident of the city of El Cajon. And I really would like to thank you all for the hard work and time you're putting in this and listening to our concern. I really would like to ask you, do not please separate East County and its cities. And I repeat that, please do not separate East County and its cities. Cities like Santee, Lakeside, Ramona, El Cajon, Spring Valley, Rancho San Diego, Hamol, La Mesa, they've always been together as one district, and they all share the same common interest. If you separate any part of the East County, you are breaking apart our Chaldean community and our common interest. Our voice as a Chaldean will not be heard by taking
Thank
away us. Thank you, and Merry Christmas to all of you.
Thank you. Telephone number ending 7769, followed by the telephone number ending 2772. 7769, press *6 to unmute yourself. We should be able to hear you, 7769. You were unmuted for a moment, now you're muted again. Press *6, please. Go ahead. I'm showing you as being unmuted, but we can't hear you. I'll come back to you. Telephone number 2772, followed by Steve Roback. 2772, press *6 to unmute yourself.
Thank you for hearing me today. My name is Matthew Asmar. I'm a Chaldean American. I'm a law student at USD. I'm a 23-year resident of El Cajon. I'm against any map that removes El Cajon from its neighbors, such as Rancho San Diego, Santee, and Jamul. We Chaldeans are an ancient people. We were a minority under the Ottomans. We were a minority under the many Iraqi regimes. And now we are a minority here in San Diego County. What has changed is that now our small voice has become important to local elections. And to separate El Cajon from its East County neighbors is to divide and dilute the voice of the Chaldean community. Removing El Cajon from its East County neighbors would be a discriminatory injustice to the Chaldean people, and it would be a violation of Section 14027 of the California Voting Rights Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Roback, followed by David Spirino.
Hello, can you hear me? Oh, there we go.
Yes.
Hi there. Steve Roback. I'm on the Lakeside Community Planning Group, and I'm on the Lakeside Water Board. I want to start by thanking all of the people from the Chaldean community. Their voice has been heard very loudly tonight. And I'm impressed with the fact that they're speaking for themselves. They're not claiming to speak for any other areas or any other interest groups, only other themselves. Map 14, I'm against. Map 13A 1-6, I'm for, with a major concern that they modify it to include El Cajon. Last hearing, I heard that you wanted to close session. I'd like to implore you, please don't allow your commission to be bullied by any special interest groups threatening to sue if they don't get their way. I don't know if that's why you went into closed session, but it could have been. I'm hoping that you listen to everyone's voices, and no special interest group that speaks up speaks louder than any others. Thank you.
Thank you. David Spirino, and then I'll try 7769 again.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is David Spirino. I've been a resident of Fallbrook for a little over 20 years. I'd like to discuss the problems with map 14. I feel like one, it is not geographically compact when you look at the areas such as Riverside, or such as Fallbrook, Bonsall, and Rainbow, as required by the IRC guidelines that were displayed earlier. While we are different areas, we also vote very similarly when it comes to big issues such as agriculture and housing. We also have strong relations to cities like Vista, Escondido, and Oceanside. Map 14 aligns us with areas that are so far away from us, there's no way they could share our interests. Areas such as Borrego Springs and Mount Laguna. Also vastly dilute our representation, which is what this is all about. I'd also like to emphasize our necessity for a connection to North County. We utilize a lot of North County's public services, such as fire, police, health, and transit. There's only one bus that goes through Fallbrook, and it's North County Transit. Map 14 would cripple us in many ways, especially in fire response. I've lived through multiple evacuations, and that is especially frightening. Thank you.
Thank you. Telephone number ending 7769, followed by Kevin Lawrence.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Molly Sylvester, and I'm a board member of the Neighborhood Market Association, a small business owner, and a resident of El Cajon for over 35 years. I'm against separating El Cajon and the other East County areas from the current District 2 map. There were no significant changes in population in District 2 to justify this change. We are a community that is united through similar beliefs, values, and principles. It is unfair to divide this united voice. I ask you to keep East County and certain parts of North County united in District 2. I urge you to also remember the guiding principle behind the communities of interest. And I want to thank you all for being of service.
Thank you. Kevin Lawrence, followed by Roni P.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. So my name is Kevin Lorenz. Pronouns are he, him, his. I am president of the San Diego Progressive Democratic Club and a citizen of University City, along with the Communities Together Coalition and community groups like PANA and the Asian Solidarity Collective. I wish to encourage support of map 14. The coast between Encinitas and Del Mar may be considered North County, but their citizens more often work on the 5 and 805 corridors instead of the 78 and 76 corridors. This map keeps API communities of Mira Mesa to Convoy together, the working class LGBTQIA plus communities around Uptown and Balboa Park together, and the working class BIPOC and refugee communities stretching from City Heights to El Cajon together. With that said, some concerns need to be considered. Keeping Chaldean communities in and around El Cajon together, keeping Latinx and Indigenous communities of Vista, Escondido, and North Inland reservations together, and please do not allow either to be diluted by the wider and rural Greater East County. Basically, take map 14, which clearly keeps North Inland communities together, unite Escondido, absorb Chaldean communities into the City Heights district, and please give some of Serra Mesa back to the University City district. Thank you.
Roni P, followed by Kusei Zetuna.
Hello, good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the commission. My name is Ronnie Petros. I am a Chaldean member of El Cajon since '93. I just wanted to thank you for taking the time to listen to me. I wish and hope that you keep the East County part, actually keeping El Cajon part of East County district. This community is a vibrant community. It's the second largest community in America, close to Detroit. So keeping the community with its vibrant belief system together will keep us together. Do not separate El Cajon from the district, East County district. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kusei Zutuna, followed by the telephone number ending 4767.
Hello, commissioners. My name is Kusei Zutuna. I've lived in El Cajon for over 28 years. I'm a Chaldean American resident. I'm employed in El Cajon. My kids and my wife and I all go to churches here. We've been to all school over here. I urge you guys to keep the same map as we have right now. Whoa, I got lost. Therefore, I'd like to invite people into our neighborhood, have them over here, and keep them mixed cultures over here. I love everything about it. And then this PAMA community I've never heard of before today. And I don't know how they're representing us without me knowing about them. God bless you guys. Please keep us the same way we are, East County as East County, not with anybody else moving us to different districts. We like to keep our voice heard. Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Telephone number ending 4767, followed by Debbie Ressler. Press *6 to unmute yourself.
Good evening, committee members. My name is Marlon Oram. I am the president of the Neighborhood Market Association, a nonprofit organization consisting of hundreds of family-owned businesses, a majority of which are in and operated in East County, a vast majority of which are operated by Chaldean Americans. I am also a Chaldean, and I am born and raised San Diego. I spoke at the last county meeting. I've drafted and sent over a letter to the committee. However, today I come to speak to you because of new information I've learned in the last few weeks and heard today. I've learned about efforts from organizations that have been distorting the truth about the Chaldean population and have tried to make a monolith of all Middle Eastern communities in East County. This is wrong, deceitful, and offensive. These groups do not speak for the over 40,000 Chaldean Americans. I implore the commission to keep East County as it currently stands.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Debbie Ressler, followed by Yusuf Mika.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. First of all, thank you so much for letting me speak and for all of the hard work that the commission has put into this for many, many months. I've participated in lots of meetings, so I know the time involved. I want to speak as part of the Communities Together Coalition and in support of the IRC draft map 14. While I agree with some speakers that nothing is perfect, given the number of people from the wide variety of communities of interest that I've heard speak at this meeting and many others, I feel like map 14 does the best job of keeping the majority of communities of interest together and keeping groups that have similar interests in a district together where the representation can focus on a large group that has similar needs. In particular, I've lived in Escondido for nearly 20 years, and I think that that being aligned with other communities along the 78 corridor really represents the needs of those areas the most effectively. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yusuf Mikha, followed by Michelle McCaffrey.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Yusuf Mika. I'm a political science student at San Diego State University. I'm a proud member of the Chaldean American community who's resided in Rancho San Diego for 19 years. I want to let you know that to remove Humboldt, Spring Valley, Rancho San Diego, and El Cajon from East County would be doing an injustice to Chaldean Americans. We've stayed together and we'd like to stay together in our voting districts. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle McCaffrey, followed by Laura Hunter.
Hi, I'm speaking as part of a group with Ross Pike.
Okay, and is Ross Pike also, is he with you or is he a
No,
separate
he's
login?
separate, he's virtual. He had signed up separately and listed me as a group member.
Okay, I'm going to be looking for him, but why don't you begin and we'll give you 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm here to urge you to approve a map that includes Fallbrook in the North County District. While I would prefer that North County District include Fallbrook in both Carlsbad and Escondido, given the options available, I encourage you to approve the map 13A variations, as they keep most of North.
No.
We lost you, but Ross Pike is able to speak now.
Yes, I'm here. Hello, my name is Ross Pike, and I'm the secretary of the Fallbrook Planning Group, and I'm joined by fellow planning group member Michelle McCaffrey to deliver a statement on behalf of the people of Fallbrook. The Fallbrook Community Planning Group is an elected body that represents approximately 50,000 Fallbrook area residents to the County of San Diego. Yesterday, the Fallbrook Planning Group members met in special session to send an updated letter to the Commission following our previous letter supporting IRC Draft Map 11. After a unanimous vote, the Fallbrook Planning Group now supports the updated 13A variations and makes the following statements. The 13A variations protect the BIPOC/Latinx communities of interest by uniting Oceanside, San Marcos, Vista, Escondido, the unincorporated communities of Fallbrook, Valley Center, Rainbow, Bonzo, and the tribal lands. The 13A variations respect Fallbrook's geographical community of interest by including it with the 76 and 78 corridors. North County communities, including Fallbrook, have cooperative agreements with public safety organizations, including law enforcement and fire, a college district, and multiple health districts. Map 14 and its variations violate Latinx protected class population by diluting its voice and separating it from the rest of its BIPOC community of interest that includes Oceanside, San Marcos, Vista, and Escondido. Therefore, the Fallbrook Planning Group, and representing the 50,000 Fallbrook area residents, reaffirms support for the 13A variations and recommends a 13A map move forward as the Commission's final choice. On a personal note, as a former commissioner on a reapportionment commission, Fallbrook should not be crammed into a 3,200 square mile district that comprises 85% of all of the county's unincorporated areas, like we are last week's leftovers. Cramming us together in one mega district does not make it district should be D3, the Eastern District should be D2, and the Central District should be D4. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Michelle McCaffrey, are you finished as part of that group as well?
Yes, I am. I'm finished. I did what Ross says about changing the numbering as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Laura Hunter, followed by the telephone number ending 9669.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much for the chance to talk. I'm Laura Hunter, an Escondido resident of 30 years. I'm speaking tonight to strongly support the Communities Together Coalition Map 14. Yes, it may need a little massaging, but that is the base map I would strongly encourage you to work from. You know, no map, as it's been said, but it's true. No map is going to be perfect, but 14 does the best job to keep core communities together, and so that like needs can be met in those core communities. It does a lot of good things. It puts Escondido in the 78 corridor where we've not been before. It connects Oceanside and Carlsbad to the 78, creates a border district, and protects other very significant communities of interest. As a region, I understand that, I think we all have to understand no region will stay the same, but this is our first chance to get it right with an independent commission. So please keep communities together and adopt map 14. Thank you.
Thank you. Telephone number ending 9669, followed by Youth Will. Press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. You're muted again. You were unmuted for a moment.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, yes.
Yes, my name is Fred Matku. Came to San Diego 1984, about 37 years ago, with 5 children, 3 grandkids. My parents and my brothers, my sisters, my nephews, nieces, and all cousins, approximately over 200 people, about over 10,000 friends that I know. I'm very active with the community. I was on advisory board of Neighborhood National Bank, a treasurer of Chaldean American Association for 10 years, board member of Neighborhood Merchants Association, a member of the church. I've been in San Diego for a long time, know the community very well. And I recommended to keep the same map and to keep the community together. And I love to have the commissioner to respect this value of our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Youth Will, followed by the telephone number ending 8044.
Hello.
Yes, we hear you.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. My name is Sophia Haidari, and I live in the East County community, and I work as an organizer with the local nonprofit Youth Will. I want to thank you all for your time and your dedication throughout these last few months. I know it's been a lot of work on your end, so thank you so much. I'm calling in to voice my support for MAP 14. As someone who works to empower and uplift the voices of youth, especially youth from BIPOC and low-income communities, I support draft MAP 14. This map unites immigrants, refugees, LGBTQ communities that live in the same communities and share interests. This has the support of representatives from diverse communities who come together and try to find agreement, and will serve a lot of our communities well. I do encourage there to be refinement to, further meet all of our needs, but this is the only avenue to do that. So thank you.
Thank you. Telephone number ending 8044, followed by Cheryl Brierton. Press *6 to unmute yourself. Telephone number ending 8044. I'm going to come back to you. Cheryl Brierton, followed by Mike.
Thank you. Yay. I've been waiting since 3 o'clock. So I'm a member of the Greater Golden Hill Planning Committee and have been for 10 years. I've lived in the Golden Hill South Park area for 40 years now, I guess. And I'm concerned about 2 things. Primarily, one is there's a little blip of the former District 4 that you're taking away from us. And it looks to me, from what I can tell in the newspaper, that little blip is exactly where Leon Williams used to live, the first African-American supervisor on the Board of Supervisors. So I don't know why you're taking that away from our district. And I don't know why you're putting us together with El Cajon. We have no community of interest with El Cajon. And one of the goals I saw you post is that you're not to discriminate against a political party.
Thank you.
By putting us with El Cajon, you're discriminating against our political party.
Mike, followed by the telephone number ending 8044.
Hi, yes. My name is Michael. I'm a member of Asian Solidarity Collective, and I'm calling just to voice my support in continuing to refine Draft Map 14 as it reflects communities' interests, especially maximizing the AAPI voting power in the Coastal District by keeping Mira Mesa, Rancho Penasquitos, Carmel Valley, Miramar Linda Vista, Kearney Mesa together, as this community has shared experiences, needs, and has been historically. Silence, Draft Map 13, also is not perfect either, but it divides the AAPI communities. So just want to voice supporting keeping Mira Mesa, Rancho Penasquitos, Como Valley, Miramar, Linda Vista, and Kearney Mesa intact. Thank you.
Thank you. Telephone number ending 7977, followed by Farida Arakat.
I'm Farida Arakat. Should I start?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, good evening, commissioners. My name is Farida Arakat, and I am in a group with Rami Ibrahim, who is calling in separately. I'm a staff member at the Majdal Center on East Main Street. I work closely with Arab immigrant and refugee youth, 27 of whom are with me right now in this room. I am an Arab Muslim, and we may practice many religions, but most of all, we are immigrants and refugees. I would like the city of El Cajon to be kept whole and would like to be included with City Heights, Southeast San Diego, La Mesa, Spring Valley, and Rancho San Diego. We do not want to be mapped with other East County cities. El Cajon is dramatically changing and demographics are way different than 30 years ago. I urge you to keep El Cajon with other refugee and BIPOC communities. It is critical that El Cajon is mapped with other refugee and immigrant communities in the county to ensure that we receive the representation and services we desperately need for successful resettlement. I am in support of Draft Map 14. Thank you.
Thank you. Telephone number ending 7977, followed by Balsam Mikha. 7977, press *6 to unmute yourself. I'm going to come back to you. Balsam Mikha, followed by Danielle Polson. Balsam Mikha, you need to unmute yourself.
Hey, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. You have a minute to address the commission.
Actually, I have no idea how they plan to divide the cities, but just I would like to ask you to keep the El Cajon area with the East County area, please, with the neighbors area that includes Santee, La Mesa, Rancho San Diego, and Spring Valley, which include the largest number of refugees who share values, culture, and traditions, and also share all the events together. Please keep these areas united and do not separate them because this will affect our social life. So I ask you to take this in consideration and to keep all the areas together and united. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Danielle Polson, followed by Kathy Castle.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you so much for listening and happy Hanukkah to anyone celebrating this week. Sorry I couldn't make it in person. I had to go get a COVID test in Valley Center. I live and work in Escondido, yet this was the closest place for me to go. So this should show you the need for more resources here in North County. Like others have already stated, I rarely go outside of North County. I use the bus and I often go to San Marcos and Vista, but I mostly stay in Escondido. I love this place and I love the people that I've met here in the short 2 years that I've been here. I'd like to remind everyone that we have way more interests other than just driving down to San Diego for fun or resources. There are wonderful people, resources, and communities right here in North County, and we support each other when our government does not. I am saddened that North County and South County are being pitted against each other. I think a hybrid of 13A and 14 makes the most sense to me. Please don't split up North County. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Kathy Castle, followed by Ron Choi. Ron Cho.
Thank you, commissioners, for all the work you have put in so far, and we appreciate the time required to create the changes being asked of you. I'm Kathy Castle, and I'm with the Lakeside Chamber of Commerce. In honoring the time limitations, I'm asking you to please take a moment to read the submitted Lakeside Chamber e-comments. I want to emphasize the portion of my comments regarding the large Chaldean-owned businesses in Lakeside and their connection to the El Cajon Chaldean community. The Lakeside community could support map 13A version 1 through 6 if the suggested e-comment adjustments are made and El Cajon is aligned with Lakeside and our neighboring East County communities. Please listen to the actual citizens who live in the area and not the coalitions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ron Cho, followed by Brett Osborne.
Good evening, IRC commissioners. I'm Ron Cho, a resident of District 3. Along with my fellow API community leaders, I'm advocating to maximize API voting power in Coastal District 3. I truly empathize with the commissioners as this is a difficult task. We truly appreciate your service to this important process and most importantly, keeping the redistricting process transparent. While no one map is perfect, as you all continue to refine IRC Draft Map 14, I urge you to please keep Mira Mesa, Rancho Penasquitos, Carmel Valley, Sorrento Valley, UCSD, Miramar, Linda Vista, and Kearney Mesa together. This will preserve the API density and empower our communities to have a strong voice and representation. Thank you again for your service and listening to the public's concerns and not divide the API communities. Good night.
Thank you. Brett Osborne, followed by Tommy Howe.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, so I'm Brett Osborne. I'm a lifelong resident of Encinitas, California, and I was urged to speak today by members of Surge North County and Surge San Diego. I want to express my support for continuing to revise Draft Map 14 because it is the way it is set up right now. While it is not perfect, it is designed to maximize AAPI voting power in the coastal district by keeping the communities of Rancho Penasquitos, Carmel Valley, Miramar, Linda Mesa, Kearney Mesa, and Mira Mesa all together. It also creates a majority minority district along the border by removing the communities of Coronado and Point Loma, which are overwhelmingly white, into the coastal district, leaving for a majority Hispanic district along the border. And crucially, with the support of several Black, Muslim, and refugee-led organizations have been in favor of the district that includes El Cajon, La Mesa, Lemon Grove, Spring Valley, and Rancho San Diego all together. So while it is not perfect, I urge you to continue revising this map. Thank you.
Tommy Howe, followed by John Minto.
Thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Tommy Howe. I'm a San Diego County Planning Commissioner, a resident of Mira Mesa, the former president of San Diego County Democrats for Environmental Action, and a member of the San Diego Miramar Lions Club. And I'm representing myself in a bipartisan list of a dozen neighbors in Mira Mesa and Rancho Penasquitos who signed on to a letter that I submitted to the IRC. We ask that you please keep our communities within the existing coastal supervisor district. Please do not move our communities into an inland district. Please consider the geographical points of open space of MCAS Miramar and Mission Trails that distance us from inland representation, as well as I-15, which our communities are entirely to the west of, and which is as considerable a dividing line as any between the influence of our county's coastal and inland communities. Mira Mesa and Rancho Penasquitos are invariably defined by our proximity to the coast and our long-term connection with the culture and city of San Diego. Please keep our communities in a coastal supervisor district as we have been for decades. Thank you.
Thank you. John Minto, followed by Vince Vasquez.
Good evening, commissioners. I'm John Minto, the mayor of the city of Santee. Thank you for taking my testimony once again. Tonight, I am supporting draft map 13A V1 through 6 because the other maps will disenfranchise East County communities, especially the Chaldean community. Please find a way to include El Cajon and Rancho San Diego. East County communities include interests which of wildland urban interface areas, including Good Ranch, San Diego River Conservancy, Mission Trails Regional Park, social services, nonprofit groups, historical backgrounds, and public safety. I grew up in City Heights, and while serving 29 years as a San Diego police officer, I worked in various diverse communities such as City Heights, community Encanto, Barrio Logan, and Hillcrest. So I am aware of the differences between West and Central San Diego and East County. Please keep East County together. I appreciate your consideration of map 13A, V1 through 6, and happy holidays for you. Good luck, everyone.
Thank you. Vince Vasquez, followed by Justin Domacio.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Vince Vasquez. I'm the Director of Communications for the Convoy District Partnership, a nonprofit organization representing the interests of business owners, residents, and visitors in San Diego's Convoy District area, a geographic area in the city of San Diego that is east of Interstate 805, west of State Route 163, and south of State Route 52. I'm calling in support of the Convoy District Partnership is supportive of map 13A with an amendment to move the Convoy District from Coastal District 4 to Inland District 3. Convoy, Mira Mesa, Sorrento Valley, and Rancho Penasquitos have stronger ties to inland communities and I-15 corridor communities than North County or coastal San Diego. And in fact, US Census Bureau data shows that workers in Sorrento Valley, Mira Mesa, and Rancho Penasquitos predominantly live along the I-15 corridor and in East County. So please consider this change. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Justin Domacio, followed by Khalid Al-Khoury.
Hi, I'm actually a group with one other person, Michael Liu. Is that okay?
Is he there with you, or is he?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. We'll give you 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Hi, we are with the People Not Places Coalition, and we are here to speak about a unified North County. We are a coalition of queer BIPOC members who believe that we cannot sacrifice any letter of the acronym for interests that don't align with our values within our community here in North County. We have members who have lived in Escondido, San Marcos, and Vista. We believe that we need to be unified along the 78 corridor, and we think that separating us, i.e. map 14, is a symptom of a grave injustice, because when I hear the arguments for that map, what I hear is that the Latinx and the indigenous communities and the queer rural and low income communities can wait. We don't believe that, because we have lived some of those struggles and our members live those struggles. Telling them they can wait when they've had to wait 100 years or more to finally get a Latina supervisor, let alone an indigenous supervisor or a queer supervisor. We finally got the first openly queer supervisor. Telling us that we have to wait for people within our own communities is frustrating, and it's a symptom of a greater issue of white supremacy in San Diego County. We need to hold these communities together, because if we throw the Latinx community or the indigenous community or the immigrant community under the bus because it serves our interest or it serves the interest of an airport or a place, rather than the people who live here who can't afford to use that airport or live in Carlsbad or live in other parts of the county that are pushing for a map that doesn't reflect the economic lived realities of the people here who have spoken to you tonight, I worry about what that says about the world we're going to live in going forward. You know, for some people, this might be a silly fight, you know, for community resources on the local level. But for me, as a young person trying to live in a better world, I get supremely frustrated when I see people who are not from my community, who think that North County is a joke, who think that people from Vista, San Marcos, and Fallbrook, and Escondido are uneducated or rural and don't know any better, when they try to tell us what's best for our community, but don't have to suffer the consequences. One other person talked about getting a COVID test in Valley Center, and I can tell you, as somebody who actually volunteered with Universidad Popular a few times, the way that people get vaccinations is not the same level of quality that the other parts of the county get. And it's frustrating that you have to go all the way up to really far areas like Fallbrook or Valley Center or all the way to San Diego proper to get a COVID test or a COVID vaccine. That's unacceptable. And that's because we don't have a unified supervisor pushing our interests forward. And it's very frustrating when people that I care about in the communities I care about, which are the fabric of North County, which are the Latinx community, continue to get told that they can wait. That's not acceptable. Also, that way certain interest groups can win an election or have more resources or push forward some sort of narrative that doesn't do real people who live in the actual area justice. There is no alternative to justice here when we continue to put special interests and physical locations over the interests of the people who have to suffer from those consequences. So please support 13A.
Thank you. Khalid Al-Kuhri, followed by Serena Oshiro.
Thank you, Commissioner, for giving me a chance to speak today. And I need to thank you for your hard work. I am a Chaldean refugee from Iraq. I want to emphasize a couple of points. First of all, as you know, most of the Chaldean flee Iraq because of persecution due to their religion and culture. So by dividing Al Cajon or separating Al Cajon into parts or depriving Al Cajon from other Chaldean community like Rancho San Diego, La Mesa, Spring Valley, is just as separating the human body into different parts, putting one hand in a side and one leg in the other side. So in other way, it means that killing this community. Chaldean people are very social. They have religious faith. They are hard workers. They have business in East County. So please keep Al Cajon and Rancho San Diego within the East County boundaries. Don't kill them. Otherwise, it will be regarded as discrimination against the Chaldean. Also, we need the Voting Right Act to be activated. Thank you.
Serena Oshiro, followed by Lisa Hebner.
Hello, thank you to the Commission for taking this time tonight. My name is Serena, and I'm an Asian American and lifelong resident of Rancho Penasquitos. I'm calling today in support for the continued refinement of IRC Draft Map 14. Variations of Map 14 maximize the AAPI voting power in the proposed coastal district by keeping Mira Mesa, Rancho Penasquitos, Carmel Valley, Miramar, Linda Vista, and Kearney Mesa together. On the other hand, I'm opposed to Map 13 because it divides the AAPI communities by splitting Mira Mesa, Miramar, and Rancho Penasquitos off into the same district with East County communities. Not only does this break up the voting power of the AAPI community, but it groups dense urban and suburban centers with rural communities that do not share the same interests or concerns. As a resident of PQ, we work, learn, and play in the coastal part of our county, and we do not share the same connection with East County. PQ, Mira Mesa, and Miramar should be part of the coastal district. For these reasons, I urge the IRC to move forward with Map 14 for continued refinement. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Lisa Hebner, followed by Debbie O'Neill.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Lisa Hebner, and I'm the Mayor of Solana Beach, speaking tonight as an individual. I support both maps 14 and 13A 1 through 6 if we can ensure that the entirety of Solana Beach is included in map 13A 1 through 6 in what will be District 3. Currently, this map divides our city, putting residents who live east of the I-5 in a different district than those who live west. Solana Beach identifies as one city, one community of interest, a cohesive civic unit located entirely in the coastal zone. We are the smallest city in the county, the second smallest, only 3.4 square miles. And to have us be represented by 2 supervisors would dilute our needs and our special cohesive interests. The suggested shift of Eastern Solana Beach to the coastal district will not result in more than a few thousand individuals being moved and can be done without making any compensatory changes to the map. So map 14 or map 13A16 if it includes the entirety of Solana Beach in District 3. Thank you for the time and effort you have all put into this.
Thank you. Debbie O'Neill, followed by Frank Hilliker.
Hi, my name is Debbie O'Neill, and I have lived in Harmony Grove for over 20 years. As a resident of Harmony Grove, I believe it is in our best interest to keep Harmony Grove, Elfin Forest, and Eden Valley together in the same district under one supervisor who has the opportunity to represent our needs to the board. Harmony Grove, Elfin Forest, and Eden Valley have a long history of working together on events, maintaining roads and trails, preserving our shared watershed, and coming together to plan for or to recover from wildfires. Wildfires may be the most important reason we need to be kept in the same district, as we all share the same evacuation routes out of our valley in an emergency. It's vital that we have one supervisor who works with us on protecting and maintaining these roadways. Some of the maps proposed placing us in an East County district. This doesn't make any sense given we have no shared boundaries, history, or services in common. I humbly request that no matter which map you choose, the committee please keep Harmony Grove, Elfin Forest, and Eden Valley together and place us in either the coastal district or the North County district, which both have shared boundaries with us. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Frank Hilliker, followed by Tim O'Neely.
Thank you. Good evening, Hilliker, and I live in Lakeside, where I'm elected to the Lakeside Water District. I'm a board member of the Lakeside Chamber of Commerce, as well as a member of the San Diego County Farm Bureau. I support A1 through 6. El Cajon is the gate for East County, and it's the economic center for places such as Lakeside, Amul, Ramona. I would support moving County, and this could be easily done. Carlos, Navajo, Allied Gardens, and Scripps Ranch, and more to a district that would be much more to their liking, like a Central San Diego district or a coastal district. Thank you very much for your time, and have a good night.
Thank you. Tim O'Healy, followed by Rami Ibrahim. Tim O'Healy.
My name is Tim O'Healy. I live in Carlsbad, and I'm a service-connected disabled Marine veteran. I would prefer to attend the commission meetings, however, my disabilities make it difficult to do so. Since the opening of Camp Pendleton in 1942, the number of veterans and active duty military has steadily grown in the cities of Oceanside, Escondido, Vista, Carlsbad, and San Marcos, and are now the home of one of the largest, if not the largest, concentrations of veteran and active duty military nationwide. Our veterans and active duty community have needs and interests which have for too long not been a priority, such as repatriation from combat zones, reintegration to civilian life, a high percentage of homelessness, employment, and the tragic loss of 22 veterans and active duty from PTSD each day. We stick together and provide support for our comrades in arms, but we are required a united voice representing us to ensure our issues are adequately addressed. We have earned that through our service and sacrifices to our country and fellow citizens, and protection of our rights, including the right.
Rami Ibrahim, followed by Leila Aziz.
Hi, commissioners. My name is Rami Ibrahim, and I was born and raised in San Diego. I come from a Catholic Arab family, most of whom live in El Cajon and Rancho San Diego. The Arab community and Arab Catholic community in El Cajon not only identifies religiously, but most are refugees and immigrants as well. The priorities of my community are very similar to those of other refugee and immigrant communities across the county, from City Heights to El Cajon. It's very clear that partisan interests are mobilizing tonight with the Chaldean community and using community divisions, Islamophobia, and racism to split our communities. I support Draft Map 14 as it most accurately represents and reflects the networks of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Leila Aziz, followed by Larry Johnson.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Leila Aziz, and I strongly support Map 14. The Chaldeans in El Cajon are very much a part of the communities, which is green and labeled District 2. El Cajon needs to stay in our district, will be moved to our district because they represent Black, Latinx, and API communities who have been pushed east due to housing costs. The Chaldeans also are a very integral part of this ecosystem. For example, my community in Southeast has a church on every corner and a liquor store. Most of these liquor stores are owned by the Chaldeans on the telephone call now who don't want to be a part of our district. That is anti-Black. If it's okay to peddle poison in our community and produce that is rotten in our community, then you can stand with our community in representation. To the Chaldeans also, PANA has worked very closely in that community along with a lot of the other organizations here. I believe it's dishonest and disingenuous for you guys to get on here because someone sent you an email and peddle lies. So once again, if you can sell Hennessy in my hood, then you can be a part of our constituents. Thank you.
Larry Johnson, followed by Karen Brennan. Larry Johnson, you may need to unmute yourself. Larry Johnson, I'm still showing you as muted. I'll come back to you, Larry. Karen Brennan, followed by Amy Reichert.
Hi, my name's Karen Brennan. I've lived in Carlsbad for over 20 years. Thanks for your work on this important project. Tonight, I stand in support with the Communities Together Coalition, and I speak as one person of about 10% of the North County population, which are veterans. As a veteran, I know that representation matters at every level of government. That's why you've heard from me before, and I'm here again today to support moving forward with Draft Map 14. As you know, we have a sizable veteran and active duty military community in North County, especially in the cities along I-78. And the military community is a really diverse group cutting across just about every demographic group in the area. So please try to keep us connected as a community. Once again, I just want to express my support for Draft Map 14, as Tim O'Healy would have done had he not run out of time a little bit earlier, my fellow veteran. I believe the Draft Map 14 has the potential to keep our key communities together, and with some additional work, will hopefully strengthen them. Thanks again for your time and your attention.
Thank you. Karen Brennan, followed by Moriama Flores Genio. Karen Brennan.
I just spoke. I guess you didn't hear me.
Oh, sorry. I got you mixed up. How about Amy Reichert?
My name is Amy Reichert, and I've been a San Diego County resident since 1972. I live in La Mesa now, but I grew up playing in the canyons of Tirasana, lived in the beachside in Mission Beach in my 20s, and in Chula Vista, not far from the border, for 20 years. Those are all very different areas. I am not paid to be here, and I do not represent any special interest group. Thank you so much to the commissioners for dedicating your time and talents for the public good and following the law, being fair and just, and hearing all of us. I support map 13A version 1 through 6 because it keeps both historical and minority communities of interest together. Yes, San Diego County has changed a lot since 1972, but one thing has not changed, and that's geography. East is still east, west is still west, south is still south, and north is north. Please keep those community of interest groups together. Thank you.
Thank you. Moriama Flores Genio, followed by Larry Johnson.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. My name is Moraima Flores Hijino. I am a resident in North County, born and raised in Fallbrook, and feel fortunate to grow up in such a tight-knit North County community where I have worked and gone to school. I'm a PhD student and teaching in the Ethnic Studies Department at UCR, and I'm connected to the grassroots Latino community organization of Voces de Fallbrook. And I'm here this evening to urge you to adopt map 13A version 5 and map 13A 1-6 that would keep North County together and within District 5, which includes Escondido, San Marcos, Vista, Oceanside, Greater Fallbrook, Valley Center, as well as the First Nations lands to the east. Per the California Voting Rights Act, I believe it is imperative to keep these communities of interest together where historical alliances have been built. Furthermore, splitting off Fallbrook will absolutely dilute the Latino voting power with regards to county issues and ignore our interconnected and longstanding communities of interest. Thank you for your time and consideration. Please adopt map 13A and keep our communities together.
Thank you. Larry Johnson, followed by the telephone number ending 0670.
Hello, I'm Larry Johnson from Campo. I'm primarily looking at all of the information, obviously from the East County standpoint. I've looked at the public submitted maps, and I feel that the revised public map number 12 is a very good map for East County. Now, that's just one point. My next point is that on the IRC working map number 14, I believe that from an East County standpoint, I believe that just about all of the versions are bad for the East County. Also on the IRC working map 13A, I believe that map 13A version 6 is probably the best of the set. And in descending order of preference, I would say 13A version 1, and then version 5, and then 13A version 1 through 6, which is the combination of all of those. That one took
Thank you.
several inputs from several commissioners and produced a very
you.
good map. Thank you.
Telephone number ending 0670, followed by the number 2022. Press *6 to unmute yourself, 0670. Zero 0670, we should be able to hear you.
Thank you for your time tonight. My name is Eric. I live in the unincorporated area of El Cajon called Rancho San Diego. And I oppose map 14 because our nation's founding documents codified all men created equal and endowed with inalienable rights. It was not about special interest groups. Law should never be a function of the melanin in one's skin or what geographic area we were born. It was Martin Luther King who wrote from jail, everything Hitler did in Germany was legal. I remind the residents of San Diego County that neither white supremacy nor law based on whether one ovulates is the basis for such. Both are unethical. Justice is not a function of diversity, but of transcendent ideas that precede government. Please vote for map 13A, where unity is more about what is just than what is legal. Thank you.
Thank you. Telephone number 2022, followed by 4368. Press *6 to unmute yourself. Telephone number ending 2022, press *6 to unmute yourself. I'm going to come back to you. 4368, followed by Patricia F.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Yvonne Elkin and I live in Mira Mesa. I'm also a member of the Communities Together Coalition, and I support continued refinement of IRC Draft Map 14. While I'm not of Asian descent, I love the diversity of my neighborhood and am 100% supportive of making sure that our Asian community is given a strong vote in the future of the county. This can only happen if all of the Asian neighborhoods are kept together in the same district. The current versions of map 13A draw a line down the middle of the AAPI community and separate Mira Mesa and Penasquitos from the rest of the cultural and employment centers of Convoy and University City. However, map 14 most closely ensures that our district unites all of the AAPI communities, and that would keep Rancho Penasquitos, Mira Mesa, Carmel Valley, Miramar, Kearney Mesa, and Linda Vista all together. As some of the speakers prior to me has so adamantly pointed out, East County does not share any interest with the urban and suburban San Diego, so I think we need to stay in the coastal district. Thank you.
Patricia F., followed by Esther Sanchez.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Pat Frazier, and I have lived in Oceanside for over 50 years. I want to thank the commissioners for their hard work and for listening to all of us. I am speaking in connection with the Communities Together Coalition that supports Draft Map 14. We ask the commissioners to keep Oceanside with the coast, North County, and the 78 corridor. Draft Map 14 is a map that we can accept together because it will keep all of our communities together and will make San Diego County stronger. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Esther Sanchez, followed by 2022.
Honorable Commissioners, we support map 13A for District 5. District 5 has been identified as RPV, which we urge you to rectify. Map 13A respects our COI and D5, which includes our Latino, API, African American, Native American, and LGBTQ communities. We share similar demographics with Latino populations from 35 to 50%. Ability to elect analysis is not an exact science. Adding Escondido back into D5 and keeping Fallbrook empowers our communities, and we are coalescing. Otherwise, it would not explain my winning 6 at-large elections at the local level in Oceanside as only the second Latino elected in 100 years. You have received letters and emails from Latino, Filipino, American, Samoan, immigrant communities, and Native American tribes. Only 13A allows requested changes in other districts while maintaining the integrity of D5. Thank you so much for your service, and we do urge you to recognize our COI and apply the Voting Rights Act to finally allow our protected class communities to elect a candidate of our choice by selecting map 13A.
Thank you. 2022 followed by 4558.
Hi, my name is David Burton, and I am a son of East County, and El Cajon is East County. And I'd like to give you guys a couple of words. If it looks like a duck, if it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's a duck. And El Cajon is East County. I think that the present map, you guys would be geniuses if you just adopted the present map that we're using right now. Everything else is gerrymandering and complicated, and it changes the way people have chosen to live. People go and coalesce where they want to live, the people they want to be with, and the areas they want to be in. You guys trying to remake the wheel is not going to help anything except for make a lot of people unhappy. Thank you.
Thank you. 4558 followed by Marissa Allen. 4558, you may need to unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Durait John Mansour. I have lived in El Cajon for over 30 years, and I am a proud Chaldean American member of this community. I went to elementary here in El Cajon, middle school, high school, and college. Now my kids are in elementary and middle school here in El Cajon. What was built here is a home and a strong community. We continue to remember our traditions and culture and embrace new ones. Our community not only represents us, but also the new refugees who need to find their way. This is the greatest country in the world and allowed us to represent us, and we chose El Cajon to be our voice. So please don't break us apart and keep East County as it is, united. Thank you.
Thank you. Marissa Allen, followed by Eric Joyce.
Hello, my name is Marissa Allen, and I'm calling in support of map 13A. I'm a 31-year resident of North County, and I currently live and work in Escondido. However, throughout my life, I've also lived, worked, and attended schools in Valley Center and San Marcos. Map 13A comes closest to representing the North County that I know and live in. It keeps inland cities like San Marcos and Escondido together with the surrounding unincorporated areas of Valley Center, Fallbrook, Bunzel, and the neighboring tribal lands. These areas share a strong sense of community and are linked through economic centers, hospitals, colleges, and more. In addition, they have a large Latinx and indigenous population throughout the area whose power will be greatly diluted by breaking up the communities. It is important that North County is represented by one supervisor who will be able to advocate for public health in those often hard to reach communities, disaster preparedness, climate and housing justice, transportation, and for other shared interests and concerns. Please adopt map 13A. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Joyce, followed by Rob Howard.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Eric Joyce. I'm an educator and school board member here in Oceanside. I am speaking as an individual, but I'm advocating in the interest of the youth I represent. I'm not speaking against other maps, but I am asking for you to support map 13A. The current voting eligible residents of Oceanside Vista, San Marcos, Escondido, Fallbrook, Bronzeville, Valley Center, and the First Nations share strong commonalities of interest, but I want to speak specifically of the Latinx youth of North County. The youth of these commonalities, the youth of these communities represented together in map 13A are even more similar in culture and financial condition. Over the next decade, leading up to the next version of this process, those youth will come into their own political awareness, and hopefully they'll have the political engagement that we are seeking. 13A would empower the current residents and even more the diverse youth, especially the Latinx, to build upon commonalities and seek the representation that best meets their common interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Rob Howard, followed by Mika Perlin.
Thank you. Apologize not being able to be there. I got my booster shot today, feeling a little bit down, but I still wanted to hang in there and talk to you. A couple of points I wanted to to share with you. One, I have been communicating and working with the Communities Together Coalition. I've talked to even folks about the redistricting to get their input who are supporting some other maps. What I have asked from the beginning is that we know people talk about if you're doing anything, you're gerrymandering. You all are independent, an independent commission brought on because we've had gerrymandering. Escondido should be with the North County cities. But I also believe Oceanside has as much coast as Carlsbad. I'm advocating for 78 corridor because that Tri-City area. As a veteran, I'm working with the VA volunteers in this area. We need the map 14 with some modifications, and I'm running out of time, and I'm also feeling pretty tired. And let's support each other. I don't appreciate the negativity. People can have different opinion.
Thank you.
And we can still come together. Again, thank you so much for you.
Mika Perlin, followed by Aiden Degali.
Yes, good evening, commissioners. My name is Micah Perlin. I'm a native San Diegan and resident of current District 4. I'm calling to express my strong support for continuing to refine IRC map 14. Though not perfect, map 14 best represents the geographic and ethnic communities across our county. While I hope you choose to move forward with map 14, if the commission chooses to move forward with map 13A, I would like to convey my preference for map 13A 1 through 6, with a shift of the AAPI-rich communities of Mira Mesa and Rancho Penasquitos to the coastal district and away from the East District, where they're clearly out of place. I want to thank the commission for sincerely listening and doing its best to craft a map that reflects our lived communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Aiden Degali, followed by 4346.
Hi, my name is Aiden Degali. I came to America in 2009. I lived in El Cajon since then, and I assimilated to the American culture with the help of my Chaldean community in El Cajon and all of East County, total of 40,000 residents. Please do not separate our community. The service and the services provided to the refugees. We share no community interest or values with City Heights or North Park. Please keep El Cajon a part of East County. Please do not take our right to be one community. I am here with 160 people from the Chaldean community. We have already suffered enough back home. We were prosecuted in our country. We came here and we work hard to be good citizens. Please keep us as one community. Do not separate us. Do not divide us. Thank you, and have a merry.
4346, followed by Taz Nizam. 4346, press *6 to unmute yourself. You are unmuted. Yes, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Brian Putras. I was born and raised in El Cajon and a member of this community for almost 40 years. United we stand, divided we fall. So intentionally or unintentionally, my community is being divided. 1 in 4 residents of El Cajon are Chaldeans, so El Cajon is the voice of my community. All the Chaldeans in the surrounding areas of Rancho San Diego, Jamul, Santee, and Lakeside will be lost in the shuffle and not properly represented without El Cajon. Please do not do that to us. Leave the map the way it is. Let El Cajon be properly heard. And the panel organization is a fraud and should not be trusted. They are falsely representing communities that do not have the same interests as them. Thank you and Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Taz Nizam, followed by Warsound. Taz Nizam. We can't hear you. I do show you as being unmuted, Taz Nizam. I'm going to come back to you. Warson, followed by Marjorie Williams.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you so much for your time and for your dedication. My name is Warsan Artan, and I support the Communities Together Coalition's draft map 14. Growing up in Lemon Grove and currently residing in La Mesa, and growing up in a refugee family, my family never felt represented by our leadership. In recent years, minority communities, specifically Black communities, have moved from the city of San Diego in communities such as Lemon Grove, La Mesa, El Cajon, and so on. And bringing these marginalized communities together serves a common interest. Empowering marginalized communities in the redistricting process is a crucial and equitable approach. And this is why I'm supporting draft map 14. As somebody who has felt like I have not been represented my whole life, I think this redistricting process can represent the best interest of my community. And that is bringing together communities such as
Thank
City
you.
Heights, El Cajon, Lemon Grove, and
Thank
so
you.
on and so forth into one community. Thank you.
Thank you. Marjorie Williams, followed by Diana Caldell.
Thank you. I'm here from the Solana Eastside Community Group, an organization representing over 1,300 households from Solana Beach east of Highway 5. Please assure that our tightly integrated city of Solana Beach remains undivided on the final district map. Dividing our small city would be more deeply disturbing to our constituents than you can imagine. Though I-5 crosses through our city, please know that Solana Beach is a geographically compact, tightly woven social, cultural, and political unit. Both our east and west sides would have serious concerns should our city be severed in half. Please keep our small city within the same district, including our Solana Beach east side, those whom I represent. Please choose map 14, or please change map 13A 1 through 6 to include the whole city of Solana Beach, which can be done without making any other compensatory changes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Diana Caudell, followed by Taz Nizam.
Good evening, commissioners. On behalf of our tribe, the San Luis Band of Mission Indians, we have written to you and the members of the Independent Redistricting Commission to express our interest in the current redistricting of the supervisor districts. We support this inclusion of our historical territories to be cohesive within one supervisor district. From our perspective, map 13A best meets this intention and our community of interest. Our tribe has lived for over 10,000 years in the area now known as North San Diego County, inclusive of Camp Pendleton as far south as Encinitas and to the east encompassing the current reservation territories. We are one of 7 Luiseño tribes in this territory. Although San Luis Tribe does not govern over a reservation, we continue to act as a steward over these lands regarding the protection and preservation of our cultural resources. We are recognized by the California Native American Heritage Commission to oversee the protection of our ancestors' remains and sacred sites, which includes adherence to our traditional customs and practices.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Taz Nizam, followed by Cheryl Robertson. Taz Nizam. We hear something, but it's not your voice. You seem to be having some sort of technical issue. I'll come back to you one more time. Cheryl Robertson, followed by Mark Weiland.
Hi. Thank you, commissioners, for your hard work. My name is Cheryl Robertson. I live in Lemon Grove and serve on the Lemon Grove School Board. Today, I am here in a personal capacity as part of the Communities Together Coalition to advocate for equity in our community, in our county redistricting, and support for draft map 14. East County has a rapidly growing Black population, particularly in Spring Valley and Lemon Grove, but it's also growing in El Cajon and La Mesa. As part of as many have previously stated, no map is perfect. Sometimes while trying to keep one community together, another is inadvertently disenfranchised. With that said, I do believe that map 14 addresses equity issues that map 13A doesn't even consider. It keeps Black communities together as well as AAPI, LGBTQ, and Indigenous communities. I ask that you move forward with map 14 and work to address the concerns of the Chaldean community and the North County communities, as well as Solana Beach. 14 is the only map that values
Thank
and
you.
unifies Black communities and will amplify their voices. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Weiland, followed by Travis Lyon.
Yeah, hi, I'm Mark Weiland. I'd like to describe why I think 13A actually gives, with some tweaking, would result in better governance. And I say that from the perspective of someone who represented North County in the legislature for a decade and a half. And I just wish I could take the very passionate MAP 14 folks and show them the actual nuts and bolts of governance on a day-to-day basis. Because what you deal with are institutions, whether it's healthcare districts, community colleges, transportation groups, and those are regional. And particularly compared to 14, where North County, as has been described, you're trying to help Fallbrook 1 minute, and then someone would say, oh, by the way, we need you at Grossmont. It really doesn't work that well. 13A with some tweaks would result in much better governance. And thank you for a difficult job that you've done. Thank you.
Travis Lyon, followed by Selma Hassani.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Travis Lyon. I'm chair of the Alpine Community Planning Group, and I'm speaking in that capacity. Be concise and clarify. 13.1-6 is the map you need to start with. 1, recognize there is significant overlap between both maps. 2, realize the big difference is in which unincorporated region you're going to group with East County District. North County communities of Fallbrook, Bonsall, and Valley, or Southeast County communities of Humul, Potrero, Campo, and Spring Valley. 3, listen to those communities. Fallbrook, Valley Center have told you why they belong in North County District. Campo, Humul, and unincorporated have expressed why they belong in an East County District. 14A is fatally flawed. It treats San Diego's unincorporated communities interchangeable. It groups North County and East County unincorporated instead of grouping us with the communities and cities we are adjacent to and receive our service from. Effective government relies on established regional partnerships. Listen, Native American tribes.
Thank you.
North County's Latinx population in East County.
Thank you. Selma Hassani, followed by Amina Radwan.
Hi, commissioners. My name is Selma Hassan, and I support Draft Map 14. I'm with the Mejda Center in Pana. As an immigrant and a Muslim, I emphasize the importance of keeping El Cajon united in one district, as well as including the San Diego refugee communities together in a single